At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings. Economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am. My own ethical framework with my company
gave me confidence. Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. It's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now of course selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel
Good morning and heartily welcome to one and all present here to Avensis, the flagship International CEO Conclave 2021. With the central theme of enabling change and facilitating growth, we, your host Shrish and I, Sarika, are here to take you through today's inaugural ceremony. We have with us today Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, CEO, The Mindworks, and former Executive Director, Tata Sons, as our chief guest. I'm sure that we all must be extremely excited for all the amazing conversations we are going to have here today. We have with us Dr. H.K. Pradhan to inaugurate today's event with his opening address. Dr. H.K. Pradhan has been Professor of Finance and Economics at XLRI Jamshedpur for the last 26 years, where he has also served as the member of Board of Governors. He has over 35 years of experience in teaching, research, and consulting in the field of finance and economics. Dr. Pradhan has a master's in economics from the Utkal University and MPhil and PhD from the University of Pune. He is presently an independent director of the Clearing Corporation of India Limited and State Bank of India, DFHI, Mumbai. He has extensively researched and published in high-quality journals in the areas of Indian securities market, specifically debt markets, asset management industry, asset pricing, financial risk management, SME and microfinance, and foreign currency markets. Over to you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am really delighted. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely delighted to have been invited to be the inaugural speaker in this address. And thank you, the batch of XPGDM 2022, for inviting me. I welcome you all to this first Global CEO Conclave by the batch, Avensis. We are grateful also to our two distinguished guests and everyone in this event during the day. Special welcome to our chief guest, Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, the CEO of Mindworks, former ED Tata Group, who is also very well known to Excel community. A very successful businessman, author, and corporate mentor. Thank you, sir, for gracing our occasion today. And also a very hearty welcome to our illustrious alumni, Professor, Dean, and Chair Professor of XLRI, former Chief of Human Resources, Professor Jitu Singh. Thank you, Prof. And I really, I really admire the students for selecting this topic, Avensis. I think it's derived from the French verb, which is advancer or meaning to advance. And we all see you today. This year, the batch has made several career advances in alumni network, organizing events, CEO forums, seminars, symposium, leadership talks. Wonderfully, several events you have done. Kudos to all of you. And I think, as the audience here today, almost all of you are aware of XLRI, the Xavier School of Management, and its mission and vision. So therefore, I would not attempt to elaborate. It's promoted by the Society of Jesuits in the year 1949. At Jamshedpur, the institute continues to promote, nurture its core strength of training in human resources in business with human values and ethics. XLRI has a very distinguished alumni in every field: academics, business, government, politics, literature, sports, and we all derive our strengths from their counseling. We all are proud and privileged to be part of this great institution, and myself having spent over 2 decades in this journey of this great institution. We also, XLRI, we are sensitive to the environment. We seek to maintain the reputation as a business school of excellence, responding to several changes in business and society in our curriculum. Our curriculum is recognized by entire industry, very dynamic. We respond to corporate practices. Our hallmark is people-centric management education. And the most valuable assets in our organization, I'm sure we will dwell several areas of this during the course of the day. XLRI has received 2 important global recognition, the AACSB, Association of Advanced Collegiate Business School, the global body recognizing the curriculum, and also the AMBA, which is also highest standard of achievement in MBA education globally. I think we are aiming to get the EQUIS, the European Quality Improvement System. And if we get that, we will glorify us into Triple Crown. So I think we are all proud to be together part of these great institutions. Right, thank you. We all are eagerly waiting for the entire event, and the title is very appropriately Enabling Change, Facilitating Growth. I think reflecting on the unprecedented changes that have been underway since the pandemic. I'm sure all of our speakers would reflect on several dimensions of this, but let me just highlight 2-3 things as just an introductory thought from myself. There are 2 areas I thought are being seen very impactful post-pandemic. One is the way we work, the future of work, and the second, and the impact of environment. And I think the most important part that affects the future of work today is this shift towards digitalization. I think we are all dominated by a data-driven decision-making in every field, in business and society, politics and government, using analytics to decide about the decisions, and more specifically, the artificial intelligence, machine learning. The data is the new oil. And this is spearheaded by the quick advancement in technology, blockchain in all sectors, right? And most importantly, the finance post-pandemic. There is an acceleration of this trend. And I think we need to dwell on this, need to understand how this will impact on the future of our work. And let me also, very related to this, highlight 2-3 issues. One is very important in this digital acceleration process is this skill bias. You know what I mean by skill bias? There is a high demand for high skill level, but at the same time, you see the middle skill jobs are beginning to vanish. You know, maybe you have some low skill jobs which are in great demand, maybe demand in the transition, the delivery in the supply chain, but there is a great disappearance of job at the middle level, middle skill. And this skill bias is definitely cause a large scale shift in the structure of demand and employment. You know, we are all getting into an economy which is called power dominated by the power of the platform economy. And this is here to stay. I think we need to dwell and understand the implications of employment and growth in our society. I was reading a study which just came recently. It talks about talent migration. Estimate says 34 million workers quit their jobs in the United States this year. And there was a similar study surveyed in India, which says 68% of the Indians want to switch their industries for whatever reasons. Maybe travel, work from home, conditions of work, leisure, health, safety, whatever you attribute, they want to switch. And more than 50% which were interviewed, they want to do some things. They have very little or no experience in what they want to do. They want to have their own startups. They want to experiment something. I think this is a very interesting phenomenon. Is the risk-taking behavior is taking the central stage of our society. I think we need to reflect on this. How is this going to transform our employment? The second, and I think another possibility, which is I can see about the future of work post-pandemic, is also labor mobility, both within nation and globally. I remember the school, as a student of economics, Professor Bhagwati used to write that it is the global labor mobility that would be the engine of 21st century growth, just as the trade in goods and services that was driving the growth in 19th century, and also the capital flows which dominated the growth in the 20th century. But it was predicted, it is the labor mobility. But what you see here, there is some kind of an underlying trend that is shaping up this labor mobility because of technology, and has been termed as migration without migrating. You know, this offshoring, outsourcing, online programming, all of these outsourcing work activities, what has happened is the skilled workers are living in their home countries, India or elsewhere in South Asia, and working through the internet for cooperation globally. And I call this, I think, has been popularly known as platform economy. Now, India is also, of course, the largest supplier of this digital labor globally. But this is going to shape up dramatically the tomorrow's corporations, tomorrow's employment, tomorrow's growth. And I think we must reflect and understand how this revolution is going to shape up globally. I just would like to be brief, and just one more comment would like to provide here is the changes that is brought about in the environmental impact of our business and industrialization. And I think that simultaneously, there is an unpredictable change in the regulatory environment responding to that by the governments, by regulators, by several complex corporate law agencies. And that is complex and fast changing. Now, I can see that there has been also disturbing trend regards corporate governance, failure of companies, frauds, money laundering, compromising on environmental and sustainability standards, and impacting brands and values of several companies. What has been termed as ESG, environment, governance, and societal responsibility. And I think we need to know how in immediate future, this is going to impact our corporate sectors. I think the companies cannot go for a free ride on environmental impact, the social outcome and human values, and governance, the corporate governance. The companies do have a fiduciary responsibility towards environment, community at large. I see that, we all see that the Security Exchange Board of India has asked 1,000 large companies to disclose their BRSR, the business responsibility and sustainability reporting, what you say. And there are a number of regulations possibly is going to come relating to carbon emissions, the net zero emissions. Possibly this would also be most pervasive, affecting innovations, cost price structure across the supply chain. And I think we need to understand this new reality, how companies are going to adapt to these innovations to meet the ESG standards. This is something that's going to dominate the discourse in years to come. Friends, I think these are few observations. Very briefly, I leave it on your table to discuss several points. We have very interesting speakers today lined up. We all Excel community look forward to watching this event, and we look forward to seeing hearing our speakers. I congratulate the batch for putting together this interesting day-long conclave and lining up several global CEOs and startup founders. I'm sure this will give an enormous opportunity to our students to learn from everyone else. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure your insights on the skill bias, labor mobility will give the news perspective to the batch and the participants. Now I would like to invite Dr. Jiten Singh to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Jiten Singh has done his PhD from Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, USA, and he is an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur. He has served as Dean responsible for all academic administration, faculty and student affairs at XLRI. He has also launched and co-directed XLRI's first international program, Master of Positive Organization Development, in collaboration with the Weatherhead School of Management at Case Western Reserve University, USA. Professor Singh has conducted a large number of leadership development programs for DuPont, HCL, ICI, L&T, Tata Hitachi, World Bank, etc., and taught a wide range of courses on leadership and organization behavior to MBA and doctoral students. Welcome, sir.
Very, very good morning to all of you. I have had a role to play in conceiving and launching the first general management program of XLRI, which now goes under the brand name of Executive PGDBM. Therefore, I'm particularly delighted that you've invited me to make some opening remarks this morning and to welcome all the alumni of the 20 batches who are logged in right now for this webinar. Wherever you are, I hope you're doing well in your personal and professional life and are upholding the values of XLRI by contributing to improving your organization and the conditions of society and the world around you. So please keep doing that in future also. Some of you, I've had the privilege of meeting you in class as your professor. Some of you I have not met as yet, but I have very, very wonderful memories of my interaction with you and your colleagues. You know, my role is to warm up the audience for the main stars that are to come here. You know, whenever there is a musical event, before the lead artists come onto the stage, some local artists are put up there to warm up the crowd. And that's what I'm doing right now for the main artist of this morning show, Mr. Gopal Krishnan, who will follow very shortly. Every generation, when it begins reflecting, talks very nostalgically of the past years. And the past years were ones with which we had become accustomed. We were quite comfortable with it. And we looked to the future with a lot of uncertainty, with a lot of fear. And that's because time has a peculiar trend. It seems to keep accelerating all the time. I remember reading Isaac Asimov's History of Technological Evolution, And somewhere in that book, he has a very nice metaphor for it. He says, if we were to list all the technological innovations of the world from the time recorded history began 5,000, 6,000 years ago, till today, we would find that most of them, a very large percentage of them, happened in our lifetime, one lifetime. Recorded history of 1,000 years. Sure, things happened earlier also. People learned how to farm. People learned to make hand tools. People invented the wheel and the Industrial Revolution and so forth. But those things by today's standard happened at a genteel pace. You could see changes emerging on the horizon, and you had sufficient time to sort of adapt yourself to them. But by today's standard, we don't have that luxury anymore. Changes have become so fast and so disruptive that the world has turned upside down. So when I was a student, there appeared a cult book with a very nice catchy title, Future Shock. And that's a nice juxtaposition of two contradictory words. The future was not something in the distant future across the horizon, but the future hit us bang in nanoseconds. So the world was being disrupted in those student years of mine also several decades ago. And it repeats itself today also, but at an even faster pace by the standards of those days. So change is happening throughout history, but change is happening at shorter intervals and with more disruptive potential. Now, this plays havoc with organizations, with institutions. Organizations and institutions suffer from the same inertia that all other objects under the sun suffer from. They have a preference, an ingrained preference for stability, whereas the disruptive changes taking place require us to overcome that overpowering inertia and move in new directions, take sort of new adventures. And those who succeed in doing that survive. That's the history of organizations also. Fortune magazine, which has been publishing its annual list of 500 biggest organizations since the early 1950s, shows that at the turn of every decade, a large percentage of those organizations have disappeared. So organizations are not guaranteed to survive tomorrow, no matter how strong and influential they are today. The disruptions of today will cause many organizations to disappear. What's the role of leadership then? The role of leadership is to steer a new direction so that the organization survives and survives healthily. And today we are lucky that the current batch of the executive PGDBM program have assembled a panel of young global CEOs from different industries who are making their mark in re-engineering, reinventing their organizations to be successful tomorrow also. So we have a lot to learn from the speakers who have been lined up today. And therefore, I congratulate the batch, the current batch of this program for conceiving of this conference and giving everybody who's listening in an opportunity to learn from the personal successes and the personal initiatives that these global CEOs are taking in their respective organizations. To kickstart the morning, of course, we have a eminent leader from the slightly older generation, Mr. R. Gopal Krishnan. Gopal is an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and gained his reputation in Hindustan Unilever, and later on joined the Tata Group and was on its board for many years. Unlike many corporate executives, he's also a prolific author and has written several popular books. So we have the wisdom of a philosopher leader of the corporate world, Mr. R. Gopal Krishnan, who is going to address you now. And I hope I have done my job of warming up the crowd a little bit. So I'm now handing over the stage to the lead artist of this morning's function, Mr. Gopal Krishnan.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs and thoughtful insights. So as you've already introduced Mr. Gopalakrishnan, I'll just formally introduce once more. So Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan retired as Director Tata Sons Limited, the holding company of Tata Group. Prior to joining Tata, Gopal was the Vice Chairman, Hindustan Lever Limited. He studied physics at Kolkata University, engineering at IIT Kharagpur, and attended the Advanced Management Program at Harvard Business School. He has been a professional manager from 1967. He has served as a chairman of Unilever Arabia, as MD of Brook Bond Lipton, as vice chairman of Hindustan Lever, and as ED of Tata Sons and several Tata companies. He has also served as an independent director and chairman of listed Castrol India. Mr. Gopal mentors few startups. He is actively engaged in both instructional and inspirational speaking. He has also authored 6 books. I now request Gopal sir to please share his thoughts on managing in turbulent times. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you, Sarika. Good morning. Am I visible and audible? All the gadgets are working?
Yes, sir, of course.
Well, first of all, it's a great honor and pleasure to share the stage with my old friend Jitu Singh. And I think he has made some very pertinent points. We have not exchanged notes. I have not spoken to Jitu for a long time. But he has said certain things which is almost like a relay race. You may think after I finish that we've had a conversation in advance. It just shows that wisdom can be contiguous and similar. So thank you, XLRI, and thanks to all those who have taken the trouble to organize this. I have chosen to speak because it's a student initiative, alumnus initiative. You've chosen a very interesting subject. And I am going to talk about managing in turbulent times. That's the title of what I want to talk about. And my inspiration comes from 3 or 4 sources. I just want to, because I think I must finish in about half an hour. Is that right, Sarika?
Sure, sir.
About half an hour, that leave you 10-15 minutes for any interaction. Nothing is more boring than giving a long speech, which you're constrained to listen to. If I say anything interesting, you'll have questions. If I say nothing interesting, to finish a bit faster and you'll get a cup of tea. I have 3 or 4 sources that have inspired me, but I've been thinking about the subject for a long time. The first is my own experiences over 50 years in 2 wonderful companies, Hindustan Lever and Tata. And in particular, I undertook to write an essay for a book on how, when liberalization happened in 1991, which is, I know, seems a long time ago to many of the younger people here, only 30 years ago, how did these 2 companies respond? Because liberalization was a huge COVID-16 or whatever you want to call it, before as a shock. The second source I have of information is many transformation efforts that I have been either part of or witness to, other than liberalization, during my careers in 2 great companies. My third is I read a very interesting book by an American historian. I wish somebody in Indian history, there's a professor of history in XLRI, I'd comment this subject for that person to research and write about. What were the most turbulent periods in US history? Who was the president at that time and how did they manage it? And the passage of time allows you to reflect. If you can't look at COVID-19 and say this is a thing we never known before, and then write about it. So one is about Abraham Lincoln and how he dealt with the Civil War. The second piece she has chosen is the turbulence faced when uh, Teddy Roosevelt was president in the early 1900s, when big business was hogging the show in American economy. The third was when Franklin Delano Roosevelt became president, right in the middle of the Depression and one of the worst economic crises in the US. And the fourth one was when President John Kennedy was assassinated and Lyndon Johnson as the vice president was sworn in. An unexpected president, but a person who had been dying to be president for a long time. And he was faced with the unfinished agenda started by John Kennedy of the Civil Rights Bill. He had to get the Civil Rights Bill through the Congress. Unfortunate situation like we have now, our last CDS has initiated some theaterization of the armed forces, and it's unfinished task, and the new person is going to be faced with that challenge. So I've taken these, she has taken these four and written a very beautiful book called Managing in Turbulent Times, and that's been a third source of inspiration apart from my own experiences. So let me try to share with you an answer. First of all, I'd like to endorse what Jitu said. Don't kid yourself that something dramatic is happening now. Nothing dramatic is happening now, because we tend to think, oh, we've never seen anything like COVID-19. Government spokesmen and people come on TV and say this. What we mean is, in my lifetime, I have not seen it, but mankind has known it. We say climate change never happened before. Climate change has been known before, except that we don't know about it. So our memories and our experiences are limited to our lifetimes and our tenures. But I think it should take solace in the fact that why you need to learn the past so that you can plan for the future is a very important subject. And in management students and alumni of XLRI, I want to take you back to when automobiles began. 1890s, 1915, let us take that period of 20 years. The biggest industry, or a very large industry in the US, was the horse whip industry, because there were 18,000 manufacturers of horse whips. Now, just imagine, 1905, when your grandfather or great-grandfather was alive. 18,000, it looks like a huge industry. And there was, on the streets of New York, just as an example, because I have that statistic with me, over 500,000 horses to pull carriages, and they produced about 2 million tons of manure, which attracted flies and disease every year. So it was the big industry. What IT is today, horse shit was in 1900. And then came the automobile, Henry Ford and Model T, and the horsewhip industry vanished. All those 18,000, we don't hear about them, but one of them has survived. And that's a company which is actually based in Jamshedpur, was based in Jamshedpur. I don't know if they're still there, called Timken. They make roller bearings, and they were the joint venture partner with Tata at one stage. I think Tata has exited, but Timken India probably still exists, perhaps in Jamshedpur. Timken used to make lubricating material, roller bearings and so on for the horse cart. They switched to making roller bearings for the automobile. And then they make all sorts of bearings now, and it's a very successful company. What did they do? Timken was not trying to become the biggest. It was behaving very adaptably. That's the message. You look at the tobacco industry in India and anywhere in the world. For the last 50 years, we've all known that tobacco will result in cancer. There's nothing new about it. But it's so difficult for this tobacco industry to diversify because their mind is on tobacco. They have tried all sorts of things in India and internationally, trying to get into consumer goods, food products. Frankly, none of them is a success story. In fact, some of them are disasters globally. So there is an example of people who have failed to adapt, whereas the Timken example was of a company which did adapt. You look at what newspapers are doing today. My children don't read the newspaper. They just pick up their cell phone in the morning and they get their news. For me, a cup of tea and a newspaper is an essential part of the day. And they are looking for a way to diversify. You'd look at Nokia. Nokia was a company which was a pulp company, paper pulp, And from there, they went into telecom. They went through some near-death experiences, and today they're trying to go into handsets. If I look at the two companies that I worked in, so that it doesn't all sound distant and from Fortune or Forbes magazine, Hindustan Lever, when I joined, was a Dalda company. It was a Vanaspati company. And during my tenure, I was witnessed this and participated in some of them. From being a Dalda company, it became a Sunlight company. From being a Sunlight company, it became a Surf company. And from being a Surf company, it became a Fair and Lovely company. And from Fair and Lovely, it went into being a Sunsilk company. Now, to lay people, all this looks like FMCG. It's the same stuff. But that's like saying steel and aluminum are both metal, so they're about the same. And if you talk to anybody in Jamshedpur, since you live in metallurgical city, they'll tell you steel and aluminum are quite far apart. Take Tata's, which is the elephant in your own room. When Jamshedji Tata began, it was a textile company. Then it became a hydroelectric company during Dorabji Tata's time. Then from there, it became a steel company, also during Dorabji's time. And then during JRD's time, it became a trucking company and a chemical company. And during the Ratan Tata years, FC Kohli years, it became a software company. What will it be tomorrow? I don't know. So I've given you examples of things that adapted, and I've given you things that got stuck because they were big, too big to change. And you look at this in nature also, you'll find this. The cheetah is not the largest animal. When you see this Discovery Channel and so on, you'll see the cheetah hunting and the lion hunting. The lion is the largest animal. It can run at great speeds with great muscle power, but it cannot have a quick turn. It is not able to adapt itself. So very often the cat slips away from its grasp. The cheetah is the fastest mammal. Fastest mammal. Just to give you an idea, it can go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour within 3 seconds. That's faster than a Jaguar car, It's a bit slower than a race car, a Ferrari, but it's faster than a Jaguar car. It's that fast. Cheetah is not the biggest animal. And the cheetah's ability is it watches its target for a long time, gets itself into a good position. Think of the characteristics of an adaptable company. And then it makes a swift dash, a bit like the hawk comes and collects things in its tentacle, in its claws. But the greatest thing about the cheetah, even though it's moving so fast, it can make a quick turn and catch its prey. So the ability to be fast and adaptable is far more important than the ability to have size. Whereas today, many companies are taught that growth is oxygen. You must keep on growing. You must become bigger. It doesn't matter what you do to the environment. Have more tons, more kilos, more people. That may or may not be true. At least people like you should debate it and challenge it. I therefore say that when management teaching began, if I go back 70, 80 years, not that I was following management teaching, history tells you that the whole emphasis was on IQ. Get educated people, teach them analytics, teach them how to make things more efficient, make things more productive. All the Hawthorne experiments, making people productive, making machines productive, all that was IQ related, left brain. Latterly, especially with Daniel Goleman and so on, EQ has become a fancy word. And EQ, all of you know, is emotional quotient. And people say that the true leader of tomorrow is not the guy with the deep blue eyes, but the guy who can empathize with people. I'm sure they're teaching you all this stuff in XLRI and wherever you're working. So it's not something strange to you. I would argue that in your career, in the next 30 years, AQ will be the most important. All these will be important, by the way. It's not that one becomes unimportant. AQ is adaptability quotient. And it's very easy to talk about adaptability quotient, but you have to think about it. And I hope your sessions will help you to ask yourself. For example, when we interview people, we usually ask them historical questions. Oh, tell me a bit about yourself. What did you do? Where did you study? Where did you join? What did you do when you were a production manager in Tata Steel or a sales manager in Tata Motors? Historical questions. But to judge AQ, you have to ask imaginative and futuristic questions. What would you do if the roof collapsed over your head? What would you do if, what did you unlearn last year? You know, we all talk about learning and unlearning, but we don't unlearn. We jam up our brain with stuff that we have learned. People like me at my age would say, oh, when I was in 1946 or 1956 or 1966, I used to do this. I don't think the guy in 2021 is even interested. So I have to unlearn certain things before I can relearn them. One of the unlearnings that I have had is that IQ is important, but its market share has come down. EQ is important, its market share is steady, and the new entrant on the block is AQ, whom nobody has recognized yet as a participant in the market. So there are three questions I wish to touch upon for this morning. And I am providing these not to provide you all the answers, but to hope that something in what I say appeals to you for you to think about and debate amongst yourselves. Otherwise, it'll be a boring session to go on for 1.5, 2 hours. Three questions. First, are all surprises unpredictable? Because surprise gives the impression it's unpredictable. So are there anything called a predictable surprise? The second question I would like to touch upon is how as future leaders should you think about turbulence? Do you wait till it's hit your company? Or do you have a method to learn from the past so that you can project into the future? There are lots of books on how to handle turbulence, but I have chosen 5 key lessons that I, at this stage of my career and life, feel are the most important, which are the least attended to. And I'm not saying these 5 lessons because Jitu is here. It happens to be in his subject area. But I'm saying this because this is something I feel very passionately. And so let me deal first with, are all problems unpredictable or predictable? Are some predictable? You know, for example, that cigarettes cause cancer is entirely predictable. You don't need a research report from Princeton or MIT to tell you that cancer is increasing due to cigarettes. That climate change is happening is predictable. It's been there for the last 20 years. It's just that we don't accept it. But if there's a Himalayan earthquake, it's less clear that it's predictable. If a helicopter crashes in Kateri in the Nilgiris, we have to wait for this particular case. But generally, one could argue it's a bit less predictable. A win or a loss in a T20 match can be less predictable. You know, you can't go by the history of who won and who lost. So you have to understand and differentiate between a predictable and unpredictable. Predictable surprises have 3 characteristics. First, leaders know of a problem that will not solve itself, it's worsening over time. Look what's happening to public life and education in Jharkhand and Bihar. One could say the whole country, but I'm just taking Jharkhand and Bihar because you're in that region. I mean, everybody knows it's deteriorating. Year after year, it goes on. But somebody wins the election and life carries on. Second, you know, fixing that problem is too costly in the short term. The benefits will come in the future, by which time I may not be there. So what does it cost me to go to Glasgow and say in 2070, I'll be carbon neutral? Why do you need all these great guys to assemble in Glasgow and make such a statement? Let alone them, I also won't be there. Fixing the problem today is what is costly. And for that, there is no answer. What will I do in 2025 or 2030? But I can also predict that Tata's will be the global spanning empire in 2070. So what? XLRI would have beaten Harvard Business School in 2070. So what? The third point is leaders know the problem, but they face resistance. And there's a lot of pedagogy and teaching on how to overcome resistance in transformation exercises. So I think you need to appreciate that most problems are predictable. Most. We like to describe them. COVID-19 was predictable. But nobody knew what happened in 1919 when the pandemic flu came. Now, of course, 100 books have come out on the subject. People will read it, give it TV interviews and go away until, I don't know, Omicron or whatever will come and they will have to go back to their books again. So let me touch upon a second aspect. I said I'll address 3 questions. The second is, how should leaders think about, future leaders? How would I encourage you? How would I tell my son or daughter to think about it as time goes? We all know that coal is a bad boy, but nobody will do anything about it because it's too costly. We don't know any alternative. But now of late, you see, people have begun to respond to it, and you're reading about it in the newspaper. So it is incorrect. In fact, I'll go one step further than what Jitu said. It is actually incorrect to think that the world is becoming more turbulent. It gives you a sense of complacence. What is really required is not to think that turbulent, but it is the world has become more turbulent and you need to constantly plan for this turbulence. It is your response to it that matters and not the turbulence itself. Turbulence will always be there. This is like saying I can drive my car on the streets of Bombay and the traffic conditions will improve. That's nuts. Chances are I'll end up having an accident, saying, oh, I've never seen a traffic jam like this in my life. But traffic jams have happened and you have to learn how to deal with it. So, and I mentioned to you, we say that COVID-19 is once in a century. I say that's nonsense. I'm deliberately being a bit provocative to young minds. What is partition? Was it any less? Was it even worse than COVID-19? I don't know, 1 million or 2 million people, 2 states partitioned in Punjab and Bengal. You have to read history to understand what those leaders faced as turbulence. It's very easy to dismiss them as saying a bunch of dopes. And we are facing COVID-19. That's rubbish. You became independent as a nation. You became a nation for the first time in 1,000 years. And your nation is being partitioned due to forces. It is a pace of huge turbulence. And nobody's studying. And I would very much like the professor of history, there is one in XLRI, or a management professor in XLRI to collaborate with the professor of history to say what lessons can be learned from the turbulence of partition and what can managers learn from it. We have all seen during our own lifetime that black phones have gone and cell phones are in. I don't know about you people, you look young enough not to remember a black phone. But for us, getting a black phone was like getting a Mercedes car, it is a rare thing. So turbulence is the oldest companion of mankind. Stop kidding yourself. It may be accelerating, it may be decelerating, that's fine. But constantly be adaptable to find out how you can deal with it. It's your reaction that matters. That's why today's darlings will become tomorrow's obsoletes. When the printing press was invented in the 1400s, the Bible became available to everybody. And then people didn't have to go to the priest to find out what's right and wrong. They could read it themselves. And today, the same thing is happening with the internet. We think internet is for the first time. And there's a very fine book, which I would recommend you to read if you're interested in the subject, called Centuries of Change. Centuries of Change takes the 10 centuries from 1000 to 2000. 1000 AD to 2000 AD, 10 centuries. And it says, what are the changes that happened from the point of view of the people who lived at that time, based on sociological research, historical records, etc. I can tell you, it was cataclysmic. It was cataclysmic. But we don't think about it. If my great-grandfather was alive and he had to undergo surgery, they would just saw off his hand or his leg because anesthesia was not known. Can we think about it? We can't even imagine it. So let me not go on and on about that, but let me get down to say how a manager should think about it. COVID-19 has given me a metaphor, which I think you should find useful. I said, we always tend to think of something as very unique and we are only the ones who are faced with this crisis. But how do we protect our body? And so I went and talked to a guy who's an immunologist, doctor, who then became a management consultant. So there are all sorts of interesting guys you meet in management consultancy, immunologists who become management consultants, not just financial and marketing people. And a guy like me who knew nothing about immunology learned from him that the human body is constantly under attack. It's a marvel that we all survive. I don't know how many of you are aware that 90% of your body is microbes and bacteria. You're only 10% human. हम कहते हैं ना इंसानियत है. There's no insaniyat in you. There's no insan. You're microbial. Your gut has 10 million bacteria. And yet we see the bacteria as an enemy. There are good bacteria and bad bacteria. So if your body is under attack all the time, because there are predatory microbes and there are good microbes from your food, from your water, from the air, how does your body survive? Why does humankind survive at all? It's a miracle. And I was very interested how this miracle happens. And yet we think we are close to something, we understand it. Actually, you don't. You got a body and you're surviving and you don't know how it survives. So if you think you've been in a company or you know Jharkhand very well or Maharashtra very well, bull, you don't. We have 3 layers of immune system, according to my immunology friend. I have a vague idea, but the precision of it came to me now. He says first is the physical layer, which is your skin. So when some foreign particle tries to get to you, it first has to get through the skin. That's why when a mosquito bites you, your skin erupts in red, or you get patches on your face if there's a fungus on your face. The skin is the largest human organ. If you lay it out in square meters or square centimeters, it's the largest. Thank God we have a physical layer called the skin. If a bacteria or microbe gets through that, it has to encounter the second level. So imagine a fort, a Killa, Shivaji's fort, with 3 parts you have to get through before you can get into the Killa. Outermost is physical layer. The second layer is called the adaptive layer. Adaptive layer is what you have through your genetics and your genes, your purvaj. You know, some families are prone to diabetes, some are prone to heart attack. These are genetic things that are passed down, on which really you have no influence. It's probably accounts for 15-20% of who you are and how you grow up. Not more than 15-20%, so don't blame your ancestors for everything. It also depends on your habits and how you growing up. But it is there. So you can say that if I do a genetic DNA test, I'm chairman of a company which is the DNA testing business. I've learned from them that you get an idea that you're prone to get diabetes. There's a chance you can get diabetes more than the other guy because it's there in your DNA. So that's the adaptive layer. Then there's a third layer before you can enter the Killa. Killa being the inner body, which is called the adaptive layer. The adaptive layer is when the enemy has come through the third one and you say, bhai, abhi to kuch karna hai. And your body generates antibodies and reactions to be able to reject that. If the microbe gets through that also, COVID-19 is an example, it gets to your liver, it gets to your lungs, and then it does bad things to you and you fall sick. So remember, can you give me 1 minute, please? I have to take this call if you don't mind. Yeah, Sheetal? I'm in a Zoom call. Can you, hello? Okay, and what do I have to bring? Aadhaar card, that's all. Okay, thanks. I'll be there at soon after 12. Yeah. Whom should I meet in your office? Okay, thanks a lot. Take care. Bye. Thanks, Sheetal. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. That was a very important call for me, so I had to take that call. Now, when I look at an organization, a company, a government, an institution like XLRI, there are 3 types of protective layers there also. The first protective layer is equivalent to the physical layer, is the engagement of people. Sometimes you go to institutes where everybody is hanging around, laturi kar rahe hain, they don't seem terribly interested in what's happening. You go to some other institutions, I'm using the word institution rather than company, but I really mean company, where there is energy. You can see the people very active. The people's engagement with their company, and employee engagement is very well described, and it's there in all the books, and any professor can tell you how to measure employee engagement. It can actually be measured. One of the great problems that the world faces, and Indian companies also, is that employee engagement is declining for the last 40 years. There's nothing unpredictable about it. From being 60, 70%, it's coming down to the 20s and 30s. So there's a crisis in employee engagement. The physical layer is not acting as a physical layer, but I think it's still going on. So if you're a leader, you can apply your mind, talk to the specialists who can guide you, start measuring employee engagement and try to find out how engaged are people. And there's a definition of all this. I'm not going to go into that. Then comes, the second layer. The second layer is called the adaptive layer, the genetic layer. Well, every company also has DNA. What we usually call it is culture. When I moved from Lever to Tata, they're both wonderful companies, both highly professional, both very ethical, but they were very different. It's like your chacha is different from your father. I mean, they're both born in the same family. So but they're very, very different in the way they operate. And since that's not the subject of my discussion, I just want you to appreciate that culture is a very important part. It is not something that organizational behavior people talk about. You listen to it, pass your OB exam, and then forget about it. There are ways to measure organizational culture, which when I was in service in Tata's, we had started. Every 6 months, we would get a sense of a culture matrix of what's changing. 6 months is too short a time, but then we formed a way to track it. And the third layer is the adaptive layer. The adaptive layer is one where individuals, because the company is formed of sigma individuals, have a positivity. Yaar, ye karke dikhana hai. When the Taj was attacked, the positivity of Taj employees came up. Nobody had planned this, I can tell you that. I can tell you there is no document in the Taj board minutes or anything that we must increase positivity of our people. But when the time came, and the story has been written about, and I need not go into it, how individuals karna hai, marna hai, to marenge, but ye karna hai. So there's a measure, there's a professor called Barbara Fredrickson. She's done a lot of writing on this. And here again, academic professors can advise you, or consultants can advise you. So I want you to think about these three things as you prosecute your career and go ahead. The outer layer, which is engagement, the second layer, which is culture, and the third layer, which is positivity. And according to Professor Barbara Fredrickson, the ratio of positivity to negativity must be 3:1, otherwise you're in trouble. And if you measure these, this is the role of HR people. They should help their companies to do this, because you don't expect a metallurgist or an accountant to sit and he must understand this and he must support it. Just like he must understand digitization and he must support it, but not get enveloped into IT geekiness himself. So I want you to think about these three things and this parallel with immunology, because that gives you a basis on which to think about. So what is the summary? Whenever there's turbulence, everybody thinks of the hardware, not the software. The hardware is some of the things that Mr. Pradhan referred to in his opening remarks. Digitization, cutting cost, organizational restructuring, laying off people or whatever, how to become more efficient, work from home. These are all the left-brained, explicit sort of dimensions to explore, and you will do so, and you should. I'm not suggesting that you ignore it. What we forget to do is to listen to our right brain, where the softer factors, that's why I call it software, are embedded. And the softer factors, because they're very difficult to measure, they are all woolly. And you go and talk to professors of OD and all that, they can make it look really woolly. And you say, how do I get hold of this? It feels like mist. But it's the real stuff. It's the real stuff. It's worth applying your mind to. First lesson I learned. I'm going to run through the 5 lessons very briefly, because they are pretty much self-explanatory. When you listen to it in a webinar, it looks obvious. When you go back, you'll say, yeah, he made some nice speech, but I've forgotten what he said. You won't know what to do next. And that would be a pity. The first thing is to understand the emotions of your team and remaining accessible for contact. Leaders must be accessible. That old image of a leader who sits in his big fat room and you have to go through the layer of 3 secretaries to get an appointment. It's dying, if not dead. We must have leaders who are accessible. See what happened in the farmers' agitation. Whether the farmer is right or the government is right, leave that aside. I'm not going into that. But the leaders were not accessible. And they were not understanding the emotions of the team until 1.5 years went. Whereas look what Shastriji did. Shastriji was told back in 1960s that there's a guy called Kurian in Anand. He's doing something with cooperatives, dairy cooperatives. Why don't you visit them? We must do the same thing all over the country. I just want to remind you, young people, that when my family was small, to get a milk card to feed my children was a nightmare. It was a real nightmare. You won't believe it. You didn't just go to a store and buy a packet of milk or a bottle of milk. I stood in a queue at RA Milk Colony, pleaded that I needed a little card. At 6 o'clock in the morning, we had to stand outside an RA Milk Colony. And there's the equivalent of this in other cities, Haringata Dairy, Delhi has Mother Dairy, and so on. Now, Shastriji said, yeah, bahut badi cheez hai. But he says, I want to go and stay incognito in a farmer's house one night. Now you can imagine, the Prime Minister of this country, whose face is very often in the newspaper, wants to stay incognito in a village in Kheda district. Kurian was absolutely nervous because of security, not because he is afraid of what Shastriji would find out. But they arranged it. Shastriji sat down, पलथी मार के नीचे बैठ के खाना खाया, रोटी, 2 रोटी चाहिए, थोड़ा दूध चाहिए. And he said, आप लोगों की क्या समस्या है? What problems do you have? How can you be helped? Later on, the farmer said, अरे प्रधानमंत्री है, हमको किसी ने बताया नहीं, हम तो ऐसे ही रोटी खिला दिया, पराठा कम से कम खिला देते. But Shastriji came with the knowledge first hand. He made himself accessible. And of course, Kurian has done a marvelous job for this country. We are now the world's largest producer of milk. Nobody needs to go to RA Milk Colony anymore to get a milk card. So understanding the emotions of the team while remaining accessible for contact. When the Belchi episode happened, I don't know how many of you know, there's a place called Belchi. I think it's in Bihar. There was some killing of one community compared to the other community back in the 70s. Mrs. Gandhi, who was out of power, got into a helicopter or a plane and she landed up in Belchi, wearing her khadi sari and wiping the tears of the women who had lost their husbands. And that was in all the newspapers. What an impact it made. Now, you may argue that she did it for drama. Fair enough, that's all part of politics. But it showed something. Second, I want to say, visibly cultivate support amongst those affected. Whenever you do transformation or manage in turbulent times, somebody is going to get affected. And you have to visibly cultivate support. Here, I want to take the example of Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt became president of the United States when the coal strike was going to happen. And if you think back of the US in 1905, coal was lifeline. Because coal would come from the mines in Pittsburgh. It would then go to the various gas station, electricity stations, and it was the basis on which central heating was done. And without central heating, northeastern United States is a very difficult place. How would he manow them? The coal miners were insistent. You know what he did? He, along with 4 of his top aides, this is not for campaigning, he went from village to village, city to city, talking to people, talking about the coal strike and how they thought he should handle it. And people gave him a suggestion. But at the end of it all, according to the book written by Doris Kern Edwin, he says he would ask them, how would you solve it if you were in my place? They said, up to this, is fine. After this, take a tough stand. If the coal workers want to go on strike, we'll support you. He got the public support. And then he arranged a set of meetings where he was armed with this feeling that he had public support. And how he solved it is not the subject of today's discussion. But he went out of his way to cultivate support amongst the ones most affected. Third, stimulate debate and creativity. Look for challenges to the official opinion. We do the exact opposite. Your boss ne kaha hai, kar do. You look at the lifting of his eyebrow and determine what he wants. There are many things happening around, including things that are happening in companies. And I'm probably guilty of it as much as anybody else. I'm not sure I was the most democratic, listening, empathetic leader during my career. But sometimes you learn a bit later when it's too late. But I'm trying to share it with you. When Nehru made his first cabinet, you may decry Nehru today. He brought opposition people into his cabinet. He got Shanmugam Chetty as the finance minister. He got Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, who was clearly the Jansanghi or RSS or whatever it was called at that time. And he was a member of his cabinet. It was an impossible thing to manage, but he said, I better hear them inside rather than outside. So there are examples when Abraham Lincoln became president of the United States and they were facing a civil war. You know whom he got into his cabinet? The three people who were vying for the job of president and who didn't get through the process. They are your arch-most rivals. Today, when somebody becomes a CEO and he's beaten somebody else to the draw, instead of asking him to stay in, we sideline him and then we lose the advantage of having an ally. Fourth is establish priorities and demand discipline in the ranks. Nothing is worse than trying to manage in turbulent times with indiscipline in the ranks. When Lyndon Johnson became president of the United States, this half-finished civil rights bill was there. It was very tempting to say, well, Kennedy has passed it through, we must get it through the houses and pass it in a record time, like the farmer's bill. Pass it quickly. He didn't do that. He went and talked individually to the opposition leaders, personally. And he said, I plead with you, this is for the sake of America, not because of I'm a Democrat and you're a Republican. This is for the sake of America. And he took into account whatever they had to say, and he got it through with due debate in both houses of Congress. This requires patience. It requires empathy, and it requires discipline. And that brings me to my last point. Leaders should listen, they should show empathy, and they need not hide vulnerabilities. We think a leader should have deep blue eyes, a square jaw, and he should bark out an order and an instant decision. Please forget that. You'll read case studies in your B school or see it happening in front of you if you're working in a company, but that's really not the way it happens. I remember, if I may take just one example from Tata's, when I joined Tata's in 1998, Ratan Tata was really very interested in the views of other directors. And we were debating whether to take TCS public or not. There were multiple options and multiple ramifications. And I remember Ratan Tata is a very humble person. In those days, you could deal with him very well, perhaps even now. But he would say, what do we do if you do something else? How would people react if we did that? He would listen to everybody's opinion. And he would not come to a decision, the decision would evolve. And that's how back in 2003, if my memory serves me right, or 2004, TCS was taken public in what was then the largest IPO in India. And even when it did the largest IPO, the merchant bankers were pushing. You can get a higher price because merchant bankers get their fees based on the price at which the IPO happened. And one day, when everybody is very excited that if you push a bit harder, we can get 1,000 rupees a share, Ratan Tata said, what are we going to do with it? You won't believe it. At lunch table, aren't we supposed to leave some money on the table for the other guy who's investing? If we get 950, will we become poor? But if you push it to 1,000, he may become poor. And of course, that's not the only reason. The idea that you should leave money on the table because everybody must prosper out of it was implemented. And of course, that 1,000 rupee share is worth, I don't know how much today. I haven't calculated it. So this point about empathy appearing vulnerable, you're not actually vulnerable, you're appearing vulnerable, and inviting opinions is a very important leadership trait. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut short and stop now and ask Sarika, is that right? To see if there are any questions. And I hope I have tried to share with you the energy you required to handle turbulent times will determine your response. And it's a response that matters and not the turbulent time itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I really like the insights that you gave on the industries which have evolved over the times. My personal takeaways would be what you mentioned, the ability to not only be growing, but to grow fast and be adaptable, to learn and learn. And the third, very important, is emotional quotient versus adaptability quotient. I'm sure a lot of people would be having questions in their mind. I quickly asked Tanya to go ahead with her question.
Just one point, Shirish, was it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is not an emotional quotient versus adaptability quotient, but IQ and EQ and AQ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Who's next?
Tanya.
Yeah. So thank you, sir, for your insights. So I just want to ask something which is different since you are an author yourself. I would like to know, like during the inception of a book, like what is the brainstorming that goes?
I don't know. I wish I could answer it because I have not thought about it. I can only tell you what happened to me.
Yes, sir. Please share.
Okay, but don't take it as a formula.
Yes, sir.
When I was chairman in Arabia, Unilever Arabia, I had a particular experience, which I'm not describing in the interest of time. It's in the book called The Case of the Bonsai Manager. And I found a tension of opposite conclusions, one from rationality and one from intuition. The rational part gave me all the data that this is the truth. My intuition, when I walked around the bazaar and talked to customers, gave me an opposite. And I said, how do I decide? And that set me thinking. Of course, I took the decision that I had to take and consulted whoever I had to and dealt with it. But it led me to ask the question, how do you balance? Is rational? Everybody thinks that you should be left-brained and highly rational. And I came to the conclusion that leaders fail because they try to be too rational. And what is intuition? And how can leaders blend intuition with rationality? You don't have to be irrational, but you don't have to be 100% rational. And I stumbled onto a great truth. And that inspired me to actually make a presentation to over 10,000-15,000 people. I've done this, including an XLRI in Jamshedpur long ago, and led to the book. Here's the great truth. Human beings pride themselves on being the only rational species, right? We would hate to be compared to dogs, cats, and cheetahs for rationality. And yet, if you look at life's most important decisions, we take them irrationally.
Yes.
Whom to marry,
yeah.
Whom to stay married to. If you applied rationality to these, you wouldn't be married.
Yeah, that's true.
So, whom to select as a CEO? Up to a point, you can be rational. Then you say, "Yaar, ye banda theek lagta hai."
Yeah,
There's a certain amount of intuition that comes. So that's the background. Once I wrote my first book, I somehow, rightly or wrongly, felt I have so many other experiences which I have inquired into. So हर experience के हिसाब से एक किताब लिख लिया, 17 हो गए अभी. जब तक दम है, जब तक लिखता रहूंगा.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Everything cannot be put into a formula. That's true. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tanya. Diksha, you can go next.
Thanks, Shirish. Hi, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Thanks a lot for the session that you conducted today. Sir, you talked about how a leader should possess empathy, which is a very important virtue. We also talked about how a leader should focus on employee engagement. We also talked about how a leader should be accessible and build a culture within the team. So my question is, the topic that we discussed today is managing in turbulent times. Our generation, the recent turbulence that we saw was the COVID-19 crisis. And in that, a lot of leaders had to take a very important and difficult decision to let go of some of the employees. I'm sure here, sir, my question is that you have to put the responsibility towards the organization, ensuring that your organization survives, about the empathy that you have towards the team that you have been accessible to, that you have built relation with. So as our generation, if we are we ever face such a situation in the future, sir, what would be your advice to us?
That's a brilliant question, Diksha. My short answer is take your decision ruthlessly, but execute it with compassion. Now, if that sounds mysterious, invite Professor Jitu Singh to come and talk to you how Tata Steel reduced their workforce from 100,000 to 40,000. When I think he was head of HR and I was also in Tata's in 2002 or 2003, when Dr. Irani was the managing director. That is, you people were not there in Jamshedpur at that time. 100,000 to 40,000. They took the decision ruthlessly, but they implemented it with great empathy. And people like Jitu and Dr. Irani, who's also based in Jamshedpur, by the way, you can invite both of them to come together and have a little chat. And that will tell you, this is mind-boggling. And yet no newspaper has reported it. Occasionally some magazine will say this is what Tata Steel did. But it is possible to decide ruthlessly and execute with empathy. And you have one right in your backyard. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Diksha. Abhinav, do you want to go next?
Yes, sure. Hello, sir. Thank you for the session. So my question to you, sir, is as you have been a part of a Tata for a very long time, so would you suggest or say that there is any recipe for companies to, adapt and keep reinventing its success in a long term as such?
I don't know if there's a recipe, because we are all looking for, for those of you who like cooking, making. But people look for didir. Didir means instant rasam, which you just add hot water and you get good rasam. You don't get recipes like that. But let me suggest, so that I don't leave you guessing, adopt an excellence model. An excellence model is like an annual exam. How do you go from 3rd standard to 4th standard to 5th standard? The school conducts, howsoever imperfect it is, some test. And if you get more than 35 marks or 40 marks in some subjects, you get promoted to the next class. An excellence model, Tata Steel in your backyard again, does it's called the TBEM, Tata Business Excellence Model. Professor Jitu Singh can get you the current fellow who can come and talk about it. Every year or every 2 years, you do a test. And that shows you that it's like your annual medical test. Your heartbeat is not all right, your cholesterol level is not okay, something in your urine sample was worrying, and you correct it. So that's what you do. So that, why don't you treat your company like you treat your body? Don't you have an annual medical test? If you don't, then you have a problem anyway. But if you do an annual medical test, do an annual medical test for your company. I call it an excellence model. And there are companies doing it all around you. You guys are damn lucky you're sitting in Jamshedpur. For almost any question that you have, an answer is within 3 kilometers. And they have answers to some of the things you don't have questions for also. So use it. Swagato, is it next?
Thank you, Abhinav.
Good morning, sir. Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I'd like to build on your point you just raised. So I was a TBM manager myself in Voltas.
Oh, very good. So you have somebody sitting in your own batch. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Something that came to my mind since I was facing the same issue during the COVID period is maintaining excellence during turbulent times and adding value to an organization. So as a manager, that was really challenging. What would be your thoughts as to how you see somebody executing it?
Because it's a very good question. Excellence is not a straight line. It's not a tape that you have to breast like a race, Thoda upar niche hota rahega. So just like if you go for your annual medical exam, and they may tell you that you have to lose 5 kilos or 10 kilos, depending on your situation. It takes you time, right? You don't try to lose 10 kilos in 1 month. If you do, you'll get other problems. But over a period of time, through discipline, you try to restore your health back by losing weight or getting your cholesterol down or whatever. It's exactly the same. During very stressful times, like you mentioned, COVID-19, you want to maintain your excellence, but the organizational excellence wavers because it's made of human beings like you and me. Not everybody thinks the same way. So it is there's a very fine book I would recommend you to read. I'm sure it's in your library, but it's not so expensive that you can't buy it. It's called Grit, Grit, by a lady called Angela Duckworth. It's a very fine book. That the people who win in your career are people who have persistence, not the most intelligent people. But what are we taught in our curriculum? Those who get the highest marks get the gold medal and they will be the most successful. So you survive periods like COVID-19 for excellence by maintaining grit. Okay?
Right, sir.
If I sound a bit mysterious, it's intentional.
But sir, maintaining business as usual via persistence or any other means, would that always work out for a company?
No, I'm assuming that you're not heading for a stent or an artery or a heart attack. Depends on what your medical test told you. If you have to just adjust a little bit of weight, maintaining business as usual with a different discipline works. If the doctor says you're about to collapse and your heart is going to give up, then please don't maintain business as usual. Get admitted to the surgery.
Right, sir. Understood.
You get a lot of ideas if you compare the corporate body with the human body. I'm only illustrating how to think about it. Lots of ideas you'll get. You look at your human body, it is made for cooperation. You got 2 eyes, they have to coordinate, no? You got 2 rows of teeth. They can't go in their own direction. You got 2 ears, they have to listen in a particular way. The human body is a marvelous example of coordination. And an organization must also be like that. This is the production department. This is the purchase department. This is the marketing department, finance department. So you get a lot of ideas and it will cause you to think in a very different way. You may come to the same conclusion. Anything else?
Thank you, Swagato.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Udit?
Yeah, thanks, Suresh. A very good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, in coming times, artificial intelligence will be transforming and disrupting the business dynamics in the world. According to you, how and what key areas the leadership and conglomerates must handle this new turbulence at the workplace for the good of the employees, considering the regulatory and ethical issues?
Udit, my answer is exactly what I have been trying to tell you for the last 45 minutes. Don't give up natural intelligence because you're worried about artificial intelligence. Think of people. Yes, artificial intelligence is a technological breakthrough, like internet was, like the steam engine was 200 years ago, 100 years ago. Those changes you will adapt. In the case of artificial intelligence, common people don't fully understand its capabilities. But we do know one thing, it is highly capable. And there are people who know how to apply it to our business. Your job as a leader, who's not an artificial intelligence expert, is to ask the right questions. For example, if I go back to take a live example of my own company, my former company, Hindustan Lever, we were talk to Lalaji in the Kirana shop and take orders for 10 peti Lifebuoy, 5 peti dalda, right? And then we would fill up a form with carbon paper, send it to various places, and at an indeterminate time, after 2-3 weeks, one truck will arrive, they will deliver it, and that's how business used to be done. Today, Hindustan Lever doesn't require people going around with carbon paper and paper. The equivalent of Amazon has been implemented. There are, I don't know how many there are now, probably about 15,000 distributors of various kinds. They go on the computer and they place their order for what they want, not what the salesman has pushed to them. And it arrives within 24 hours or 48 hours. And the artificial intelligence and the system network, supply chain network, decides where what will be produced from. But that's an example of a very, if you can get Amazon packages landing with you in 24 hours or 48 hours, why should a cake of soap or a dozen cakes of soap take 3 weeks to arrive from wherever your factory may be to a shop in Colaba? Doesn't have to. So Hindustan Lever today is one of the most AI-driven supply chains. And I'm taking Hindustan Lever because I have been exposed to their model, but I'm sure there are other companies doing it. I'm sure. So remember, you have to ask the right question. I started my career in Hindustan Lever in what was then called the IT department or the EDP department. That's a long time ago when life was very different. And my bosses would say to me in those days, I didn't have a solution for it. They said, how can I avoid looking at all these papers and know where the sales are going wrong? And is there any suggestion as to how I can fix it? In those days, computers were not that widespread or prevalent. But today you can answer that question. Your AI guy can actually answer it. Your IT guy can answer it. So the task of a line manager is to be intelligent enough to know that any answer is possible, provided you ask the right question. Right, Udit?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Udit.
Good. You
So
run out of questions, so I think we are doing well, and you should keep your timing. You're supposed to close now, so thank you very much, all of you, for having me over. I hope it was in a small way, at least stimulating to think about. If all the answers are not clear, my purpose has been served.
So before concluding, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan to have given us his valuable time and to have agreed to enlighten us all this morning. We look forward to many more such interactions with you, sir. I also thank Dr. Jiten Singh and Professor H.K. Pradhan to have graced the event. Thank you, audience, for showing your keen interest and participation. We will start the next session at 10:30 sharp.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I've made it to HUL, and I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career. So clearly, the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year, and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living. And I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to another interesting session of the International CEO Conclave. I am Pratik Mohanty, along with Sharmishta Parija, and will be the host for this session. Today, we will have with us Mr. Rajiv Bandaranaike. Let me give a quick introduction to Mr. Bandaranaike. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Colombo Stock Exchange. He has served in a senior management capacity at the stock exchange in trading, clearing and settlement, branch development, marketing, human resources, and has led several marketing development initiatives and counts over 25 years at the stock exchange. He has also served as the Chief Executive Officer of 2 listed companies and counts 30 years experience in financial services. Mr. Bandaranaike holds a degree in law from the Open University of Sri Lanka, a master's in business administration from the University of Southern Queensland, Australia, a postgraduate diploma in marketing from the Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK, and the stockbroker certification from the Securities Institute of Australia. Today, he will be sharing his insights on stock exchanges and economic development and overview of the modern day stock exchange. We welcome you, sir. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind invitation that has been extended to me today. And if I can share my screen. All right, I hope you can see this presentation.
Yes, it's visible.
Fine. So, all right. So what I will do over the next 1 hour is to give you a quick overview of how stock exchanges have been contributing to the economic development and in a Sri Lankan context, and also talk a little bit about the Sri Lankan stock market and the status of the market, give you a bit of flavor of some of the, in comparison, some of the global markets, and also talk about a few of the challenges that we have, what are the opportunities that we have, and also focus on the pandemic and what issues we faced and some of the challenges and how we overcame some of it, which may be of use to you. Then hopefully we'll leave a little bit of time or more time for some discussion, at least 20 to 25 minutes of discussion time and questions, and I'll be very happy to take any question that you may have. So let me start with just a quick comment on the prevailing global environment to set the context and the tone for today's discussion. So we are in a situation, as you probably rightly aware, that the global economy has suffered over the last 2 years, contracted in fact, but it's expected to post about a 6% growth in this year, end of this year, according to the IMF figures. So we have seen the global economy also, I think, losing a fair amount of money over this period, primarily, and it's attributed to the COVID-19 pandemic, both in terms of the loss of revenue. It has affected logistics, supply chains, tourism, travel, and also economic activity between countries. Sri Lanka has been no exception, and we have gone through probably one of our worst periods because we are, as you know, heavily dependent on tourism, and it came to almost zero. So the economic really contracted last year by about 3.6%, but we are recovering this year. We are expected to grow a little, something in the region between 3.5% to 3.7% in 2021, according to ADB. So the recovery is expected to happen. So that's where we are in context. Drilling a little deeper into the Sri Lankan environment. I don't know how many of y'all are really exposed and you know about Sri Lanka. We're very close to India. I think we share a lot of similarities in terms of even geographical layout, to on the social side of it, on the cultural side of it, on the economic side of it. And there is a lot of, as you know, cooperation, I think over hundreds of years, if you go back, and I don't have to stress on it. So very similar to what you would get in India, but on a much smaller scale, So we have a population of 22 million. I think the population in Mumbai probably must be close to that. So just to give you an idea of the kind of size that we are talking about. So the challenges, the issues that Sri Lanka would face will be very different, primarily because of it's a size issue as opposed to a country like India. So we need to be far more probably efficient at everything that we do, simply because we have a much smaller population, and therefore we don't have the economies of scale like what you'd have in a larger country. So particularly in comparison to India. And we have been actually positioning ourselves as more as a service hub to India. And just to also share with you, before the pandemic, India was almost one of the highest countries of tourists visiting Sri Lanka. So the equation has changed from a Western dominated tourism industry to a more Asian dominated industry, for example. So that's the kind of close kind of connections that we have with India. So very similar, but in terms of size. So the economic growth challenge primarily has come from the pandemic, which has affected both exports and tourism industries. And as you know, there was a slowdown on restrictions on movement. We have now opened up our borders, and we are expected to get the first 100,000 tourists as we speak. There were a lot of progressive policies that were implemented by the new government in place post 2019, but we were hit with this pandemic soon after, and much of it, if you look at it, we were unable to reap the benefits of any of those simply because of the pandemic. And I think Sri Lanka was struggling to cope. We had about 3 waves of the pandemic, and the resultant impact, not only socially, but also to businesses. So the overall economic vibrancy, as I said, is much needed for some of our core sectors to return to some level of normalcy. And it also depends on a global environment. So we may have some kind of lag to recovery, because the global recovery has to first happen for us to recover. So that's just to give you a flavor of how the Sri Lankan economy stands as at now. So let us focus a little on how why capital markets are important and how they contribute to the overall economy. For the private sector and for the government, it's a very potent source to raise funds or capital for their businesses. So our stock market or the capital market has been positioned to channel investment, or the savings of the country, of the people, to productive areas of investment. So one hand, it provides an avenue for investment for companies, where it can go to the public and raise the required funds to improve their businesses, expand their businesses. And for investors, it has become a place where they can invest their hard-earned savings. So both the private and government sector, both for debt and equity capital, this has become a very important source. And this is also a method where any country, not only Sri Lanka, can attract foreign investment, portfolio investment. And currently, if you look at the Sri Lankan market, about 25% of all the shares are held by foreigners. So very significant impact that foreigners have in terms of investment. So through this creation of capital, it promotes economic growth, employment, it creates wealth for shareholders and adds to the GDP of the country. It also provides a basis for companies, institutions, both state sector and the private sector, to raise capital at a lower cost. Then it also provides a diversification opportunity. So as an investor, you can invest in a bank deposit, you can invest in a mutual fund or unit trust, as it's called here. You also can invest directly in the stock market for higher returns. So it provides investors to diversify their portfolio from debt to equity as well. And very importantly, it promotes sound corporate governance practices. So we have a corporate sector then which will adhere to minimum norms and minimum rules regarding good governance. And that is very important, because you're dealing with public money. And if you're raising public money, you need to be accountable, you need to be transparent. And for that reason, you have to embody sound governance practices. So we have corporate governance rules embodied in the stock exchange rules as well. And interestingly, if you ask some of these companies why they're listed, some of them say, quite apart from raising capital, one of the one of the reasons they listed was because they can improve the governance in their companies. You can have independent directors on your boards. You are forced to have audit committees, remuneration committees. You're supposed to have related party transaction review committees and report those. You need to have a very efficient corporate disclosure policy so that any material factor concerning the company has to be publicly disclosed. So it brings in much level better of governance into the company, and company owners like it because they can attract better staff, they can attract credit on better terms, they are on a better standing with bankers, with their suppliers, with their customers. So you overall lift the profile of the company. So a lot of companies like to be adhering to minimum corporate governance practice, and that's also a key reason why some of these companies do finally list. So if you look at stock markets in general, stock exchanges are known as capital market infrastructure providers, or CMIP. So essentially market operators. And if you take India, you have two large equity and debt exchanges, the National Stock Exchange India and BSE, the Bombay Stock Exchange. And Sri Lanka, we have just one, and that is called the Colombo Stock Exchange. So globally, there are about 250 such institutions, capital market infrastructure providers, or market operators. I think India, there are multiple operators. You have the depositories also operating, you have derivatives exchanges, commodities exchanges, etc. In the Sri Lankan context, we have three. We have the Colombo Stock Exchange, we have the central depository system, which is the depository for the stock exchange, and then we have also the government securities depository, which is also a depository for government debt. So that's where we are in terms of positioning globally. If you look at listed companies globally, there are 47,919 as at the last figure that we got globally. Sri Lanka has 285. I believe if you take India, you have well over 5,000 listed companies. So it's a very kind of large market you have in India, but comparatively now you can see the size comparison as well. So equity globally, there's over 100 trillion in terms of market capitalization. In Sri Lanka, our market capitalization is a little higher than this now. It's about 24 billion US dollars. So that's where Sri Lanka is in the global context. So let me give you a bit of figures on how Sri Lanka, from economic indicator, just to give you again some context to what I'm saying. This is the Sri Lankan rupee, we denominated as LKR against the USD. So we have seen, you can see from 2010, how the rupee has steadily depreciated against the USD. And today, I think it's probably at about 203 Sri Lankan rupees against the US dollar. So a fair amount of depreciation has been taking place simply because our balance of payments, etc., there are certain issues. If you look at interest rates, we have seen an encouraging trend in interest rates from about 2019. As you can see, there is a drop in interest rates. This is to stimulate economic activity, and I think it has worked, and I'll tell you why in a moment. So we are now down to single digit interest rates, and that has fueled or prompted more investment. And we have also seen the stock markets rebounding as a result of these rates dropping. Generally, in an environment where there are high interest rates, investors will prefer to go into fixed income securities or bank deposits because they get a stable return and double-digit return. Say at one time, Sri Lankan interest rates were hovering around 16-17%, so it is very attractive to go there. But today, it's about 6 or 7%. So the returns are not adequate for investors. So you will find them shifting their portfolios from debt to equity, and equity markets are now booming as a result of low domestic interest rates. And I'll share some numbers with you, then you'll better understand. So markets, what are we talking about when you talk about a stock market? There's a bit of a interesting fact that you will know, but good to have it at the back of your mind, that the stock market indeed a kind of funny place, because you at every transaction you have two people taking exactly the opposite view, because there's a buyer and seller for any transaction to happen. If you really think about it, they are taking opposite views, and there has to be then people with very opposite views to make a secondary market work. So every time you buy a share, you are expecting the price of that share to increase. And that's why you're buying, because you want to make a profit. Every time a seller sells the share, that seller is, I think, thinking that this share is not going to be any worth for me in the future, because either it's going to drop in price or it's not going to increase. So I'm going to sell my share and make my profit. So every transaction has an opposite view, and that's what makes a market. So when you talk about a market, you have a collection of people with very different views, but that's what makes a market work and all the transactions that we talk about. So just to again put Sri Lanka into context, generally investors, portfolio investors globally have categorized markets as developed markets, emerging markets, frontier markets, and standalone markets. Now, Sri Lanka is classified as a frontier market, and we are clubbed together with Bangladesh and Vietnam, as you can see. So Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Vietnam. So our closest competitors for funds are Bangladesh and Vietnam. So when globally fund managers allocate funds, they will look at these three markets and compare these markets together. India is a notch above. As you can see, India is in the emerging markets category in Asia. So next to China, I think they are the largest markets in Asia, if not even larger than some of the Chinese markets. So this is where Sri Lanka stands. In terms of the representation, business representation, the stock market is fairly well represented in the sense that much of the economic activity in the country is represented in the stock market, because companies in these sectors have got themselves listed. So whether it's transportation, whether it's food and beverages, banks, finance, insurance, telcos, insurance, consumer services, retailing, etc. So many of the major sectors of the economy are represented in the stock market. But each market, when you take it, they have different levels of representation, and generally we measure it as a percentage of GDP. We take the entire market cap of the market and compare it against the GDP of the country to see how important the market is or what role it plays in relation to the GDP of the country. And I'll get to those figures in a moment. So just to give you an idea of what sectors were there. Now, to measure the movement of prices in a stock market, we use an index. And in Sri Lanka, we use the all share price index, which measures the movement of all the securities over a period. And if you look at this chart from 1990, you can see a trajectory. So as you know, Sri Lanka had a civil war, a protracted civil war, which ended in 2009, a 30-year war. So we can see the all share price index hovering between 1,000 index points to about 2,000, 2,500 during this period. And post-war, we have completely moved to a new trajectory, and we have moved to a different level. Now the index is actually hovering above 7,000 points. It has been post-war, it has been hovering between 7,000 to about 9,000 points in the index. Today it's at 11,200. So you can see that post-war there has been a boom, and one significant factor that was holding back capital markets for 30 years has been this protracted civil war. And post-war, we have seen a huge improvement in market volumes and market indices. If you look at the profile of our markets, for example, today in 2021, foreigners account for 8%, and 82% is actually contributed by local investors, both local individuals and local companies. That is because the level of foreign investment has dropped due to this pandemic issue. There have been some foreign selling off. But from 1990 up till about 2019, foreign investors accounted for something between 35 and 45% of all turnover or volumes. But this has now dropped to below 10% currently. So this does not mean this will be there forever, but it changes. But this is the current status of the market, just to give you an idea. So if you look at the comparison again with regional peer markets, if you look at valuations, if you look at the all share price index in comparison to some of the other markets, we can see if you look at the valuations in terms of PEs, the price earnings ratio, we are still relatively cheap to most markets regionally. India is at 31 times, Thailand is at 29 times, Indonesia at 27. So we are trading at a discount, which still makes the Sri Lankan market quite attractive for any foreign investor to get in. So in summary, we have had nearly 3 times increases in daily average turnover, dominated by local investors. We are among the top performing markets in the regions. Valuations are attractive. In terms of market capitalization, we have achieved like a record high. And of course, as I said, the local local investor contribution is fairly high currently. So let me talk to you a little bit about what are the challenges for the capital market in terms of the current challenges that we are facing. One is, of course, containing the pandemic and its impact it has had to society and the businesses in general, and what are the measures that we need to take to overcome those. How do we attract foreign investment, both foreign direct investments as well as portfolio investments? How do we manage the exchange rate? I gave you a flavor of how the rupee has depreciated. So how does how to manage the exchange rate has been some of the key challenges that Sri Lanka is currently facing, and some of the initiatives that the government is taking is really in this direction. As you know, in terms of containing the pandemic, we have vaccinated, I think, over 70% of the population. And I think it's only increasing now. They're hoping to complete almost 90% by the first quarter of next year with both 2 doses of the vaccine. So that's a fairly high level of vaccination rate. And that has brought down the levels of infection or people getting bad with the infection. It has brought down the number of deaths. We were having at one time 500 deaths a day. Now it has come down to less than 20 deaths a day. And the number of infections also below 1,000. We had very high levels of infection earlier, over 5,000 a day. That has been reduced to about 600 or 700 a day. And none of them are getting really bad because they have got the vaccination. So that has allowed us on one hand to open our borders to take foreigners in back again, to revive the economy. It has allowed free travel again. Of course, there are restrictions. You need to wear a mask, etc. But restaurants are open, economic centers are opening, wholesale centers are opening, logistics are moving. So the economy has got back. And if you go look at the streets of Colombo, it's buzzing all over again. And that's what you require for a recovery. So that's the first thing they have done. The strategy has been the vaccination drive and social distancing, and of course certain health measures like wearing masks, making masks mandatory at all public places to allow the economy to get on its feet. Secondly is about foreign investments. As you know, exchange rate is related to that. We have a balance of payments crisis, and as a result, we have managed a high level of debt, and the government strategy now is to reduce the debt burden and go for more foreign investments on projects that are being offered on a BOO, build, own and operate, or BOT, build, own and transfer basis. So there are a number of infrastructure projects that they have identified. There are some 30 odd property projects that have been offered to both local and foreign investors to invest in roads, toll roads, bridges, harbors and ports, as well as mixed developments like condominiums and other office properties that are to be developed. And so the idea is to convert some of this debt into equity and to attract more investments and reduce taking debt in the future, so that we can manage the exchange rate on one hand, promote the GDP and promote growth as well. So that's kind of the strategy that the government has been taking. If you look at the opportunities, there are abundance of opportunities. There is a lot of potential in Sri Lanka to increase the size and liquidity. If you go a little beyond the capital markets, in Sri Lanka, we are quite rich in resources. It's a small population, so it's easy to manage. And as a result, we can do things much faster than a larger country. The land area is small, it's also, again, much easier to put infrastructure right. And I think we are going on a massive infrastructure development, building a lot of highways to connect the north and the south and the west and the east and all the peripheral roads, and those projects are on. So there is a lot of potential, both to increase, even in terms of markets, to increase size and liquidity, because there is a need for capital, and that can result in markets being stimulated. We are looking at pension reforms. We have a large pension fund, which is contributory, which is contributory for the employees. And there is talk on trying to reform the pension scheme so that to make it more efficient, where the holder or the owner of the pension will also be given the right to select this area of investment, etc. So that's one opportunity. And those in turn, if those pension reforms are made, then it will allow those pension funds to also invest in other forms, like, for example, equity of companies. Right now, they are restricted mostly to government treasury bills, so that will allow them the freedom to diversify their investment and give a higher return to the unit holders. We have a low interest rate regime, which is very favorable for business and investment, and we are hoping that the government will continue that. The indications are that it will. In terms of markets, low valuations, which is good to attract foreign investors. If you look at the corporate sector, we have had very strong corporate earnings growth. In fact, the last 2 quarters have been the highest on record. So despite the pandemic, despite the challenges, I think our corporate sector has coped up, proactively reacted with certain digitalization strategies, for example, to overcome some of the challenges that have been brought about through the pandemic and maintain their growth momentum and their earnings. So strong corporate earnings has resulted in better markets, higher share prices, and better returns, and creating wealth for investors as well. There we have a greater diversification opportunities in Sri Lanka, and certain market infrastructure initiatives that our market is doing, leading to new products. Then again, the stock market itself opened up a separate board for SMEs. Now, for example, if you look at BSC, they have an incubator system to promote startups, and they have a very excellent system at BSC. In fact, I have visited the Bombay Stock Exchange facility for incubators. So similarly, Sri Lanka has started a separate board for SME companies to encourage SMEs also to raise market-based financing. And we have already had the first 2 companies listing on that board, because SMEs also, as a result of the pandemic, have got fairly affected. And the last point is about market accessibility and convenience through digitalization. And I'll just focus on digitalization in a moment to show how well it has impacted. Just to share with you some numbers, throw some numbers at you. In terms of liquidity, this is market liquidity, the equity market. We measure market liquidity by a measurement called turnover velocity to see how active the markets are and how frequently shares are trading. So you can see that the figure of 15% in 2020 has almost doubled to 28%. So we have seen a steep rise in the liquidity in the market, which is a good sign, which means more people are in the market, more people are trading as well. This again is a comparison with other markets of the market cap to GDP ratio, which I referred to earlier. So as I said, markets differ in their import economy. And if you look at Sri Lanka, the market capitalization as against the GDP of the country is only 20%. So we have a long way to go. But then again, that also provides an opportunity to grow. That means there is potential to grow. If you look at India, it's almost 100%. So they have actually matured as a market. They have grown and matured for the market to have a significant impact in the economy. But in terms of potential, I'm talking from that perspective, Sri Lanka has potential to grow. So there's room for investors to come, invest and grow with the market and grow their wealth. So there is a lot of potential in countries like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka because we are still at a very low level. So the potential is there really to grow. In terms of valuations, yeah, as I shared earlier, our P's are at about 10 times. In comparison, it's very low with the market. So again, there is potential to grow. These are just the number of CDS accounts that are open. So let's skip that in the interest of time. But generally, this is another interesting analysis that we have done. These are actually the age analysis of clients who have opened CDS accounts. And that is a
sorry, sir. I guess
yes. Sorry.
Mute.
Now it's now it's okay, right?
Yeah, it's fine, sir.
Yeah. So what we have seen in the recent past, over the last 2 years, is a shift from an older generation of investors to a younger generation of investors. That's very interesting because traditionally our markets have had a 50+ age people generally investing. A bulk of them have been that. But we see a marked shift in the last 2 years that over 80% of investors are below 40 years of age. I think one of the main reasons is that we enable a digitalized access to the market. So now using your mobile phone, you can onboard yourself, open an account, open bank accounts, conduct all your trading activity, make settlements online and have everything seamless. So you can sit in your home or your office and do all your trading activity. I think that has brought about a new band of investors into the market, a younger set, more tech savvy. And as a result, those investors are far better informed because they are more educated, unlike their fathers and grandfathers who used to, and mothers and grandmothers earlier. They are far more savvy in terms of information because they know how to collect information. They are better at analyzing information. They are all with college degrees, etc. So you can see a kind of a new segment of investors who are coming to markets, and that has fueled the turnover and the volumes, which has resulted in about 3 or 4 times the volume as opposed to 2 years ago. So that's something interesting that we have seen. As you saw, hard times don't create heroes. It's during the hard times that the hero within us is revealed. Just to share with you, when the pandemic first hit us, our markets are not fully digitalized. As a result, our market was closed for nearly 1.5 months, which is totally unacceptable by any standards. But the government imposed a very strict curfew where you couldn't even get onto the road. And as a result, stockbrokers could not go to the offices, investors could not go to the offices, etc. So within that short period of time, what the stock exchange did, together with the Securities and Exchange Commission, who set up a separate team and a joint committee, we completely digitalized the entire industry. And we did that in record time so that when it opened again, we were ready to operate completely remotely. So when the next lockdown happened soon after, the entire industry operated completely remotely. So as a stock exchange, of course, we had the technology, we opened, closed and operated the market remotely. But even if you look at stockbrokers, investors, all of them, the entire ecosystem operated remotely. So I think everybody got together and helped to digitalize all the stakeholder touch points, and that enabled a seamless end-to-end connectivity with very advanced user experience, which allowed not only investors who are currently in the market to invest, but it brought in, as I said, a new segment of investors also into the market, and that's continuing, and we are seeing volumes building up on the back of a lot of new people joining the market. So this just to give you a detail, let's not go through all that, just to give you a flavor of what are the different things that we did. We did some groundbreaking stuff actually in terms of connecting and doing, you would have heard of know your client verification. That's a requirement for any bank account or for any CDS account with any stock market. So we have online connectivity to the identity card office in Sri Lanka where the brokers will do online verification. So all that connectivity, seamless connectivity has been enabled, and it has brought about some good collaboration and given market access to a lot of people. So very quickly, if I go to some of the focus areas of our market in terms of future, the 6 focus areas, one is about strengthening the market infrastructure. In fact, it's good to mention that we have a lot of collaboration with the Indian stock exchanges. We have got consultancy assistance from both NSE and BSE. We were using NSE built surveillance system till very recently. So we have a lot of connection with these 2 exchanges, and we collaborate in terms of market infrastructure and regulations. We want to increase new listings. We have had a very good primary market for new listings this year. A record, I think after 10 years, we have had the highest this year. We are broad-based in the market, more investors coming in more from all parts of the country. So we want to grow our size and liquidity. And of course, to build investor confidence, we have brought in a lot of regulatory changes as well. And the pillar on which it stands is the organizational development. So the stock exchange as an organization is also being completely revamped, restructured, and converted from what we call a company limited by guarantee to a company limited by shares, to give it better financial freedom and to separate management from ownership. So to reflect better the broader stakeholder group as well. So those are some of the focus areas. So with that, I think I will stop to take some questions. Just a quick quote from this very famous individual whom I'm sure all of you all are well versed with. He's a person who says it's always look at the price of a company and see the potential when you buy shares. So he's talking about looking at the fundamentals of a company when buying shares as against going and competing on price. It's a very valid statement because he's a proponent of long-term investment. And the message that I also want to leave you with is that stock markets, yes, give you short-term returns. There are speculators, people who hedge risk and make very short, quick gains. But essentially, capital markets are for the long term. It's about wealth creation. You're creating wealth for shareholders and companies. So essentially, it's pitched as a long-term investment. So with that, I will stop and over to you, Pratik. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Now we open the floor for questions. Guys who are interested to ask questions, please raise your hand. Vikram, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Sharmishna. Good morning, sir. Sir, I would like to know how the investment in the crypto space would be a challenge for the investment in the capital market, because that was one among the challenges that was actually not stressed upon. So you had mentioned a few other challenges. So I would like to know your opinion on it.
Yes. To begin with, crypto is not something that anybody can prevent. It's already come, it's already prevalent. Even in Sri Lanka, people have also already started investing in crypto. So what the government, it is a challenge. What the government has done is it has set up a committee to look at blockchain broadly. Crypto probably is one part of it. And we don't hope to regulate crypto. I don't think it's possible to do that either. But the idea is to set up a framework for blockchain technology for Sri Lanka and try to identify a framework from within which people will be guided to use crypto and including blockchain effectively. So we are at probably still at the initial stages of studying how other markets have reacted. We have taken a few examples of some of the other markets who have done, let's say, a broad policy, so that investors and people are protected, because there are a lot of scams also going on in the rush, and apart from the genuine cryptos that are being used. So in order to do that, we have set up a very high-level committee headed by a minister to develop a policy framework for blockchain technology. And that's where we are at the moment. And as you know, Sri Lanka has already, there is a project, a port city project, which we have initiated in Colombo, where it's an offshore center, like similar to the Gujarat in India. And that is just taking off. And they have come into a collaborative effort with a company in Singapore to set up a crypto exchange already. So already it's starting to happen. So I think my response would be that the government's response will be that it's going to set up a kind of legal framework within which to set a guideline as to how blockchain will be adopted, and under that, how cryptocurrencies. The other part of it is the central bank has initiated a project to look at digital currency as well. So they will probably come up with a central bank digital currency, and I think a lot of work has been done there. So we probably will see that also happening in the very near future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vikram. Vikas, you can go ahead with the next.
Hi, good morning all. How an FII can invest in the Sri Lankan market?
Sorry, I didn't hear you well enough, please.
How an FII can invest in the Sri Lankan market?
Yes. So there is a very well-established system for foreigners to come into the market. All you need to do is to open what we call a investment account, IIA account with any commercial bank. And there are several foreign commercial banks also operating in Sri Lanka. So you need to go and open that. It's like any bank account by giving your details. And all the investments that you bring into the country, you need to channel it through that account. And you can take back everything at any time, capital plus dividends plus any gains that you make without any additional approval. So you need not go to any regulator and get permission. You can bring in the money and take out everything that you brought in through that designated IIA account. So it's a fairly well-established system which operates through banks. And we have been operating it for the last 30 years. I think we may have similar provisions in India as well. And also to tell you, capital gains are not applicable. It's free of any taxes, no stamp duties. There's only a government levy which is taxed at source. So it's already deducted and your proceeds given. So it's a fairly easy way to get in and get out. So exit and entry and exit is provided for.
Thank you, Vikas, for the question. Hope the question has been answered. We can go ahead with next with Shikhar. Shikhar, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Rajiv sir, so my question is, how do you see the challenges coming up with the new onboarding of so many new retail investors in the market? Like, how do you cope up to mitigate the risk that these retailers would be facing?
Yeah, I think excellent question, and something that we are grappling with at the moment, because when you increase the number of investors, it brings issues, particularly to stockbrokers. How can they cope? Do they have enough qualified investment advisors, for example, to cope up with that demand? So I think digitalization has helped to a large extent, because much of it is now automated. So the back office work is now taken care of through systems, because all of that is now digitalized and quite seamless and with minimum interaction. But on the buy side, there are certain issues because investment advice, etc. So even there, we are providing a lot of research material, self-learn material now through websites and mobile apps, etc. So that a lot of self-learning also can be done. But the challenge is how do you, the human interaction, how do you expand the response by particularly stockbrokers on one hand. Infrastructure, we are improving. We are actually going in for a new broker back office and order management system, a common system, an upgraded system, which will be cloud hosted, etc., so that we can scale up very easily. So on the infrastructure side, we are doing the work. And what the piece that is being worked on currently is to increase the base of investment advisors so that they can cope up with particularly large amount of retail investors who are coming. Another strategy that we have adopted is to provide APIs to third-party platform providers. So they are coming up with pre-funded trades. So the broker doesn't have to follow up on debt and to follow up on payment. So you need to pre-fund your trade. And only if you have money in advance and you pre-fund it, you can trade up to that limit. So that way you really reduce the burden for brokers to provide credit, etc. So these are some of the strategies that we are adopting now.
Thank you, Shikhar, for the question. Gargi, you can go ahead next.
Good morning, all. My question is, which are the top 5 potential industries to invest in or to, start business with in Sri Lanka?
Well, right now, due to the pandemic, industries like logistics have been doing very well. And there is a lot of scope in terms of logistic companies which have been doing not only work in Sri Lanka, but overseas as well. And those have been booming. Quite apart from that, traditionally banks and finance companies have been doing well, particularly commercial banks have been doing well. The other area that is booming is real estate and also certain manufacturing companies engaged in, for example, manufacture of tiles, etc., has been one industry that they have got preferential taxation, etc. And we have seen that sector also being attractive. And on a long-term basis, tourism and leisure, provided we come out of the pandemic, there is a lot of potential for leisure tourism and the hotel industry to develop. Right now, it's not a good bet, but since they're down, it's a good time to invest because if you look at the future potential as well. So you have retailing, construction and logistics, you have banks, you have tourism and leisure as some other industries that we can see improving. And then on the other side of it, infrastructure projects will also have a good payback because there are a lot of condominium development, real estate development that is taking place, and real estate is scarce in Sri Lanka. And as a result, we have seen real estate prices being holding very steady. And that's another important area for investment.
Thank you, Gargi, for the question. Nikhil, you can go ahead.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, my question is related to Chinese influence on Asian stock markets. I mean, India, Sri Lanka. The thing is, for example, take Evergrande prices, sir. A company, because of performance of one company, has influenced the stock markets in other countries. So ideally that should not happen also, because there are other companies in China with maybe other kinds of problems that should not affect markets of other countries. So how to withstand those risks so that investors don't lose their precious money? I mean, investors in these countries.
Yes, well, it's a tough one, but fortunately, although Sri Lanka has a lot of Chinese direct government-to-government investment, they have not raised market-based funding. So there are no Chinese companies that are listed yet. And therefore, the influence on markets are absolutely minimal right now. So it's mostly government-to-government funding. Fortunately, unfortunately, we are in a happy position where we have not faced that situation. And much of our companies, a bulk of them are Sri Lankan owned, or a few multinationals who are Indian owned Like, for example, we have a lot of plantation companies that are Indian owned, plantation companies, multinationals like tobacco, hotels, etc. Again, either Indian or European owned. But we don't have that level of Chinese influence yet, if you are specifically referring to that. But overall, yes, a parent company might affect, or a holding company can affect a listed entity elsewhere. That risk is always there, even in a multinational. That's something that affects a parent company elsewhere can affect a company in another market. Fortunately, our exposure to that type of company is fairly low, but there are not Chinese, but there are Indian and some of British-owned entities, multinationals who are operating in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Nikhil, for the question. KB, you can go ahead next.
Hi, sir. Thanks for the presentation. So I just wanted to know one this thing. We saw currencies like Indian rupee and the Lankan rupee also depreciating quickly. Like if you see, like I was seeing your chart, and from 2010 to 2020, it has been really bad. So how can we actually kind of control the fall? Because I feel that too much of depreciation of currency is also a problem, because the importers are going to take a hit. For example, like a country like India, which has been like importing at least 80% of its oil requirements, and so it does take a toll on our economy also. So what can be done about that?
I think the quick answer to that is we need to improve our exports and earnings. We are struggling with balance of payments currently with a very high debt burden. I think compared to India, we are a little worse off because 100% of oil is imported. We are an import economy for a large extent. We import a lot of stuff. And as a result, our import bill is very high. So when there is a devaluation, it hits the cost of living in a significant manner to Sri Lanka. So I think the answer is, how do we get a proper export strategy into place so that we increase our export earnings? But with depreciation, exporters will like it because they are more competitive in the marketplace. So I think it's a fine balance that you do, because on one hand, because of the high imports, and Sri Lankans love motor vehicles, if you know. It's very strange. I don't know. They love cars, and all the fancy cars are there in Colombo if you go, even if you can't afford it. Even if you don't have a nice house, you will have a nice car. So they love cars and they import. So all that is imports, and that adds to the import bill. So we have certain cultural norms as well to cope up with. But end of the day, I think the challenge for the government is to really see how they can reduce, curtail imports, and then increase exports. The other significant factor is foreign remittances. We have a fairly large workforce out there, and foreign remittances contribute to a fairly large percentage of our dollar income as well. That becomes a significant portion, both professional and non-professional who are out of Sri Lanka, who are working and sending back money. The third area of development that the government is seriously following up is software, export of software. There are a lot of Sri Lankan engineers who are now coming out, establishing IT companies and doing software exports. And so that's an industry that is now being supported to augment the export income. So that's probably the strategy that we have to follow in order to reduce this burden.
Thank you, KP.
Thank you, sir.
So now that we have come to the end of the session, before concluding, on behalf of my batch, I extend a really hearty vote of thanks to you, sir, for sparing time from your busy schedule to grace the event. Today, we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely be going to encourage us in our future events. Thank you very much, sir.
You're most welcome. Thank you for having me on. Good luck.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. We will start the next session at 11:30 AM sharp. Thank you.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever.
Good morning, all. I'm Niharika Jain.
I'm Ankit Sharma. We begin another keynote conversation on foreign investors' perspectives on Indian startup investments.
It gives us immense pleasure to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Pankaj Gupta, founding partner and co-CEO of Gulf Islamic Investments, joining us from Dubai, UAE. For over 23 years, Mr. Gupta has played a crucial role in regional asset building investment growth and has played a pivotal part in GII growth story owing to his unique grasp of industry nuances, visionary instinct, and meticulous eye for detail. Early in his career, Mr. Gupta was instrumental in significantly enhancing investor portfolios at the National Bank of Abu Dhabi. In 2004, he launched Union National Financial Consultancy, followed by Allied Investment Partners in 2007, that served as an asset management advisor to the Abu Dhabi royal family and cater exclusively to a number of prominent institutions in the region. A firm believer in the power of innovation and education for the advancement of society, Mr. Gupta has been involved in numerous projects and startups, both advisory and board member capacities. We extend a warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Niharika. Good morning. Good morning, Ankit. Good morning, Niharika. And good morning, Shirish. And I see my good friend Gaurav Biswas too. Hey, good morning, Gaurav.
Hi, Pankaj. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Very good.
Thanks a lot, sir. Extreme delight to welcome our next panelist, Mr. Gaurav Biswas, founder and CEO at Trucker, joining us from UAE. Before founding Trucker, Gaurav spent 12 distinguished years with international consulting firms such as AECOM and Arrow. Gaurav rose rapidly to the peak of his career, becoming one of AECOM's youngest director at the age of 32. During his consulting career across UK, US, and the GCC, he has delivered high-profile mega projects like the Atlantis Hotel in Dubai and the Warner Bros. Theme Park in Abu Dhabi. Under his leadership, Trucker has grown to be the largest and most advanced digital freight network in MENA. With more than 30,000 trucks in its fleet, today Trucker helps over 500 enterprise clients bring their global trade across the region seamlessly every day. High commercial acumen, a fearless personality, high risk-taking abilities, and hard work shape his professional life. He also holds the post of president at two real estate developing firms. They are Fruit Capital and Crown Partners. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Pleasure to be here.
Now it is time to introduce the moderator for the session, Dr. Trilochan Tripathi, Professor, Finance Associate Dean of XLRI, Case Research and Simulation Development Center, and Chief Editor. He is also managing Management and Labor Studies for Sage Publications. Dr. Trilochan joined XLRI as a faculty of finance in February 2016 and has over 20 years of experience in management training, research, and consultation. His current research interests are in the broad areas of market integration, cross-listing, currency risk modeling, asset price modeling, liquidity risk modeling, and valuations. He has extensively published papers in the peer-reviewed national and international journals. He has also owned a number of international case competitions such as EMFT, OKIOS, and CEIBS. As a researcher and consultant, he has also served many national and international institutions like the World Bank, USAID, Natural Resource Institute UK, NOVEB, Netherlands, Plan International, World Vision, Government of Uttaranchal, etc. His current teaching assignment includes risk modeling, advanced financial analytics, financial markets, and institutions and international finance. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Niharika. Yes, good morning once again. Good morning, Gaurav, and good morning, Pankaj.
Good morning, Professor.
Very good morning, and one will come to this particular conclave.
Thank you,
Now,
sir.
let me start these proceedings. What I'm going to do is that I'm having few directed questions for Pankaj as well as for your Gaurav. And there are some common questions which anybody can, let's say, pitch in. Maybe there is no restrictions, and answer some of the questions, which is definitely going to give the directions to our participants here. Now, let me start. Innovate like a startup. Make decisions like VC. Good morning, everyone. We have a perfect blend of two wonderful and experienced panelists for this session of the conclave today, where one is a startup entrepreneur, Gaurav, the founder of Trucker, and other is a private equity and venture capital investor, Pankaj, founder, partner, and CEO of your Gulf Islamic Investments. It's a startup fund, and he's heading that up. Now, the panelists will throw light on 5 broad themes, which I have displayed here in the PPT. You can see it out. First, the nuances of the entrepreneurial journey and the scaling of a startup business, investing in startups, opportunities and challenges and lessons, Indian startup ecosystem opportunities and challenges, international expansion of Indian startups. Now, innovation, I mean, whenever I'm saying the last part, it's going to be innovative startup and industry disruptions for the greater good. Linking with the XLRI's idea, we have tried to really understand it, how a specific startup can really create the disruption in the world. And that's what your panelist is going to take you through. Now, what I'm saying is, let's start with this discussion with the first, your Gaurav. Gaurav, I'm sure you are ready right now. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
When I look back your consulting background and startup journey, it gives me the impression that an innovative idea backed by a careful selection of geography, especially I'm talking about market here, access to an appropriate fund, and blending of state-of-art technology, building successful enterprise in recent times. Against this backdrop, please take us through the nuances you have taken care of in your startup entrepreneur journey with the Trucker so far.
Sure. So your question around, the background of a person definitely, shapes the way the person thinks. And I think I've been quite lucky that I had a very diverse background across multiple countries, multiple very large, significant projects. And all of these things have, contributed towards my understanding of, how to operate around, innovation, how to, create solutions around, challenges and all of those kind of things. So when Trucker happened, I was at the peak of my, consulting career. I was, working on some very large projects. It was the largest indoor theme park in the world at that time. More than $1 billion was being invested in this project by the government of Abu Dhabi. And I was on holiday, with my wife and another, couple of college friends and their wives. And one of my friends who manufactures fertilizers in Gujarat, he was having some very significant issues with his transporter. And that was also the time when I used to spend a lot of time, traveling. So I was a very regular user of Uber. I had stopped renting cars wherever I went. I would rather depend on Uber rather than trying to rent a car. And I just said, hey, there should be an Uber for trucks. And I think generally I'm a high risk taking person. I do take a lot of calculated risks, but if I do feel that there's something that I should jump on, then I would actually not keep that as a thought. I would very quickly start working on it. And then maybe a lot of times I'll come to a decision that, no, this is not the time, or I'm not the guy to do it. But I won't, have an idea and not do anything about it. So I did maximum, I think it was 2 or 3 days of Google research. And I realized that the single biggest opportunity in trucking leads from the fact that it is so fragmented. And that is something which is across the world. Trucking, if you look at it, it's probably in most parts of the world is amongst the top 3 largest employers, whether it's agriculture, construction, and then trucking. And it's also one of the highest creators of entrepreneurs. If you're somebody who hasn't had a good education or not inherited wealth from your parents, then you either do a very mediocre life, or you try to buy a truck and become a truck driver, and that's usually more rewarding than being a construction worker or anything of that sort. So that is why it is so fragmented around the world, and that is where we were like, hey, listen, let's jump into getting Trucker. I called the co-founder Pradeep. I and Pradeep are friends since we were 8 years old. We brought him in Ahmedabad in Gujarat, and then Pradeep is a techie. After school, I went into engineering, civil engineering. He went into technology, and we set up Trucker. I think most important for an entrepreneur is to be able to take risk, is to be able to, before he starts raising money from external investors, is to demonstrate that he's able to go all in. He's able to risk, what he has behind what he feels very passionately about. I think that was also another important thing around Trucker. We remained self-funded for quite some time until there was significant traction in our product, and then we went to investors. So it wasn't about trying to raise money for an idea, which is also not wrong. If you have a great idea and you don't have the money, then by all means go and raise money for it. But a lot of times it might make more sense if you have the means that go ahead and put your own money, put your own skin, put your own opportunity cost. I left AECOM, at a time when I was probably destined for bigger things. But I think I was 34 at that time, and I was like, if I don't do it now, then when do I do it? So that is how the Trucker journey started.
Okay, very nice. Now I have a very precise question to Pankaj directly. We'll just go ahead with your, let's say, journey as well. Now, we'll go back to 20 years of your enriched experience, especially with the startup funding and investment. What would be your top 2-3 lessons for both founders and investors in startup?
Thank you very much for having me here. And before I start, I would like to say that I still believe that Gulf Islamic Investment, or GII, itself is a startup. And the reason for me to believe that a company gets into a startup, gets into an organization by going through 3-4 cycle of economy. You have few heart attacks, you break your head, you make mistakes, you learn. So GII, despite of the fact that we are an investment firm, we manage about $3 billion, but I would still like to treat ourselves as a startup. Now, it's a very interesting question. I would like to divide it into 2 parts. My learning as an investor and my learning as
from founder perspective. Okay. So, sir, one point which I think holds as my learning for both the side, as a founder of the business, as a startup, as a founder of the startup, and as an investor, is networking. And when I say networking, I would not just leave the word. I would like to bit elaborate on it. See, networking starts, it means everything. And whether you are an investor or a founder, let me talk in perspective of founder. In my opinion, a founder should always be in touch with people. Because what is startup? A startup is trying to address a problem statement. And problem statement always is evolving. You cannot put it at a point in time or a snapshot or a balance sheet. So continue, stay in touch with people. These people could be your mentors. These people could be your colleagues. These people could be your clients. These people could be these people could be regulators. These people could be market players. Name it. Stay in touch. It's extremely important that you keep on meeting people, because that's how you realize. And that's one point. Second, from the founder perspective, because we are ourselves as a startup in many places, I would say that one of the most important learning for me, and if somebody really asks me, is having a sales mindset. See, sales mindset does not mean that you are just selling some product or service. Sales mindset is that even when I'm talking to my colleagues, when I'm talking to my CTO, when I'm talking to my client, when I'm talking to my vendor, I'm able to sell my thought process, my vision, my idea, my need very clearly. So that kind of approach is extremely important for a founder. That's very extremely important for a promoter, because if he or she is able to convince the colleague, vendor, as I name it, it would bring huge difference. So, I can give you multiple things. And third point, of course, we all know people. It's all about people. Your team. So as a founder, these three things are on my topmost priority. And, I would like to also talk specifically in relation to Indian promoters, because we are talking to a prestigious institution like XLRI. I would like to focus two parts, because I have been here for 23 years. And for all these 23 years, I have been dealing with Indian institutions. And I'm telling you, it's a matter of pride for me that I have had who's who from Indian financial services to work with. One of the things which I would tell my Indian promoters or upcoming Indian promoters, that focus on your presentation skills. Again, it is a subset of sales. When you are presenting something, be clear. Because what happens is that when you are in Indian ecosystem, it's much different than global ecosystem. Or if I were to talk from GCC concept. In GCC, we see investors and deals and the promoters globally. So the standard is very different. So my advice or my sharing of my learning with the Indian promoters, Indian startup people would be that please focus on your content. What are you delivering? How you are delivering? Because you get one chance to sit with the potential investor. That first 15 minutes are most important. Professor Tripathi, you are a very learned person. You know that greatness is in simplicity. As simple as your idea or delivery of your idea or solution is, you would be able to get the attention of your potential investor. So these are 3-4 things when I talk of founder. As investor, I would say again, investor, I think, has much bigger responsibility of having a networking, because unless investor is not widely connected in the global platform or global world of investment, as an investor, I would tend to make myopic decision. So it is very important for me, and I can tell you that's what I have been doing for all these years, that I never say no to a meeting. So as an investor, I would insist, or I would stress upon, insist is the wrong word, that try to meet as many as people or potential investee. Never say no. See, also you look at from the perspective as investors, we have a responsibility towards the ecosystem. And these are the new upcoming startups. They look at us, so for us, try to help. So First, networking. Second, meet as many as investing company possible. Third, as an investor, I strongly believe my learning is that more you help the potential or the upcoming startups or the promoters, the better potential opportunities you will get. So these are 3-4 things. I can talk a lot, but I would like to sort of keep it on the broad points.
No, you have given the clear direction. Absolutely. Once again, I would like to really take you through one more questions. What are the major challenges faced by the startup investors in general and GI in particular?
See, the challenges which we are facing, I would say, I think everybody knows, especially in context of India, is expensive valuation. See, one of the things investor today, every asset is inflated, every asset. But I want to keep my discussion confined to Indian context, and this is my advice also to my fellow startup guys, that for an international investor, we look at the whole world. And I'm telling you today, and I mean it, which is the cheapest country when it comes to investing in technology? Is Pakistan. It's a country with 300 million people. Forget, the political issues thing, but look at from the international investor. Yes, they also see the political risk, but then they look at the valuation. I will tell you, we have a wonderful company, PharmEasy, and there is a similar company coming up. I won't name, but these guys are, even if I go the same, compare Apple with the same timeline, these guys are 1/10. Similarly, you look at Berlin VC Circle, Germany, one of the best market to invest. Berlin valuations are far cheaper. So same with UK. So of course, I will not compare US because India and US, I think they're competing with each other on valuation. But valuation is one big challenge which we are facing. Second, I would say responsiveness. Again, I'm talking in terms of Indian context. I have seen Indian promoters, because there is a lot of liquidity, I see a lack of responsiveness on their behalf towards when they are engaged with the investor. So I see the challenge a lot in India, okay? Especially, I'm not very happy about it because it does not reflect professional approach. So that is the thing. And if I now come to GCC thing, I would say, or MENA, we have a limitation of deal flow. Because in this region, this region is always a net exporter of capital. So we always tend to look outside the region for investment opportunities. And there are very few people like Gaurav who are giving opportunities for the investor locally. And, and not because I know him and not because he's here. His company, his vision is talked a lot in the market. And I'm very happy to know that I have a relationship with him. So from that perspective, the second challenge in GCC, what I feel is, lack of scale. India, for example, is a market of 1.4 billion people. GCC or MENA is a smaller market, right? So for any startup to have the probability of success is relatively low because the market size is low. Third important factor, if I talk in terms of market only, the market is much fragmented because the countries are smaller. Like, for example, if you talk of like between GCC countries, you have UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. Each country has their own ecosystem, but they're very small economies. So from that perspective, for an international investor, that's the second challenge I see in GCC country. And I think the third is common on both, and I think Gaurav would agree with me, is availability of talent. It's very expensive. So it is very difficult to get good people, and you get them, they are very costly. You don't know what to do, how to manage the cash flows for the startup because we are always scarce of capital. So these are my sort of points.
You just throw light on one of the aspects called your valuations. Whenever you're going to do the startup valuation, how do you normally do it? Is there any specific model, or you have your own assessment, maybe a gut feeling you apply thereafter, let's say, whenever you're doing the valuation for a startup? If you can throw light on that, I'm sure our participant will be benefited out of it.
Professor Tripathi, you have asked me a very difficult question.
Okay.
And I don't enjoy the privilege of being your student. So I'm not sure how I would fare here, but I'll still try to answer this question. See, and it is very unconventional answer. I will be very frank with you. Of course, we compare peers with peer. Okay. So one is that I'm very happy to not negotiate on valuation if I see the business has a huge growth. Like when we invest, especially specifically, we invest in various countries, including India. If I see that the CAGR is high, 40, 50, 60%, I would tend to overlook valuation or expensive part and see that what is the growth. So for me, just to keep a very specific answer, to decide whether the valuation is expensive or not expensive, I will see what is the growth, where the player, how much player has the penetration. These two important points. And third, of course, having a peer-to-peer comparison. You look at, for example, consumer, and mobility. Let me talk about mobility. I came across a company, of course, I would not name, and these guys are providing last mile solution in terms of providing electric two-wheelers. And they approached me and they were talking of sort of 40 times ARR, and the company is not doing even $1 million. So, I'm not able to justify in my own mind that how I would make money and how any investor would make money. So again, coming back, I would do peer-to-peer comparison. I would not just go on DCF and all those multiples in this. I would look at what is the scalability of the business. I would look at how much the penetration they have. And fourth very important point for us, which would sort of tend to bend the needle, would be the promoter and the team. If we find a high caliber team, high conviction team, we know that it will come at premium and we would be able to justify premium on that.
Okay. Very nice answer. Absolutely. With this, let me just switch this question to Gaurav. And if you just browse through the strategic management theories, Porter's diamond model is one of such models that talks about what makes home base for any business. And this model especially talks about the competitive advantage that a firm enjoys or possesses due to certain forces or factors. The factors like your demand condition and factor condition, strategy, structure, rivalry, and supportive, let's say, environment, government, and chances. Linking with this, if you just go back to your business, this gives me an interesting dimensions to understand that what really triggered you to make the Gulf region as your home base for trucker. You could have thought of this sort of things, let's say in North America, maybe in India, or maybe in China, wherever you are having vast population where you can make a lot of big business. But you have thought of, let's say, your home base as your, let's say, Gulf region, especially your maybe your Abu Dhabi and your Saudi Arabia and your few connected countries in the Gulf region. Now, if you can just take us through that exact idea, why really you thought of that your trucker can be a home base for your Gulf region?
Sure. Well, I think to be completely honest, it wasn't targeted to be our launch region. I happened to be in the UAE since 2007. And so when the idea came, UAE was my home. And, before I justify from a commercial perspective of why the Gulf region, I think we love calling Dubai home. I moved here from London in 2007. And before moving here, I was doing 6 months of every 2 weeks of London, Dubai travel in 2006. And I think in the first, second or third trip, I had made up my mind that, hey, I'd love to relocate from London to Dubai. And Dubai in 2006-07 was not the Dubai of 2021, but it still was, one, it was very attractive because it's close to India. I could be home in Ahmedabad in 3.5 hours. And then there was obviously, always that interaction of somebody who's born and brought up in India to be able to, be close to India. And, especially for Indians or, people from the subcontinent, I think Dubai is in a lot of ways home away from home. Like I was in Los Angeles for a few years. I worked in London for quite a few years. I worked in Scotland. And none of those places, I would say it's a home away from home. Even if you have your friends, family, cousins, everybody around you, Dubai actually is very different compared to all of that. In fact, I rate it higher than Singapore, especially for Indians. So this was home. And, when the idea came, I was like, hey, listen, why not try the idea here? It's a smaller market. The smaller markets tend to be much more, much more forgiving if your business models requires multiple reasons to pivot from one to the other. For example, when we started in Dubai, we did not start as a B2B enterprise. We only became a B2B enterprise in about month 13. We started as a B2C business, which was home relocations. So we wanted something where we wanted the customer acquisition to be rapid, and B2C, you start spending on Google AdWords, you start getting leads, and you can convert leads into business. B2B, like, we service now the biggest ceramic company, Rack Ceramics, to the largest steel producer in the region, Emirates Steel, and all of these kind of people. But then these companies take 3-6 months sometimes to convert into business. So we started in B2C, and then we gradually moved into B2B. But coming back to your questions around the region, I think Dubai is also, I would say, I see a lot of Indian startups, by the way, that are coming into Dubai, right from Policy Bazaar to Lenskart to all these guys. And I think, I used to be surprised at why they did not come in sooner. I think Dubai is, in a lot of ways, part of India. Indians are the biggest investors of real estate in Dubai. Indians are predominantly the biggest, expat community in Dubai. So for Dubai, it's so multicultural, that if you start getting into a venture here, you're connected to the world. It is probably one of the few places where you can get in somebody from Silicon Valley to Tokyo to London to come with one straight flight into Dubai, extremely connected as a place. And when we started Trucker in 2017, there was a lot of the regional startup ecosystem was very, it wasn't mature to any extent to what it is right now. And I was not from the tech scene. I came from real estate transaction advisory. So, the first thing that surprised me that, in real estate, where you would go and do a $300 million deal over 2 weeks, and, and the guys are pretty, easy to work with. In startups, an angel investor writing $100,000 check makes you feel as if, he's the biggest almighty that you can find. So I was also getting, reset to the startup scene. But Dubai provided so many other opportunities. You could set up a company within 48 hours. You could compare to, say, Saudi Arabia, or compared to most parts of the world. You could, once you set up a company, opening a bank account is a few hours. In fact, there were so many incubators even in 2017, which would give you an entire package that, hey, listen, you're a startup, what do you need? You need an accountant, you need a lawyer, you need a bank account, you need a tax firm. Well, there's no corporate tax here, so that complexity is lesser. But there were so many incubators, and now there are probably 10 times more incubators. And there's a very distinct focus from the government around digitizing. If you go to any government sector in terms of, say, I'm a technology company, I want to do this, there's always encouragement towards, giving you an incentive. Now I understand that large government companies in the UAE and Saudi Arabia is following in a very rapid pace, actually have a mandate that they have to give certain amount of their revenue, of their business, to not an SME. An SME is a word that is there for, I think, a few decades now, small, medium enterprise. But I think they have a mandate to give business to technology startups. They're seeing the amount of employment that gets generated out of these businesses. So the region is, and what makes another thing that makes UAE quite unique, because it is small, and because of its leadership, and I don't want to sound cliche because everybody says Dubai is visionary leaders, that is a given, But because of the leadership of this country, and because it is small, decision making is rapid. If somebody is facing a problem and if that has to be solved, like a democracy, has a lot of advantages, but also has a lot of disadvantages, and things move much slower. And then if you are in a democracy of a country as large as India, then things would move even slower. Dubai is exactly the opposite. Regulation would become, implemented within days, if not faster. So it's a great place to, start your business and then learn. Because when you're smaller as a startup, your most important thing is to understand constantly feedback from your clients, feedback from your employees, feedback on your product. And you need to be very quick in terms of, making those decisions and making those changes. And if you're in a smaller market, which is easy to operate as a business-wise, you're not worried about hiring, you're not worried about, regulatory compliance, you're not worried about a lot of these things, you can actually focus on building your product. So your learning phase of the early time becomes much easier. And then in the context of Trucker, I think how we're unique. So if you compare us to a Convoy in the US, which is an extremely successful and inspirational, freight network as a business identical to trucker, or the FTA in China, which is now a $20 billion business and the largest in the world. Trucker, because in the region that we are probably the only business of our kind which is crossing international borders. We are now in 8 countries. Our cargo moves all the way from Moscow to Sudan, from Oman to Cairo. So I think that's because we are in this, region which is small countries, and like Pankaj was talking about that, how all of these small countries, are from the GCC. We've now pretty much are everywhere in the GCC except Kuwait. And then grown into other places as well, in like Turkey, and we're now doing due diligence in Iraq. We're doing due diligence in Morocco. So, and the Arab world is great. I think there are a few Indian entrepreneurs who are, who are cracking it in this region. I feel quite proud to be one of them. But generally, the lack of talent, the lack of innovation in the Arab world, and with no disrespect, I think there are so many other things that this part of the world is doing significantly better than other parts of the world. But technology space has lacked, it's not even comparable to India. I would more compare it to maybe Europe and maybe some of the Australasian kind of economies. The technology is sector, the startup sector is not even comparable. Indian sector is, and valuation is probably a disadvantage there because, we certainly find hiring people in Bangalore is as expensive as hiring them in Dubai. So that's definitely a disadvantage. But the technology sector here is nowhere close to the competitiveness of India or the US. So that's another advantage that we had. That why not crack into? Like we're now growing into Kazakhstan, Georgia, all these places. And one of the reasons is that, hey, listen, nobody's looking at it. I'm a 3rd generation businessman. My father said, a businessman, you need to make money or you need to go take the path where other people are not taking it. Because if everybody's walking that path, that means the margins are gone in those areas. So, that was another reason that why we, I think this is a great, part of the world to be in.
Yeah, very nice. Since you have touched upon a lot of factors, let's say, which has really thought of to, let's say, make your trucker as home base. You have touched upon your, let's say, government support, touched upon your, let's say, conditions, let's say, the small country, you are passing across different, let's say, countries in a small span of time. And the kind of business environment it was there in maybe currently is also prevailing there up in the Gulf region. And these are some of the factors which are really motivated to go there. Absolutely. Then, Pankaj, I would like to get back to you once again. As part of your India growth portfolio, growth portfolio 1, you have selected 2 enterprises in Indian health sector, a multi-specialty hospital chain in the West and a diagnostic equipment manufacturer in South. And what makes the Indian health sector so lucrative or attractive for GI? And yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, that's all. That's my question.
I would not like to talk specifically about investment.
No, sure.
Yeah, but I'll tell you the strategy. I think that's an important question. I think that's what you want to hear from me. I would say again the same reason that Indian demographic is very much friendly from the perspective of investors because it's a massive market. And pandemic has certainly, and not even pandemic, before pandemic, the healthcare was a clearly identified sector from the investors, which would offer long-term good returns opportunity. Okay, so for us, as investors, and we are very careful while we invest in emerging markets because we don't have that kind of experience. And also in terms of competition, if I'm getting similar or better returns from the OECD market, I would not obviously have a reason to invest in India. Okay, or for that matter, other emerging market. But healthcare is one sector which has huge room to grow, massive headroom. Second, the current situation around a lifestyle, and specifically in India, make it more compelling case. Third, if you look at the disposable income is increasing in India and people are looking at health and wellness. Fourth, insurance coming in. So all these things compel us, like many other investors, to invest in Indian healthcare sector. And I would not like to comment upon the companies we have invested.
Okay, no, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. You have just given the macro perspective. That's absolutely fine with us. So what I'm saying is, Gaurav, coming back to you once again, if you could throw light on how trucker distinctively stands out from its competitors in terms of business model and revenue model and value offering to its customers?
So,
if you're comfortable.
Sure. I think, yeah, no, absolutely. I think for us, the business model is quite important. That we are entering into a sector where it is a extremely traditional sector like transportation. It has been around for, I don't know, since man has started to move cargo. So for us, the most important thing was that how technology and this whole shared economy kind of Uberization of the world that is happening, and that has already happened in anything that we could think of, and now there are I think there are third and fourth levels of shared economy kind of networks getting created. But for us, the most important thing at that time was to identify who is the main benefactor of this business model. If you look at trucker, what we're doing is we're creating algorithms which are connecting demand and supply in as real time as possible with minimum friction of that information, exchange. And what was and for that we were like, what is the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge is that I am a driver. When I try to take my cargo from Dubai to Riyadh, I don't know when will I get the next cargo from Riyadh back to Dubai. I don't know whether I'll wait 1 day, 1 hour, 5 days, or I don't even know how much will I be paid. I don't even know whether I should wait for. I'm deciding to go back because I did not get business for 2 days, but maybe there's a cargo available next day in the morning. So, and especially when you're a long haul trucker, say this applies in India, it applies everywhere. If you're going from say Jaipur to Bangalore, it's the same thing. So this information is out there now. A broker and in transportation, there are broker over broker. There's sometimes multiple tiers of brokers. The broker actually is the benefactor of this information arbitrage. So he tells the client who wants trucks that, hey, listen, there are no trucks in the market, and the rates are quite high. And he tells the driver that there are no loads. If you want the load, then you'll get this price. And that price differential is what was being made as the broker's margin. And if you call a broker, he's never going to say no, because he knows that if he doesn't have a truck, so if you call a broker, say, I want a truck from Riyadh to Jeddah, and he'll never, even if he does not have a truck at that time, he's not going to say no, because he'll call another broker, he'll call the third broker. And there'll be multiple brokers all having their own margins within that system. So truckers' business model is creating that freight network, that technology network, which brings the information of demand to the driver's hand and the availability of drivers, in the network clearly to the client. So when we go to a large client, large clients used to be like, okay, so how much would be the minimum guaranteed demand I will have to provide to you? And we'll be like, what does that mean? He said, no, all my other transporters are like, oh, you have to give me minimum 20 trucks demand every day, and I can go up to 30, and you need to give me minimum 500 truck order every month, or my rates don't work. We were like, no, sorry, man, you give me 5 truck orders tomorrow, and the next day you can give me 50 truck orders. I don't care. I don't want any minimum guarantee. Because my technology and my algorithms don't have that limitation. So a lot of these, and I can go on talking for 3 hours about the whole value proposition of trucker and all these additional things. And now we're starting to monetize this. We're heavily investing into our own, kind of a fintech opportunity where we're monetizing, drivers who are unbanked. If you look at, India has a PTM, which is now quite successful, and multiple other, Bharat Pay and all these things are coming up. But in the region, fintech is actually still significantly behind. And a lot of our drivers are unbanked, or they have a bank account which does not even give them a debit card. So they still move with cash in their pockets. So we're digitizing a lot of those things. We're looking at lease to own models. I know exactly how much demand supply gap is in which truck type and which transportation networks over the next 1 year. We're looking to, significantly, invest into financing assets where we can also give the driver the assurance that, hey, listen, you take this on a lease to own, and then, we'll give you enough business for you to pay us back. So a lot of these kind of additional value propositions where truckers' objective is to ensure that we make a very strong impact on the overall land freight and mobility space. And that's why I keep telling people, trucker is not a tech company. Trucker is a logistics company, which is constantly automating through technology. It's a very operationally heavy business. It's not in a lot of, if you look at Uber and Uber Freight, it's very different businesses. Uber is a very technology driven business, but Uber Freight is not. If you go from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, in a car, or Mumbai to Ahmedabad, wrong example. If you go, say, from Dadar to Marine Lines in Bombay, it's probably the same Uber experience of going from Manhattan to New Jersey. But compared to, moving cargo from Bombay to Delhi is not the same as moving cargo from, say, Dallas to Seattle. Cargo movements are very different, very customized and all of that. So ours is a very operationally heavy business, but we are constantly identifying, opportunities where technology is our competitive advantage. So whether it's a 500 truck owner, a 1,000 truck owner, a 30-year-old business, we are beating them all. Again, the other thing around transportation as a sector, there's nothing smart in what this sector does. I keep telling people that Pathans and Sardars are running this business, and most of them haven't completed schooling. So there's nothing very smart or intelligent around transportation. So beating the incumbents is not hard at all. I think especially people like us who come from outside the logistics sector. Like before trucker, I had no idea of supply chain logistics. Forget about trucking. But that also helps us to look at problems in a very different perspective, where, somebody would be like, oh, this is not possible. The driver would accept this kind of a proposition. And like, no, I don't think so, man. Go and talk to the driver and, get 10 drivers in a room, give them and present this idea to them in this kind of a manner, and then they would be like, I was told, for example, 2 months back saying, oh, a driver would never buy a Mercedes truck because he only buys Mercedes trucks which are 10, 15 years old because he can't afford the more expensive, newer trucks. And I was like, no, because nobody's given him that, hey, listen, this is what it looks in terms of monthly EMI. This is what you actually make. And if you sell it after 5 years, you still make this much amount of money, in the residual value of the truck. But if you go and use these words that I'm using on this call, then yeah, the driver is going to switch off. But if you present it to in the right manner, so truckers' business model is that, constantly, ensuring that we add value to our ecosystem.
My next question is directed to Pankaj. By leading the international expansion of an Indian startup, a competition like Eureka, how are you looking to impact the knowledge exchange and capacity building between India and MENA region?
Very, very good question and very close to my heart. As I told you in the beginning, we strongly believe, and I personally, networking. And, networking starts, I think, from, there's nothing like starting from a good institution. And of course, IIT is a prestigious brand like XLRI. And these young students or undergrads, they are today, I think, very nicely or well positioned to come up with new ideas. So for us, that is one part, that networking. And second, we strongly believe that knowledge is a global phenomenon. Okay, unless you don't get into something which is globally relevant, it is very difficult to have a profitable business. Like Gaurav said, going across the GCC and far, to Kazakhstan. So for us, we believe that if we limit ourselves to one place, it would not work. And to have to get to a global level, nothing like partnering with good institution. And Eureka is a wonderful platform. When I came to know, when IIT guys approached me, I was pretty amazed by the story behind it. And I found it that it would not only provide us an opportunity to interact, but if you said the reason why we got hooked on, that it would give an impetus to the innovation in GCC. As my, as Gaurav told, that the technology or the innovation is still growing, and this is a nascent stage in this region. When my GCC startup guys are interacting with them, and by the way, I just had 2 mentoring sessions with other mentors, and I attended those sessions, and we had some very interesting discussions from the participants here. These startups are getting benefited by the culture, by the knowledge, by experience of Indian ecosystem, and especially IIT. So that helped us in broadening our universe. So if you look at it, it's a very vested interest I have. What I'm doing, I'm increasing my universe of potential investment. So from that perspective, it is vested interest, but at the same time, what we are doing is developing the ecosystem. Because as I told you in the beginning, as an investor, a very big moral duty on me is help. If I don't contribute to the ecosystem, if I think that I can exist alone, it would be the most, I would say, fatal thing I can think of. We cannot live alone. We coexist in the ecosystem, and these kind of knowledge exchange platform not only help the startups, but they get the new country or the country which or the region which is relatively relatively back on the back foot, give them a lot of opportunities to catch up with the rest of the market.
Thank you so much. I have two quick questions. This question is going to go to your Gaurav directly. If you can answer shortly, maybe. How trucker presence across the different regions of the world in a few years' time is going to really bring some sort of drastic changes in the logistics, supply chain, and fleet management industry? Because you are expanding to different parts of the world. No, if you are going to really expand, definitely it is going to bring technology and a lot of new ideas into the, let's say, place. Definitely that's going to have a wide array of ramifications. And one of the ramifications could be, let's say, definitely other players, they may get organized and all that, In that connection, how your, let's say, foray into other markets is going to really bring some sort of drastic changes in the logistic and supply chain and fleet management industry.
So I think trucker is a very small part of a very large sector. We're still very small. We have a long way to go. But I think for us to obviously always think strategically from a mission perspective of the business, I think this industry is going to be controlled and led by whoever is able to control and benefit and secure the interest of the supply. Like, this is the trucks. It is not, and this is where what I keep telling our teams, that to succeed in a trucking kind of business, in a digital freight business, the guy who is able to manage and control supply, which is the drivers and the transportation companies, is the guy who's going to win, not the guy who's going to control demand. The companies, they require reliable service at the right cost, with the most, professional service. They would come if you have these things. The people are ready to give you business, and they will always be there. It's the guys who are the trucking guys. It's one of the most hardest professions in the world, and that's where I feel that businesses like trucker, and there's so many like us across the world. If we are able to stay on our mission of ensuring that technology benefits and removes all of this information arbitrage in the benefit of the driver, then I think transportation will become a preferred profession. Right now, if you look at the US, in a lot of ways, the minimum wages in the US have grown, but then a long haul truck driver in the US, I was there a week back, and I was talking to another, peer. He was telling me that the long haul truck driver in the US is at $40 an hour. That is extremely high. And the reason why is because not many people want to become truck drivers. If you look at articles in India, a truck driver does not want his son to become a truck driver. So it's a profession which is dying, and it's a profession that cannot go. I think autonomous trucks and all of these things are going to come, and they will come at its right time. But the human element of trucking or the human element of moving cargo is not going anywhere for a very long time. And I think that's where, if we are able to create technology-based advantages to uplift the drivers, I think that would be a huge win for businesses like ours. If we get more people to want to get into trucking, make it a more desirable profession, I think that would be a huge win.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we are opening this question answer sessions, and students, you can go ahead and ask your questions directly to either Pankaj or Gaurav, please.
Goran, please go ahead.
Thank you, panel members, Professor Tripathi, Gaurav sir, and Pankaj sir, for shedding light on entrepreneurship strategy and opportunities lying out there for new businesses, and especially the importance of presentation communication and importance of consumer feedback. So my interests specialize in the investor's mindset. So the external environment greatly affects the business strategies that startups come up with, and it also affects the mindset of the investors, how they perceive any business. So my question is to both Pankaj and Gaurav sir. So how, according to you, COVID-induced digital environment and mediums have changed the mindset of the global investors?
So, Gaurav, if it's okay, I'll just take the question.
Sure, please.
So, see, one thing, it's obvious now because pandemic has become almost part of our life, or now it's endemic. It has helped many industries. okay, especially e-commerce, okay, content. So these things have moved to a better position. Hospitality, tourism in most of the parts of the world have suffered. So investors are moving in those directions where they feel. So let me give you a sort of as good as a practical case. Now, when I evaluate an investment proposition, I do take into consideration that tomorrow, if this pandemic or endemic continues or something of similar scale or worse than this happen, how this business would be able to withstand that kind of challenge or that kind of storm. So from investor perspective, another risk has been added, and this risk was always there, but it was not in the memory of the investors. So it is another risk which has added in investors' mind, in investors' risk mitigation strategy. So from that perspective, that is the biggest difference which has happened post or after pandemic.
Okay, so sir, my next question would be, so what do you think the investors are now prioritizing particular sectors, or how you just explained, they look only for the future plans of the businesses that they are going to invest in? So what's the mindset actually here?
So Gaurav, I'll tell you something, and again, I'll give you a very honest answer on it. Okay, I'll not give you a politically or diplomatic answer. See, you will find investors of every kind, and that's the beauty of the market. We bought a building, commercial asset in Europe, almost 250 million euro, right in the pandemic. We bought it in May 2020, and everybody was saying, commercial asset, Europe, France, everything is public domain. But we had a conviction as an investor that municipalities, because my tenant was municipality, the municipalities cannot work from home. Air France cannot work from home. And there's a beautiful long lease, and the price is very good. So I would say that don't judge on behalf of the investor a lot. There are investors of every category. So let us say today, even if you are in hospitality, which is suffering, but if you are able to bring a proposition which you can, let's say, tweak it to healthcare and wellness or gated living, okay, those things investors are looking for. Okay? So again, I'll bring it to my point, which I said in the beginning, networking, which means talking to clients, talking to people, talking to peers. More you stay connected. I'll give you another very relevant example. Two things in hospitality, I was shocked. I saw two startups, one from India and one from UK, on vacation homes. Vacation homes, and the valuation, I'm telling you, Gaurang, if I tell you and we can talk offline, you will say, forget everything, let me start this business also. So the vacation home business, which people think that I cannot travel, I have to cancel this and that, there is a strong demand. So the point which I'm saying is that look at the challenge, but don't think this challenge is end of the world. Every challenge, and I mean it is not bookish, bring an opportunity. Because when you are able to think differentiate with a differentiating factor, all this COVID, we did commercial assets. I have bought two commercial assets, one on the East Coast in Richmond, another in California. And there is a demand, because now I'll give you another example. There are investors, especially in GCC, they only like income. Now you cannot have an income on a startup investment. It's a long term. So when you know again, it goes back to the point, networking. You should know your client, you should know your product, you should know your competition, you should know the macro, what is happening in macro. Everybody was talking that people will not go back to offices. Now in US, they are doing everything to bring back people to offices because productivity has gone down. So I think I would take a liberty to say one thing, and I hope media does not kill me for that. Just don't go by headlines. Don't go by, because somebody has to write a story and somebody has to put a lot of spice in it. Don't go by that. You would read, if you Google commercial office space, I'm telling you, after reading commercial office space on Google, you would think that this industry has come to an end. It is not. So that's what I would try to say, that please get into details. Yeah, I hope I have sort of answered your question.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
True.
Thank you.
Anybody would like to ask anything? Now, I would like to really invite Niharika to go ahead with the vote of thanks because we are running short of time. And I would like to invite Niharika to come ahead and just offer the formal vote of thanks to our panelists, please. Niharika.
Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us and giving us such insightful talk over investments, foreign investments, and increasing our knowledge about everything that is going on currently in the world, and also giving us an insight about how COVID is affecting businesses and foreign investments. Thank you so much, sir, for this delightful talk. We'll be beginning our next session very shortly.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Pankaj. And we wish you all the best for your future endeavors. You come out with flying colors. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, I was just typing that I'm not able to unmute. Very good afternoon, and great to be here in this conclave. Thank you.
So should we kickstart the session?
Absolutely.
Sure, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. Continuing with the fourth session of the day, we are absolutely thrilled to have amongst us Mr. Rajaram Sankaran. He's going to enlighten us today with his views on the African cluster, a continent of opportunity for the pharmaceutical market. Before we kickstart the session, we'll take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Sankaran. Mr. Rajaram Sankaran is a global healthcare business leader with 23 years of experience in driving organic and sustainable growth across emerging markets, including India and East Africa. He's worked in senior leadership roles with leading corporates like Abbott, AstraZeneca, Ranbaxy, Torrent Pharma, and Frost, just to name a few. He's also been awarded the Africa Business Leader of the Year Award at the 20th edition of the Africa Leadership Awards organized by the CMO Global Group.
His astute leadership during the unprecedented first lockdown and resultant success has been featured in The Great Lockdown, a book published by Wiley and launched on Amazon. Mr. Rajaram has multiple publications to his credit, including articles and featured in the CIO and European Biopharmaceutical Review. As mentioned earlier, he will share his insights on the growth potential of the pharma business in the African continent. We welcome you, sir, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you're able to hear me well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have a small presentation. Is it okay to share, the screen for that?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. For some reason, not able to share the screen. Okay.
Sir, is it working now?
Let me check. I think it has got to do with, yeah, now it is working. Thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. So first of all, good afternoon, and delighted to be part of this conclave. And thank you for that very kind introduction. Now, my first challenge is to live up to it, and I hope I do. Second, I would also want to make a special mention of thanks to two people from your wonderful institute, XLRI, for having me here in this Avensis International CEO Conclave. First, big thanks to Mr. Guru Murthy, who was, kind of very persistent that I should be part of this, and also a big thanks to Nupur, from your class, who has been, tirelessly coordinating, with me for this. So thank you all. And the other challenge that I have is, I guess I'm the last man standing between you and lunch. So I hope by the end of this presentation, there will be some food for thought as well for you, if not anything else. With that, let me, kind of get into, my talk. I don't want to, again, kind of, berate this. I think, I was given a very good introduction. Thank you for that. This is just a map of my career journey so far. At the outset, I would also like to mention that all the views that I'm sharing are, personal and does not represent the organization that I belong to. This is my, discovery. After having worked, for a long time in India and other markets, US and other markets, I think, Africa for the last few years has been a great discovery for me. And what I'm sharing with you today is going to be my own personal learnings, But, with that said, I think when you talk about Africa, there are many connotations, there are many perceptions, that Africa evokes. The common perception is, it's, the first thing that people talk about is it's a dark continent. I think the one other image that, people have is that, this is a place where, it is unsafe. There are trigger happy people, running around with guns in their hands and what have you. Then we probably get images of, a lot of hungry and naked children, waiting for humanitarian aid, so on and so forth, right? Of course, there are also some positive connotations, no doubt. Some people say that it is a great opportunity to invest for future. We don't know the full potential of Africa. And I think the more popular perceptions are about a very good wildlife tourism circuit here, whether it is Masai Mara in Kenya or Serengeti in Tanzania or the Kruger in South Africa. Probably if you go towards the northern part of the continent, you hear about, everybody would have pyramids in Egypt as, on their wish list, I'm sure. So there are some positive connotations as well. But, I think, in the previous conversation, I was hearing to it very attentively, somewhere, Pankaj said that, there are always those headlines by media and we should go beyond that. And unless somebody, kind of sees it for themselves or experiences it for themselves, the perceptions are, what they are. And I'll just give you an anecdote before I move into this. Now, I was trying to hire, before I was coming to this role, chief of staff, who had worked with me for an internship in Abbott in one of my roles. And he was at that time, with McKinsey in a junior role as an associate. And he was very keen because he had worked with me. He was looking up to working with me as chief of staff, for this role. But, when everything was done and the offer was made, I think his father, who's a doctor, a practicing doctor, told him, no going to Africa, because if money is the case, I'll pay you more than what they can pay you, So I think these are some deep-rooted convictions. So one of my efforts today in this talk will also be to, try to demystify Africa a little bit. I'm not going to market Africa. I'm not, representing, either the African Union or anything, but also, only sharing my experiences and kind of opening up what is into what makes this an opportunity to consider, if not pursue, right? So that's going to be my effort. So now coming into the actual aspects of my talk. If I ask you how many billion-dollar enterprises are there in Africa, I don't know what will be your answer. I know there are a lot of people on this call, and it'll be difficult to take a few answers. But I'm sure one may not really think about how many. Or if I ask you how many cities in Africa have a population of more than 5 million, I don't know, or even what is the population of Africa, or a basic thing like geographically, how big is Africa? Because we all look at the Mercator map and form our impressions of the size of a country or a continent, which is many times misleading. But when you actually look at what the size entails, you'll be in for a surprise. Or let us take a more modern business metric, or a consumer opportunity sizing metric, or a marketeer's metric of how many mobile users are there in this continent. So I don't think people would really associate mobility and mobile telephony or broadband connections much with Africa, or mobile transactions. That's, I think, even more evolved for people to think of. So here are some details, right? First, let us begin with size. If you actually look at Africa, and let me make a disclaimer here. This map is more to give you a sense of the geographical size and spread of Africa, and definitely does not purport to be very correct in terms of the political maps of this one. When I used to do presentations to my American counterparts while I was at Abbott, I used to talk about the population part. Okay, how India adds, helping them understand India, how India adds in Australia every year. But here I'm talking about size because I don't think people even realize this. Africa as a geographical landmass is huge enough to have, in terms of area, the entire continental United States, China, India, and Europe put together. That's how big it is. 55 countries, and 3 broad regions. The northern part of Africa, which is above the Sahara Desert, then the sub-Saharan Africa, which is below the Sahara Desert, which also includes South Africa, French West Africa, Anglo Africa or East Africa, and Central Africa and the Southern African states. So 55 countries. The population size for the continent all put together, as it stands today, is about 1.2 billion people. And it is on the cusp of a transformative growth. I asked you a question about, can you think of how many cities would be there with more than 5 million residents? There are 17 cities already. And we will talk about it later in terms of how urbanization is so rapid in this continent and presents a great opportunity for businesses, right? Not just pharma, but any business. And there are 5 cities, and I'm talking about these numbers are broadly 2015, 2017. By now, it would be even more. One of the challenges with all emerging markets, and I faced this in India as well. When I've worked there long enough to say this, the data is always a challenge. So this is, I'm talking about 2015, 2017 kind of data. There are 5 cities with 10 million plus residents, right? And now coming to the question, how many billion-dollar corporations are there? That is, corporations earning annual revenues of more than $1 billion. There are 400 such billion-dollar organizations by end of 17. And if you take another measure, and why are we talking about a billion-dollar organization? I've worked with Abbott. In India itself, it was about 1.2 billion, the business that I belong to, US dollars. And if you take other businesses of Abbott in India, it was about $1.5 billion. And globally, it is $38 billion. So I think the billion-dollar threshold is the first threshold for a company to hit some size is about $100 million, to be counted as a mid-sized business. Then the $500 million business is almost like $500 million. And then $1 billion is when you have arrived, right? When you are sizable, complex, and you have all the, what should I say, bells and whistles of being a very big corporation, right? And you need systems and processes, structure, SOPs, and many other things. So there are about 700 organizations which earn revenues of more than $500 million in Africa, right? The number of smartphone users, not even mobile phone users, the number of smartphone users is way more than 500 million. 636 million people, use smartphones in Africa. And in terms of mobile financial services, 122 million people do financial services, banking and related transactions, and that's, I think, a sizable number. I'm not even getting into how much of what is the value of transactions, but the number of users doing transactions, and even if you take on the average, 2 transactions a month, which is very, very low number, but if you take that, it's a sizable opportunity. So that is Africa, contrary to the myths that we have, right, about this continent. It is still a dark continent in the sense that people don't know much about it. We need to shed some light. Okay, but if somebody is looking at Africa, I think the previous panelists talked about how Gulf is it's of course in a different level of evolution, but the population size is small, and I think Gaurav was kind of talking about it, or Pankaj was talking about it. But if you actually look at Africa, we do have size here, and what is more exciting is not just the size, but the growth. And coming back to the last factoid that I presented of the financial services, if you have some time, and this is not a new innovation, I think this is at least 12 to 15 years old. M-Pesa in Kenya is the first or the forerunner. Even before we had mobile wallets coming in India, Kenya had M-Pesa, and I think it is from Safaricom, one of the largest corporations in Africa, which is a mobile telephone company. And they came up with this innovation because not everybody has access to banking. And today it is so popular. Today if somebody comes to deliver, I can pay through Airtel Money or MTN Money, right? Bills can be paid on that, and so on and so forth. So it has kind of come from this continent and kind of leapfrogged and overcome a very successful challenge. I think one of the previous panelists was talking about how every adversity is an opportunity, and this is one case, an innovation which has really gone long and wide. If you were to look at what is driving the growth of the growth in future for Africa, I think there are 2 broad elements. Let us look at some macros and also some economic metrics, right? Some demographic as well as economic metrics. If you were to kind of look at the demography, the demographic dividend is significantly in favor of Africa, right? If you were to look at the population, for example, we are talking about a population of 1.2 billion in 2017, moving up to 2.4 billion, almost doubling to 2.4 billion in 2050, right? The collective GDP of Africa, though I feel this is a conservative estimate, is expected to grow to about $5.5 trillion, doubling from the current rates. And you may say that it's not so exciting, but my sense is if somebody were to kind of take a projection, say in 2030, I think this number could go significantly higher given the rapid industrialization that is happening here, right? In terms of urban population, it is set to move from 41% in 2017 to about 60%. And these are not new. India has seen this, moving from an agrarian economy to a service-driven economy, right? So we also have manufacturing, but I think predominantly in India we have a service-driven economy today. So I think what is happening in Africa is this urbanization, more jobs, more industrialization, more jobs, more dispensable income, people moving to cities. This is a trend which is happening as we speak and will happen for some time. The consumer spending is set to go up by more than 3.5 times to about close to $5 trillion. But if you take all these numbers are on one side from McKinsey and IQVIA, which is a healthcare research firm, but if you look at the African continental free trade area, they estimate the intra-Africa trade to reach about $30 trillion in 2050. I think that for me, because today there are so many barriers even within Africa, country to country. There are blocks: East Africa, SADC, East African Community, then COFPOS, whatever, 8 different country caucuses. But if you look at a larger African Union, a Pan-Africa borderless trade, these numbers can go up significantly higher. If you look at the demographics, again, a very exciting market from a human resources perspective, and I think if you're talking about a conclave in XLRI, I think we should definitely an institute which pioneered human resources management for India and beyond. If you look at the human resource part of it, if there is going to be an addition of incremental growth of 2.4 billion people added to the global population by 2050 from 2017, more than half of it will come from Africa. 1.3 billion people will be in Africa. If you actually take the fertility rates and other parameters, and also look at the population growth, if you take 10 top countries, at least 7 or 8 would be from Africa, right? So very exciting, because and you will see that the median age in Africa, and that adds to the young population you have, which is ready to go into workforce, right? The median age for Africa as a continent makes it, at 18 years old, makes it the youngest continent. The similar number for Latin America or Asia is around 31 years. For the US, it is 38, and for Europe, it is 42, right? And this is the median age for such a large population. So hugely exciting market. In terms of the economy growth, I think when in 2018, if you had picked up the 10 fastest growing economies, 6 of them were from this continent, and Ghana topped the ranking, and it's a great country to invest in. So that's really, Africa in perspective, the demographics, the macros, they are pretty much in favor of any good investor wanting to come and invest. Okay. Of course, I'll also talk to you very clearly about, what challenges are there as well, more from a business perspective as well as an industry perspective, and I'll deep dive into the pharmaceutical industry and related opportunities as we go ahead. Now, what are the key trends that is unlocking this transformative growth in the continent? Okay, so if you look at it, we talked about the fast-growing urban population. I don't want to berate it. We have increased industrialization, right? This is something I think when I interact with the ministers, with the presidents, or even with the bureaucrats, as they call in this part of the world, permanent secretaries, who are equivalent to the cabinet secretaries or the secretaries of ministries. I think there is a very clear, very clear, what should I say, initiative to attract investments. When I met the president of Uganda, for example, His Excellency President Museveni, he was saying that if you want to set up a vaccine manufacturing plant, be my guest, but leave distribution to us, or the delivery of vaccines to the government. But if you want to set up a plant, be my guest. I'll give you. And there are a lot of SOPs. They are giving a lot of incentives that they are giving, for people to set up manufacturing plants, right? There is a clear push. I think one of the challenges with emerging markets, not just Africa, and this is in India as well. For example, in Baddi, in Himachal Pradesh, a difficult terrain, when pharmaceutical zone was set up, the access was very difficult. But then, there is a clear drive to create infrastructure which links up, Baddi to Chandigarh, right? And then there is a huge boom. But did the similar thing happen in Sikkim, where there is also an economic zone? Maybe not. The terrain was too difficult to conquer. So a similar, challenge is there in Africa as well. I think infrastructural challenges do exist, whether it is road network, whether it is power, whether it is water. But what I have seen is there is a clear commitment from the government to kind of do a push to improve the infrastructure in Africa. So I think that's something. And unless this is one of the precursors and an essential conditions to attract investments, and governments are realizing that and working towards that. One recent example is an inter-country highway with very minimal passport formalities between Ethiopia and Kenya. Okay, huge road, 8-lane, and it was inaugurated just a couple of months back. So I think the continent is now kind of shaping up. I think the most exciting thing from a business person or a marketer's perspective is the growth rate of the telephony and the telecommunication, the broadband connections. Between 2008 and 2015, the world's fastest growth rate of broadband connections was in Africa, right? If you take the number of active mobile money accounts, I talked to you about it. It is, and that is 50% of the global total of the mobile money accounts is accounted for by Africa. So you can, kind of literally do that business on the move, right? And this has also helped overcome, the traditional banking products, way ahead of time for countries in this continent. So I talked to you about, the macros, the demographics, the opportunities, the key trends in the economy and business and industry. Let me now talk to you about, the pharmaceutical industry in Africa. Okay. First, before I get into that, let me explain. I talked to you about the different regions. This part of Africa is the French West Africa. I don't know if you're able to follow my cursor. Is the French West Africa. This part is the central part of Africa. This part is the northern part of Africa. You have Morocco, which is a huge country, Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt. These are big countries, right? So, and this part is called the Horn of Africa. You have Somalia, Ethiopia, all these countries, in this side. And then this is the English-speaking part of Africa, which is East Africa. And, I am coming from here, Uganda. Okay, there is Kenya, which is again a big country, a big country in the sense, huge country from an economic perspective. And then this, of course, is, South Africa. Thanks to cricket, we know South Africa better than any country in Africa. So I think this is broadly the African continent. If you look at, the sales forecast up between 2014 to 2022 by IQVIA, and for those of you who are not from the pharmaceutical industry or who don't follow the pharmaceutical industry, IQVIA is a very reputed global market research organization, which also does some consulting, on the marketing and growth side for pharmaceutical industries globally, even for regulators, and that data is considered to be the gold standard. What is Nielsen to consumer, or is what IQVIA is to pharma. So now IQVIA estimates, the African, pharmaceutical market to have grown to a 25 or $26 billion industry by 2022, which is next year, right? And if you were to kind of look at the global pharmaceutical market growth during this time, it is 2%. And this is whereas the Africa growth is 3 times that almost, at 6%. There are parts of Africa which are growing even faster, like North Africa, very evolved. North Africa is pretty much more towards the GCC or the Gulf countries or the Arab countries, much more closer, both in terms of culture, way of doing business, language, and approach. There's a lot of French influence there, mind you, because they were all former colonies of France. North and western part of Africa, there's a lot of French influence. But having said that, culturally, an amalgamation of French and Arab culture, and very, very evolved pharmaceutical industries. Whether it is Egypt, whether it is Algeria, has got some fantastic pharmaceutical infrastructure. So does Morocco, Tunisia. So much more evolved. The western part of Africa contains holds or has countries like Nigeria. Nigeria is forget Africa. Even if you take the global growth in terms of population, Nigeria will rank on top. More than 230, 240 million population, and growing much faster. I think, if I'm not wrong, it is the 4th fastest growing population in the world. So a very exciting market. Ethiopia, this side, is the 2nd most populous country in Africa. Again, a very evolved market, though very self-contained and challenging from a banking perspective, because they're very close. They're more, they want their own industries and stuff like that. And very tough to repatriate profits because they don't have other MNC banks to operate there. But very clean market, excellent regulations, very evolved. And population of about 110 million and growing fast, right? And absolutely crystal clear in terms of the regulations, government responsiveness, and stuff like that. So that part of Africa, that is the north and the western part of Africa, huge growth opportunities. In the eastern part of Africa, Kenya is a very, very attractive market. Tanzania, is again a big market, more than 67 million people. And by landmass, the biggest country in East African community. And also, it is part of SADC, that is the Southern African Development Cooperative. And they are number 2 only to South Africa there. And that, therefore, it's a fantastic gateway to 2 different markets. So just to give you some flavor of which markets in Africa kind of hold what kind of potential. But overall, 3 times the growth of the global pharmaceutical market. Now, what are the drivers that will help further growth of the pharmaceutical market in Africa? There are about 6 drivers, and if these drivers work well, you will see the African pharmaceutical growth kind of leapfrogging much more than the projected 6% till 2022. I'm actually waiting for the prognosis. The more recent prognosis from IQVIA. It should be more exciting in my opinion, especially given all the challenges that we have had to go through during the pandemic for the last 2 years. First, the healthcare expenditure is increasing. If you actually see the percentage spend on healthcare as a percentage of GDP, many of the countries are actually doing better than some of their South Asian counterparts like India. Okay, I think India is for long. We used to kind of make it or berate this point in India when I was with Abbott for more than a decade as to how the government should invest more as a percentage of GDP in healthcare. This was before the COVID era, because when I moved to Africa, COVID had just kind of begun. And I think COVID, at least if it did something, it brought health to the fore. It highlighted the importance of healthcare more than anything else. Of course, at a tremendous cost, no doubt. And I think the previous panelists were talking about how it was beneficial to some industries. For healthcare, it was moderate. I wouldn't say great. I wouldn't say it was bad, but definitely it has brought that conversation to the front across the world. So in Africa, the increased this trend started for some time ago. Government started investing a little more. For example, if you take Rwanda, they want to set up a vaccine plant. The government is pushing. They have cut a deal with Pfizer, BioNTech, and they're being funded by International Finance Corporation, which is basically a sister concern of World Bank, which funds private enterprises. So that is going. The urbanization, middle class is kind of increasing. The disease pattern is changing, and this is a trend that I have seen in India. In my long experience there. As if you look at the economic reforms of 1991, the urbanization, more jobs, greater disposable income, people becoming more aware of their healthcare requirements, and what have you, and from if you actually take the IQVIA data, the medicine spent on acute diseases, that is common cold, fever, infections, a gastric problem, which is finite, to lifestyle and chronic disorders, like diabetes or metabolic disorders like hypothyroidism or which are more chronic in nature, where you need to take medication over a period of time, or cardiac problems. That part, that disease pattern is changing because of urbanization, and we talked about how it will be almost 60%. And from a healthcare business perspective, and more from an economy perspective, also that is a good indicator. From an economy perspective, or from a country's perspective, or life expectancy is kind of increasing, and and more importantly, the you are not kind of finding common infections or common problems, but you are now taking care of management oriented approach to diseases and disorders, right? Like diabetes or CNS disorders, cardiovascular health and stuff like that. And from a healthcare business perspective, if you recruit a patient onto one product, whether it is a diagnostic product or this thing, for example, you get a diabetic patient, then obviously you are getting a patient for a much more longer time on your product or a brand. They will have to monitor their blood glucose. They'll have to take those pills. From a doctor's perspective, do regular consultations, as opposed to a fever which is gone in say 3 days, right? And it also means that the population is kind of becoming more affluent, right? So that is a changing disease pattern. Of course, this shift is not going to happen overnight. It has begun, and even in India, still acute diseases spend is more than chronic disease spend, but the percentage has now shifted significantly towards skewed towards the chronic disease spend. Maturing business environment. I talked to you enough about it. I don't want to berate it. Whether it is infrastructure or encouragement for people to set up business. People countries are competing. Rwanda is a great example. Shift towards generics. I think people are realizing that there could be choices, and the contribution of generics, and also it is a lot driven by the price sensitivity in any emerging market. More so, like India, for example. when I had my global president for nutrition come in my Abbott days, and I told him what is the cost of metformin. He said, "You must be joking." I said, "I'll take you to the pharmacy." And when we were making customer visits, I showed him. I bought a strip of metformin of a leading brand, and he was like, "Man, you guys produce such quality medicines at such affordable prices." That is India, the beauty of India, the pharmacy of the world, and so proud of it, right? But even here, I think people do value their money. And there is price sensitivity, and generics is a huge opportunity. The trend is not something new, but it's only growing. Partnership with government bodies, and I'll talk to you about it a little later, but is very important in countries like this. There are many public-private initiatives here, which is a huge opportunity for both organizations as well as governments. And governments here are open. If you go and talk to them, they will listen to you, and you will have access to the ministers, to the permanent secretaries, to even the president if you have a huge investment to make, right? And we talked enough about the mobile telephony, the exciting opportunities of digital innovations, and I think COVID, if it has done anything in terms of marketing, the digital part has done very well, and I think it has shifted the mindsets of the paradigms a lot. And I think people are realizing that is not the only ecosystem, but it has to coexist with the physical part. So back in 20 years back, we were talking about whether you are an online business or a brick and mortar business. But today we are talking about phygital, which is a combination of physical and digital. So that's again a very exciting prospect, from an Africa perspective. Those are the SIG drivers. Now let's take a look at how Indian companies, some of the big ones have, kind of whatever I'm talking about, the pharmaceutical opportunity or the business opportunity. Is it all just talk, or is there some reality behind that? If we take some of the big ones, and I have not mentioned, it's not an exhaustive list. I've just given some illustrative examples for you to understand, because these are very popular companies in India. Whether it is Sun Pharma or Cipla or Dr. Reddy's or Glenmark, they have a huge presence in Africa, right? Sun Pharma, through its acquisition of Ranbaxy, has a 40-year-old operation in Nigeria. Okay, and in Morocco, they have a facility in Casablanca, which is also a very old facility. Ranbaxy, and I'm an alumnus, and I'm proud to say that in those days, it was such an aggressive company that they thought about the world much ahead of many other Indian companies. And you see that investments kind of paying off. Cipla has been active in the Africa region. Mr. Hamid, the second generation chair of Cipla, has made such a big name for affordable medicines. He's now part of the UN panel for affordable medicines. He was passionate, and there is also a book released about him on his passion for low-cost generic medicines for curing HIV/AIDS, which is a big scourge in Africa, right? And how their business in South Africa not just captured that opportunity well, but did so in a very, very robust manner. They are huge. They're, I think, number 1 or number 2 in South Africa. Number 2, I guess. And they have huge operations there. In fact, if you take the P&L of Cipla, there is a significant contribution from the South Africa operations and the Africa operations, right? They have a huge presence in Uganda. They are listed here. They have majority holding in that, but it is listed here in the local stock market. And their Ugandan facility is approved, by multiple, African regulators. They also export from here to Southeast Asian countries. Dr. Reddy's again is a top 20 player. Glenmark is a top 50 player in South Africa. But more than that, Glenmark is probably the number 1 branded generics company in Kenya. Okay, Sun Pharma has a huge presence in Tanzania. If you take French West Africa, and we talked about how attractive it is, there's a company called Ajanta Pharma. It's a very aggressive company. They have a plant in Mauritius, which is an island off the mainland of Africa in the Indian Ocean, and I'm sure you'd have heard of Mauritius, which is famous for its financial services and banking system. They have a plant which supplies to these West African countries, and they are number 2 in French West Africa, all the countries put together. So all this opportunity, but I think the challenge here is, I think there are pockets where companies are strong, and there are pockets where they're not so strong. So there is a huge opportunity for them to expand and capture and their opportunity and catapult their growth, and seize the opportunity that Africa presents. I promised you that I'll not only kind of tell you about what are the the drivers, but also share with you very candidly some of the challenges. And all these challenges that I have put on this slide are what I presented in a McKinsey moderated discussion with the African Free Trade Secretariat. So the African Free Trade Authority Secretariat, and these are real, and these are exactly what I presented there, and these are exactly what I'll share with you. The regulatory system here is yet to evolve, and why I say that is, while their processes are robust and sometimes more robust than what they are even in India. In India, if a generic molecule is 4 years or old or more old, you don't even need a central approval. You can go to a state approval and get it manufactured and do it. But here, you have to go through a proper dossier, answer their queries, get them to visit your plant, check your quality systems. So many of these African countries are much more evolved. I mean, countries like Tanzania, Ethiopia are super. I forget even South Africa, which is more evolved. But that is not the case with all the African regulatory bodies. There are, for example, countries like Burundi, where you can just with an import permit import any medicine there, right? Lack of skilled pharma talent. This is one place if Africa definitely needs to grow, and that is an advantage that India has. We have such skilled talent. In the past, when I used to when I used to be working out of an R&D center for a large Indian company, if you give them a molecule, they will reverse engineer it in no time, right? That talent needs to be honed, and again is a huge opportunity for Indian pharma to or anybody wanting to set up operations here. Increased procurement of locally produced drugs. We need to have better agreements between manufacturers and governments. Governments need to give price preference for local manufacturers. It is in play, but not very robust. Prioritization of local, but there's a lot of talk, and this will happen soon. Okay, already present. It's not that completely absent, but it will increase. I think one of the challenges here is if somebody wants to set up, we talked about in the previous panel, talked about access to capital. If you want to set up in the, I think Gaurav was mentioning about how, in 48 hours, you can get all the approvals. And, there are financiers like, Pankaj who can, kind of bankroll them. I think that access to capital, if you're a startup, is something that, they need to. While there are obviously programs like Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and other countries have the same thing. But that access to capital and growth for ventures needs to improve. That ecosystem needs to improve. I think one last point, which is actually surprising, is many of these countries get a lot of donations from the more developed countries, and that actually scuttles their hunger and their need. Unless you have, like they say, necessity is the mother of invention. Unless you are pushed to the wall. You don't think of a desperate measure to do something and kind of set up something. So 60% of what the national medical stores in Uganda procures is through donations and grants. So as long as that is there, your belly is full. You're not really thinking, you don't have that hunger. So I think that is something that government should discourage. Now I'll move into another very important aspect. Okay, this is the pharma opportunity. These are the trends. These are the challenges. But what does it take, for, and I'll kind of try to, close this in the next few minutes so that we'll have some time for questions. What does it take to capture this growth potential, right? I think there are three aspects. One is a very strong, supply chain network, and a strong distribution network, very essential. 70% of Africa's consumption of, healthcare products, especially pharmaceuticals, is imports. Mostly from China and India, right? The number of African plants here is just less than, so is about 350 odd plants across 55 countries in Africa. One city, Ahmedabad or Hyderabad in India, will have more plants than that. I guarantee you. India has, I think, more than 50,000 manufacturers. China has about 5,000 plus kind of manufacturers. So that is the big one. So there is now you can look at it two ways. Like the classical paradigm of two salesmen going to an island and saying people are not wearing shoes, so there is no market. Or you can say that no, since people are not wearing shoes, it's a huge opportunity. Let me sell shoes by educating them, right? So that's the opportunity. But currently, if somebody wants to come here and set up a business, distribution, supply chain management is a very, very important, critical success factor, I would say. Secondly, I talked to you about governments, and I think working closely with governments, helping them understand what you're trying to do, seeking their support will go a long way. right? You can see some pictures here, the president or the health minister of Uganda or the health minister of Tanzania, but these are essential. You need their support. When I was meeting the health minister of Tanzania in September, a couple of months back, she was saying that we have 18 manufacturing plants coming up in Tanzania, which we are permitted, but you know what? They're not all adding up in terms of capacity. We still need more. Can you invest? So I think that is really the situation. Capturing African pharmaceutical growth is not just about an efficient supply chain and distribution. Supply chain is important because it takes around 4 to 6 months to import, and with COVID, it has just compounded availability. Logistics has kind of really gone for a toss. Airlifting is not always possible except in emergencies because it's frightfully expensive. It doesn't make good business sense. But ships are not available even if you want to pay money. All this is COVID, but somewhere it will settle down. There will be businesses which will be exploiting that. That is important. But I think along with that, what is also important is if you are really thinking long term about Africa, you definitely need to build. You definitely need to build. Manufacturing capabilities. In all of Africa, there are 375 drug makers. If we take vaccines, there are hardly 5. Okay, and 3 of them belong to one company, and they're captive. Okay, the 2 others are very small scale, and so huge opportunity, right? Very tough, very complex. I think vaccine manufacturing is very, very complex, but huge opportunity if somebody were to have a long-term appetite. I think I mentioned the wrong number of 50,000, but that's how I get excited about India. But at least 10,500 drug manufacturers in India which are accredited, and many small suppliers, or original manufacturers, which supply to them at back end of the supply chain, which will be 5 times that for sure. Right? There are hardly 3 API producers in India. In Africa. So 1 in South Africa, 2 in South Africa, and 1 in Ghana. So huge opportunity again if somebody were to kind of think of building a complete ecosystem for manufacturing. And we talked about we talked about Cipla. I think it's a great case study. It exports to 12 countries in Africa already, and it sends antiretroviral medication, which is AIDS products, to 30 countries, and it also exports to 2 countries in Southeast Asia. Now Ajay, who heads QCIL, is a good friend of mine, and I can tell you that if somebody were to, it's a great case study for success if somebody were to kind of take these aspects and want to build a business in African pharmaceutical space. So in summary, it's a good opportunity. It's a great, it's exciting from a future perspective. You have the long-term vision. There are challenges, but there are also the opportunities outweigh them. There are critical success factors, which I talked about. And, if somebody's, kind of interested in pursuing this, I think this is a place one should not really ignore in terms of the size and, the opportunity and, what is there to realize. So with that, I will pause, like we say in Swahili, which is the language spoken in Kenya and Tanzania, asante, which means thank you, mercy. So over to you. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful session. Now, please raise your hand for Q&A. The first question is from Gargi. Gargi, please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks to the panel representative for this insightful discussion. I just wanted to, have, if it is possible to reach out to you, an email ID or something to, dig out more on this pharmaceutical aspect of manufacturing units in Africa, it will be really helpful.
Certainly, Gargi. I think Nupur and Mr. Gurumurthy, they have my coordinates. I'm very happy for them to share with you, and happy to get in touch offline.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No problem.
Vineet, you can go ahead with the question.
Yeah, hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You touched upon various aspects as how Africa is target of various stereotypes in the beginning, and also certain market issues like supply chain constraints, etc. So I do agree with all these points, and because I have been associated with Mehta Group, which you might know also has sugar plants in Uganda. But things I had heard from colleagues, my colleagues, makes me wonder, how do you tackle certain disadvantages like regulatory deficiency, high transactional cost, and relationship-based contract, etc., which is quite obvious in these emerging economies?
So I think a couple of points. I think you touched upon something. So if you go to if you go to any emerging market, the beauty of it is that there is a huge opportunity, and it'll also come with its own share of challenges. Even if you want to pluck a rose flower, you need to negotiate the thorns, right? So I think that's part of any business. In terms of how you can overcome, I think if you're a business, you're clear about what you're doing and why you're doing what you're doing, and you're able to articulate that. And number two, you come across as somebody who's sincere, and you live or you walk what you talk. I think there is clearly a great appreciation of that, especially in this part of the world. They value what you bring to the table, right? But I think it is also a challenge, and I don't know whether you've worked in Africa or whether you've been associated. I think my observation is a lot of this transactional element that you're talking about is also something of our own doing. Many business houses here which have come, and there's a huge diaspora of India in many parts of Africa, whether it is in the western part or in the eastern part. I think it's also a culture which we have fostered over a period of time. I'll give you an instance. So I had to, we had about in one of my assignments, we had about 13 work permits which were pending for a long time, and these were expats that were needed for the operations. So there are two approaches. One, you can go and negotiate and the transactional part that you're talking about, or take a more relationship oriented approach and tell them about your business and why and how big you are, what you do, and educate them. And when I went with my CHRO at that time and educated the number 3 in immigration, right, and later met the number 2 in the Uganda immigration. I mean, without any additional effort, they said, okay, you bring the list. All that we did was, we said how big an organization we are, what is our contribution to the economy, how many people are employed across, and we are not just one country operation. We operate in 5 countries and export to some 15 other countries, and the respect that we generated. Today, I can kind of WhatsApp the number 2, who is a brigadier in Uganda immigration. And when I went last time to Kenya with family, there was a small challenge, at the counter. And when I told him that I'm so and so's friend, then immediately everything got done. And when I landed in Kenya, the brigadier was calling me, "Is everything okay?" So they do respect that relationship oriented, that equity building, because you have to talk about your organization, you have to build your brand. I think Pankaj was saying that that brand building, that sales orientation is so important. It is universally true. If you tell them that this is what I do and this is why I want XYZ, and my demand is, or my request is not unjust, and it helps you also in this way, they appreciate that. I can give you many examples, but I thought I'll choose this one.
Right, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yash, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks, Charulata. So Africa has come up in terms of the pharma market, but if you look at the job sector within Africa, it's still 80% comes from the unorganized or informal sectors. And is it like the companies are going there because they see a opportunity, a long-term opportunity? And as you mentioned, the manufacturing is something that companies are focusing on right now. But as a long-term scenario, do you see that because of economies of scale as well as the macroeconomic factors, Africa would become the next India or China for a lot of different industries?
No, that's why that's a great question, Ash. Let me be candid here. You need to have a long-term lens if you want to be operating in Africa, okay, for it to evolve to the level of India, because the sheer population growth is there. But I think the biggest hindrance today is, the if you go to Europe, for example, I was arguing in that, in that discussion with the African Free Trade Secretariat, that if I get an approval for one product in one country, I can reference that and get approvals in all the other countries. Okay, that situation is not there today, but Africa is looking at it. The African Union, the regional conclaves, they're all looking at it to bring it there. So you need to have a long-term vision. But in the short term, it is so is it going to be an India or China day after tomorrow? The answer is a straight no. But if you have a long-term vision that you are building an enterprise for say 15 years or 10 years, then the answer is yes. And I see the regulations evolving, improving, and I think somewhere the pride of wanting to do and be self-sufficient, like it is already there in Ethiopia, not there elsewhere. Okay, that seamlessness, that trade barriers being broken, and Africa wanting to be self-reliant. Many of the intellectuals here talk about that is increasing, and it will happen over a period of time. But that said, it doesn't mean it is in the short term, it is not an attractive market. In the short term, the margin realization is much better than even in India. Okay, if you are able to get the right product and if you are able to get to the right time, the same product which you buy in India is sometimes even more expensive here in Africa. It's not that this sells for a discount. It actually sells at a premium. Okay, so definitely there is money to be made here, and there is money available here. The last aspect, which I want to highlight to you is and I've been, my father was in pharmaceutical industry, and I've grown up literally with medicines, and I can tell you this, that I've seen the industry evolve in India. Right, I think the fillip to the industries came when in the mid 70s or early 70s, due to the process patent versus product patent, kind of regime change, and that gave fillip to a lot of Indian companies which are big today. Where otherwise it was also like what Africa was, in those days, right?
Yeah.
So that helped, and that evolved. We became very good, and when we started going out of the country and started looking at other markets like Ranbaxy did. When I was a rep with Ranbaxy, I used to talk about how Ranbaxy already has a presence in 13 countries. And for US, because it was taking time to get ANDA approvals, Ranbaxy went and acquired a company in the US called Home Laboratories and was routing the dossiers through them to get faster approvals. So the arbitrage of the cost arbitrage, the innovation arbitrage was well taken. So I think Africa today has to is not yet there, but if people can look at this opportunity and stay here for the medium to long term, definitely yes. So today Africa is where India was about say 25-30 years ago from a pharmaceutical capability perspective.
Right.
I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, and even the same, like as you mentioned, the Indian industry or India as a whole got its name from IT sector back early in 2000s. So do you see pharmaceutical giving Africa the same kind of name or fame? Or what would be the industry that Africa can really bank on to become a global hub?
I think there are many exciting opportunities here. I think banking and finance is a huge opportunity. Okay, there are some banks here which are doing exceedingly well. I mean, it's if you actually look at Africa, what amazes me. For example, I'll give you an example. The Deputy High Commissioner of India to Kenya, okay, the Deputy Ambassador, the Deputy High Commissioner is a batchmate of mine from IIFM. We were buddies, we were class buddies. When I met him, and he was at a dinner with other industry CEOs at his residence. We were talking about it, and Ashish was telling me that Raja, if you actually and he was working in the UN mission of India, before this assignment. Okay, so he has made presentations at the General Assembly and what have you, has represented India in the UN. And then took his next posting, and Madam Sushma Swaraj even apparently asked him, is that what you want? He had other opportunities, and he chose Kenya because UN has, outside of offices in the US and Europe, in Africa, the UNEP, UNDP are headquartered. And Ashish was telling me, if you go to the diplomatic enclave there in the UN area, it is absolutely out of the world. And when I saw it, it was mind-boggling. Absolutely developed, kind of a place. So infrastructure is a huge opportunity here. Banking is a huge opportunity here. And I talked about 400 plus of businesses which are more than $1 billion in revenue. So if somebody conglomerates, there are a lot of conglomerates here. Okay, people who have kind of done food processing, agro processing, hospitality, all put together. There are some Indian entrepreneurs here who are settled here in this part of East Africa. So there is, I would pick on one industry. I think the opportunity is kind of significant across. Tourism, here in this part of the world is a huge opportunity. In fact, in Masai Mara, which is in Kenya, a wildlife park, Richard Branson has a property which is rated as one of the most expensive properties in the world for hospitality. So if it's all about what you can conceive and what you can build, as opposed to kind of saying that will this sector outgrow? India did very well in IT, right? India did very well in pharma as well. So I don't think there is just one sector. I think it's all about picking up the right region, picking up the right countries, picking up the right opportunity, and what do you want to do, right? I think Gaurav was talking about how he had no experience in logistics or trucking before he set it up, but he had an open mind. So that's how it works. I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insights. And
Most welcome, yes. Most welcome, yes.
So I think we have no more questions now. So I'll deliver the vote of thanks. So we've had an exhilarating time hearing you demystify the various myths on the behemoth that is Africa. And as you mentioned, before the lunch break, we already have our plates full with insightful thoughts that you've imparted during this session. So, sir, from the
I hope it is useful.
Yes, sir. So, from the entire XLRI XPGDM cohort of 2021-22, I would like to thank you for taking the time out to grace our Conclave Forum. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me over. Always a pleasure to be associated with brilliant young minds from a great institute like XLRI, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conclave. And I really enjoyed the interaction. And to the madam who asked for my coordinates, or for anybody else who wants to be in touch, please feel free, Nupur, to share my coordinates, and I'm happy to connect. Thank you, and all the very best for the conclave and beyond for your careers and for your lives. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And bon appetit.
We'll resume at 2 p.m. Till then, it's a short lunch break.
Gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible, based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvela. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% ensure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is
Good afternoon, sir. So you're speaking on mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good to see all of you. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will be starting the session in a couple of minutes.
No problem. Take your time. Yeah.
So if you're okay with, shall I start this session?
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Good afternoon, one and all. Welcome back to the next keynote speaking session on today's International CEO Conclave Meet. The next keynote speaker for today's Conclave Meet is Mr. Thomas Kurvilla. He will be delivering his speech on transformation journeys, the reasons why, and the art of how. I would like to buy a bit of audience time to introduce the versatile persona that he is. Mr. Thomas has led many public sector transformational engagements on economic development and digital transformation across industries such as transport, telecom, healthcare, real estate, and smart city. Mr. Thomas is also a part-time faculty at prestigious institutes like IIM Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Udaipur, covering international business strategy courses, family conglomerate strategy and governance, strategy management consulting. He is also an elite member of the industry advisory panel of SP Jain School of Global Management and is also a speaker in conferences in the areas of corporate governance, international business strategy, turnaround management, and corporate venturing. He is a member of the global board of Author G Little since 1998 and is responsible for its operations in Middle East and Singapore. He is also the head of the strategy and organization practice in South Asia and Middle East. He was also selected as a pilot officer with the prestigious Indian Air Force to go along with these appointments. So we, the batch of XLR XPGM class of 22, are extremely delighted and honored to have you here today. Over to you, Mr. Thomas. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Arjun, for this wonderful introduction. The introduction sounds very, very good, but I hope I can meet up to the expectations that that the introduction has created. I can see that we have around 135 participants, right? I would not like to have a very detailed presentation, a one-way presentation. My expectation is that I will go through some slides very quickly, and I would like to have quite an interactive session. And during the presentation, feel free to raise questions. I guess there are facilities for people to raise hands and ask questions, correct, Arjun? Yeah, okay, good. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Good. Let me start by giving a summary of what I would like to convey today. This is a message I have covered in few of the previous similar seminars with other institutes and industry conclaves. It is more about the learning that we have had from the COVID-19 situation, in which we were expected to eliminate human intervention, and wherever we are not able to eliminate human intervention, the business was almost collapsing during COVID-19, right? But at the same time, there are many businesses that doubled or tripled their value when they were able to conduct the business without human intervention or very limited human intervention, right? The point that we could observe is that it is not only that you were able to conduct a regular business which was not possible because of COVID, there was a significant improvement in the outcome or lower investments, very high outcome, and the value of the business significantly improved during COVID-19 for businesses that have been able to run with very limited human intervention. So the point I would like to make throughout the discussion today is, what can we do to almost automate whatever is practically possible? Because if something can be automated and you still ask a human being to handle it, I'm sorry to say it is a disaster. It's a disaster, right? Because human being is not able to repeat with precision. There are a lot of emotions in the picture. There are a lot of things that is disturbing them. A lot of things happens in human beings, right? So it is nowhere comparable to a machine or something that is automated when it is something that can be repeated, right? Number one. Number two, again, I can go through many examples and prove it to you that any business that you digitalize, there is a significant value that gets created. And my not guess, we have done at least 15-20 projects in the last 2 years once COVID started, and every single business we have been able to close double the value of the business. And I can give any single example from any sector and prove it to you with actual inputs and data, and where this 30 to 40% improvement is going to come from, right? And it also means that once you're handing over repetitive activities to machines, human beings will start handling significantly higher value added activities, which means the compensation that we can give to people can be much higher. Just to take a simple example, I always like to give the example of taxi hailing or Uber or Ola, because it is something that people can relate to. Or maybe we can even give an example of a hotel, right? See, in the past, when we were not using mobile phones or applications to order a taxi or order food, the number of people that is required to generate the same business was significantly higher, and the same lesser number of people are able to generate more business, by which the value added by a human being is much higher, and hence he can be compensated much higher. All of this means that business leaders, I am assuming that all of you will be running businesses or running some departments in the very near future. And when you get into your day-to-day activities of managing a business or developing a strategy or deciding how to run your company, it is very important to consider these facts and see what can be completely automated, where we can eliminate any possible physical human interventions, and then it will be a completely different business model. Yeah. Before I get into the changes in the business model, I just wanted to give you some thoughts, because we do a lot of work on COVID-19 and the vaccine. There were some expectations around 1.5 years back when it started that things will go back to normalcy in 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. It is definitely not going to be the case, right? It is going to keep coming in waves. I don't see the wave ending anytime in even 2 years or 3 years. What is going to happen is you will never have a complete shutdown, because the world economy cannot afford to completely shut down, because then nothing will happen. The poor people will not have food to eat. There is no economic activity, there is no income, and people will die, right? So actually the number of deaths will be much higher than a situation where you have some little bit of COVID if you completely shut down. So the logic of shutting down the economy completely so that COVID gets eliminated is not possible, because people will starve and many more people will die if you shut down the economy. So what will happen is you have to shut down, and when COVID starts getting under control, then you will open it up, and when you open it up again, COVID will come back, and you will have this multiple waves. And we have to start assuming that the current situation is business as usual, right? We should not be saying that, oh, let us wait for COVID to be over and then we will do something as normal. That's not the case. Yeah, I can see somebody raising their hand. Anirudh, yeah, go ahead, please. Anirudh, Saxena, your hand is raised. If you want to say something, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You may want to speak up a bit louder. Yeah.
Sir, actually, I just heard what you said about the global shutdown, and it increases the economy also. So I wanted to ask you for this, because if we shut down the economy, then the cases will again rise. And if we don't, then the more number of people will get infected with this. So what is the ultimate solution then?
The ultimate solution is vaccination. The ultimate solution is only vaccination, because if you look at any such diseases in the past, any diseases that has been spreading in the world, it is not the first time that that something like this is happening, right? We had many such diseases, but COVID has been by far had the highest impact. But it is all resolved by vaccination. You cannot, it is impossible to have a world in which people don't interact with each other. Then why, I will even ask, why are we living then? What is the point of living in this world if you're not able to interact? So there's always a fundamental balance, a fine balance that we need to have, right? When because of COVID, when we shut down the economy, do we know how many people died in India because of poverty, no money to eat, there were suicides and all of that? So it is not appropriate to assume that, you know, shutting down and to eliminate COVID and reduce the COVID death is a much better proposition than, you know, little bit allowing people to move and the business to continue, and little bit of COVID death will happen until the complete world is vaccinated and COVID is eliminated. Yeah. Again, I don't want to give an impression as if I'm right. This is just my view, right? All of you have the same information. I don't have any extra information by which I can come up with a much more insightful conclusion. It is just based on my own experience, our own studies, and you can make your own conclusions, and maybe there are different conclusions, right? If there was a very specific right answer to this, everybody in the world would have done the same thing, right? But if you look at what India is doing, what UK is doing, what US is doing, everybody is following different logics, right? So it's also, I must admit, why I sound quite loud and confident. I would not like to say this is the only way to handle it. This is my personal view of how this has to be handled, right? You cannot shut down the economy. You should not assume that things will get eliminated and the world will go back to normal situation, and hence at that time let us start doing normal business. If any company, at least all the clients that I'm advising, if anybody says, Thomas, let us wait for one more year, it's a disaster. Consulting, we did not stop. We did not stop consulting at all. We actually stopped for 2 to 3 months. It was a disaster. People had mental sickness. Our consultants who were sitting at home, not able to work, not interacting, shut down, or mentally got retarded, by the way. Can you imagine that, right? So we cannot afford for a shutdown at all anymore, because the implications are much more serious than a little bit of COVID spreading out. Yeah. Any other question? I'm happy that you can have I don't have to go through all the slides. It may be just boring for me to present some slides and things like that. That is not my intention. So I would like to have it quite interactive. Yeah. Any other questions? Should I move on? Okay, good. I guess you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good. Good. Okay, now. Another one very quick input, it may be very obvious, but it is very easy to understand or predict what will be the impact from such a situation, right? Because you can actually classify any sector into something that is non-essential, essential, and something that is related to connectivity, right? So any industry that is non-essential, which is related to tourism, enjoyment, fun, movies, that is not essential for our day-to-day living, that has been significantly impacted, like 60 to 80% drop in tourism, hotel, leisure, movie, whatever is not essential will always be significantly impacted when people movement is not allowed. Marginal impact is normally for services that is essential. In all countries, public administration and defense will never be impacted by any situation, because you need to have the government services running and you need to protect your country from neighbors bombing or something like that, right? You cannot say COVID has come, so let me not protect the country. That doesn't work. So 100% of the countries will have public administration and defense, which is essential. And most of the developed countries consider healthcare and education also as essential services, which means irrespective of what happens with COVID or whether the world shuts down or doesn't shut down, you will also run healthcare and education, and both healthcare and education, in addition to public administration and defense, will not be impacted, right? And what will always have a very positive impact is everything that is related to enabling you working from home, which is connectivity, broadband, telecom services, media, e-commerce, all of them, the value of all the businesses in connectivity, in media, and e-commerce have almost doubled or tripled during COVID, right? So if you want to quickly predict what is going to continue booming and what will not boom, it's very easy to classify them into these three buckets, right? Non-essential services will go through a disaster. Essential services will maintain almost as is, and whatever is related to connectivity will have a significant improvement in the value. And it is very much possible to move some businesses from non-essential to booming. For example, ordering food from home, right? Instead of cooking. You can even think very carefully to move something from one category to another category and avoid a negative impact and try to move it to a positive impact. Yeah. Obviously, there were significant economic benefits. It was very, very clean. I'm sure that all of you realized that the world was a much cleaner place during COVID. Yeah. Some quick additional inputs is that we did multiple studies on whether people will continue in digital buying, and the conclusion that we had from various studies is that if 100 people started using digital or e-commerce, I'm not talking of people who were already digitally buying things before COVID. If there are additional new people, 100 people who started using digital channels during COVID, 75% of them will continue. They will not go back to the old ways. Only 25% of them are expected to go back to the old ways when everything comes normal, right? Work from home, whatever work has moved to work from home during COVID, based on our very extensive study, at least 50 to 55% of them will continue remaining working at home. It doesn't that everybody will not go back to the office. Approximately only 50% of the work that has shifted to home will go back to the office, and remaining 50% is expected to continue working from home. Okay, yeah. Any questions? Please raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Now, let me give some quick inputs about what we mean by digital transformation. So, digital transformation is not just about digitalizing something that we are doing. You need to update the complete customer experience, the type of service he is getting, the way the infrastructure is configured, and the cost to deliver the service has to significantly come down, right? Because when you are digitalizing a business, you are eliminating a lot of unwanted activities which is created by human beings and human beings handling things. So it is digital transformation is not about just digitalizing an existing operation. It is completely transforming the way the business is being conducted, right? Even we can take the example of ordering food from home and food getting delivered, or you taking the Ola. It is actually a digital transformation. It is not just a simple digitalizing and repeating the same activity that we used to do on a digital format, right? Let me skip the slide because I think I would have mentioned this. Just some more quick general inputs before I get into one or two specific examples. I don't know whether you're aware of the impact of artificial intelligence. DHL, okay, first of all, every company that has a lot of information has a lot of value. If you're wondering why companies like WhatsApp, Facebook, YouTube has a very, very high value, it is not because they make a lot of money. They actually lose lot of money. All these digital companies have a very high valuation. I'm not talking about cash. It's because they can use a lot of data to predict things that many of us cannot predict who doesn't have all the data. So if a company has the highest data, they tend to have the highest value in this world today. There's a very direct correlation between availability of data and the valuation of a company. And for many examples, like for DHL, since they're one of the leaders in cargo movement across the world, they are able to predict 3 months of global trade levels, which even US government was not able to predict it, or the UK government was not able to predict it. So even large organizations or International Monetary Fund or World Bank, the predictions that these large public entities, world banks who are giving loans, even companies like DHL is able to have a much better prediction than these organizations because of the data that they have and able to predict using artificial intelligence and able to predict what is going to happen, right? Just another very interesting example, right? In the past, when somebody identifies that a mango has been sourced wrongly, right? It used to take almost 6 to 7 days. Somebody want to say something? Yeah. It took around 6 to 7 days for them to actually identify where are these fruits located and eliminate it from the shelf. And you can imagine the disaster that has already happened. A fruit that has been identified which is unhealthy for consumption remains on the shelf for another 6 to 7 days. In my views, 90% of them would have been taken home and would have been consumed already. But by implementing blockchain, within 2.5 seconds, they are able to pinpoint exactly, assuming their stickers are there, by the way, it should be tagged. I'm just using mango as an example, right? Yeah. But this is a real case, right? As long as you're able to tag the mangoes and put the stickers and it is scanned, it goes through the system. Within seconds, they are able to identify where these spoiled fruits are, and they are able to eliminate it from the shelf within seconds, instead of waiting for so many days by which people consume it and the effects are already there. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Somebody has raised the hand, please.
So I would like to know, waiting for economy to revive at times makes people restless. What should be a good approach in your opinion during this waiting period, as there would be multiple waves as illustrated in W wave?
No, I miscommunicated what I intended to say. I don't think the economy is going through a downturn today. No. Nobody is waiting for the economy to recover. Economy is already recovered. If you look at the GDP growth across the world and the GDP growth in India, economic activities are almost back to normal, because you're allowing people to move. You see what I'm saying? So economic activities will be stopped if you stop people from moving, and that people are not doing it. The world is very cautious today. They are not going to lock down. I don't think they will lock down. So if you don't lock down, economic activities will not drop. And the point I'm trying to make is, even if COVID is not forcing you to handle things digitally and not allowing people to interact, you should not do that. You should still not allow people to interact from a business perspective. It should be more on a social. You want to meet people, be friends, have some fun and all of that is fine. Or you're having entertainment with people. But for business purposes, wherever practically possible, my suggestion is eliminate human interactions, because every time you have an human interaction when it is not required, you are actually creating a disaster. I can prove it. You see? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Clear? Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Just one more example is Amazon. Around 25% of the movements in Amazon warehouse today is controlled by robots. And when human being, 96% of the errors that was made by human beings in the Amazon warehouse has been eliminated by robots. 96%, right? So we need to quite understand the implications of the ability of artificial intelligence, robotics to come in and replace human beings and provide a service that is significantly much better than what a human being can provide. Yeah. Just another one more input. If you look at the replacement of human by machine, wherever it is more information processing, wherever it is repetitive, it is predicted that by 2022, machine will have a higher percentage than human. For example, information and data processing and things like that. But when you go up the slide, you will see that something where you need intelligence, something that is not predictable, there the percentage of human intervention will still remain quite high. I will share the slides with the organizer and they will share it with you, right? You don't have to take notes or try to copy anything. I will give you the full PowerPoint presentation and you will have it for yourself later. Yeah. So it is again very clear that over a period of time, human beings are being replaced by machines as we progress. This is again actual data. This I already mentioned that in Amazon, robots are actually replacing people, and the value from that is quite high. Just one very interesting observation, because I'm actually in the middle of that in Dubai. It's about just 3D printing. People always felt that construction is one of the most laborious or human intensive industry in the world, construction. We are now talking about 3D printed buildings. You can print a building in 2 to 3 days, right? When you're printing it, the human, if you required 100 people to build something, when you do 3D printing, it gets reduced to 2 to 3 people, right? So even the most human intensive or laborious activity like construction, I don't think people could have predicted that you can eliminate human intervention in that. So in Dubai in 2016, 2017, buildings have been printed in 17 days, and going forward around 25% of the buildings is supposed to be 3D printed by 2030. Now there's already a huge tall building. I'm not talking of single stories, double story buildings. I'm talking of skyscrapers being built using 3D technology, right? So again, significant elimination of human beings, right? Any questions? Please raise your hand. Yeah. So the point I wanted to make is that we have to really relook at how business is being conducted. The business models that we used to follow is almost, I cannot imagine a single industry following the same business model that they used to follow 3 to 4 years back. I'm talking of just 3 to 4 years back. If anybody wants to pick any example, I can explain to you what they used to do even as early as 4 years back, and how that business model is completely inappropriate today. And I have a view that even this will completely change going forward, right? And that is what we call like something like digital disruption, right? It is not about just digital transformation or using digital means of doing the same activity. You're completely changing the business model. Yeah. Now, let me get into some specific examples. So it's already 30 minutes. Let me try to finish it another few minutes, and then we can get into a Q&A. All of you are quite familiar with taxi hailing example, right? What do you think are the benefits when we start using Ola or Uber to get taxis today?
On demand, whenever we want it.
What is the benefit? What are you saving?
So we don't need to purchase it and keep it in the parking space itself.
Sorry?
We no need to purchase and keep it placed in the parking space itself during the COVID time. People who had cars, but they can't travel.
So what is the economic benefit? Where is the saving coming from?
The depreciation, that is amount, that is accounting. You can save that depreciation.
Okay. What else? What percentage do you think is the depreciation on the whole taxi hailing industry? Let us say the whole taxi hailing industry cost is around 100. What do you think is depreciation in that?
5 to 10%.
5 to 10%, right? So you're talking about a saving of 5 to 10%. I will go through this example and I can show you how you can save up to 60 to 70%. I'm not talking of 5 to 6%. I'm talking about 60 to 70%. I can show how we can save just on taxi hailing. I'm trying to see whether you can guess where the savings are coming from. Anybody wants to try? Yes, go ahead. Jugal. You have to unmute, Jugal.
So driver salaries.
So what percentage is that cost when the salary is this? How are you saving the driver salary?
So we need not to pay for, driver, right?
How is the driver? Why are the number of drivers getting reduced?
Because everyone is, booking using Ola or Uber cabs, so the number is reduced.
So all of you are talking about savings on private cars, right?
Yeah.
Let me give you some statistics here. What do you think was the occupancy of a taxi before Uber and Ola came in? If you ask any taxi driver and you ask him what percentage of the time do they have a passenger inside the car, what do you think is the answer is? Make a guess. Yes, Surya.
60 to 70% at max.
At max. Before Uber or Careem came, the taxi had passengers maximum 55 to 60% of the time. With Uber and Careem, the passenger occupancy is up to 90 to 95%. So forget about even private cars. Even just the taxi business, to carry the same number of passengers, you need only 60 to 70% of the original number of cars. Correct? So you already saved 30%. Correct? No. People assume that when you save taxis, you're saving the 30% of the cars and 30% of the drivers and the 30% of the maintenance. Correct? That is not the saving. You don't need 1/3 of the roads where these empty taxis are moving around. So if you have a 3-way highway between Delhi and Bombay, and assume I'm just giving the fundamentals. If you had 3 lanes to carry X number of passengers, today you need only 2 lanes, because 1/3 of the taxis were running on the express highway was empty. You don't need them anymore. So you're already saving 1/3 of the road infrastructure. But this is not full digital. This is not full disruption. You are now talking about only ordering the taxi, him coming to you, you getting into the taxi, and the taxi driver driving the taxi, correct? By 2030 in Dubai, 25% of the taxis will not have any driver. By 2050, almost you will not have driverless taxis. What do you think is the impact when you don't have drivers in the taxi? On the economy or the infrastructure or the cost? Make a guess. Go ahead, Renu.
Sir,
You again went on mute. Yeah.
the cost of the driver means like driver salary cost will be reduced.
Obviously, so you will eliminate 100% of the drivers. But let me give you much more detailed savings. The whole accident insurance gets eliminated. The number of accidents, if it is today, it is 100, it will drop to 1 or 2. 90 to 95% of the accidents that is happening today goes away. So today, if you're paying an insurance of 10,000, the cost of insurance will become 1,000. Because the insurance cost is a prediction of the cost to repair an accident. That's how the insurance cost is predicted, right? So if the insurance cost is calculated as 10,000, they assume that all the cars put together per car, I need to spend 10,000. But if the number of accidents are going to drop by 90%, the insurance cost is going to come down. Number one. When human beings are driving the taxi or the cars, you have to leave a space of 2 to 3 car space in between 2 cars, correct? When you're driving, you don't touch the next car. There is space for at least 2 to 3 cars before the next car in front of you. If it is autonomous, you don't need to leave space. That means in the same road, instead of 1 car, you can have 3 cars, right? So the road infrastructure, we already reduced it by 30% by using Uber and Careem. By making it autonomous, from 70, I have taken 2/3 out of it. That means I've taken another 40% out of it. So from 100, it has come to 70. From 70, it has come to 30. Do you think it is finished? No. When human beings are driving this car, they may be driving it at 50 kilometers an hour, 70 kilometers an hour. When autonomous cars are implemented, the speed is going to be 120, 140, 200 kilometers per hour. I'm just giving you one example, one single example of taxi in which 60 to 70% of the investments, of the time spent on the road, on the infrastructure, on the fuel, on the driver, on the accidents is eliminated. Yeah. So I'm just using this example to give you that how important, how critical is it, because everybody completely underestimates the benefit of digitalization. It is not just digitally doing what we used to do in the past. It is a complete transformation happening in a particular sector, right? So I've just given you that example, right? Hospital. We have done multiple studies for hospitals. Again, I do a lot of work in the Middle East, unfortunately not much in India. When we did studies for multiple hospitals, 30% of the visits were not required at all. People are going to the hospital for no reason. And because of COVID, they couldn't go. They got cured by sitting at home. Now, out of the remaining 70%, half of it could have been done remotely. You don't have to go and visit the doctor at all. You sit at home, you call the doctor will tell you what to do. The medicine is couriered to your house or to your office. You don't have to even take the taxi, go there, stand in the queue, meet the doctor. You will take 4 to 5 hours to go to a doctor, meet the doctor, stand in the queue, get the prescription, go to the place, order the medicine and come back. In Dubai, not happening. You call the doctor over the phone, you have a video conference. Unless he needs to take some blood test, that's a separate issue. I will explain how that is being done. He prescribes the medicine. The medicine is ordered online. The medical shop will deliver it through Careem or Uber, some of the taxi e-hail. They will put it, it comes home. That within half an hour, you log on to the system, you talk to the doctor diagnoses you, he prescribes the medicine is shipped to you, you are sitting at home. The same hospital, the same doctor is able to treat double or 3 times the number of patients they used to treat in the past with minimal error. Because in the past, when the doctor enters your name, he makes a mistake, the date of birth, he makes a mistake. Now nothing, you are entering your own yourself. When I want to visit a doctor, did you realize that you are entering all the data? When you enter your data, the chances of making a mistake is much lower because you are entering your own date of birth, you are entering your passport number, you are entering your name, you are entering your location, you are entering where the food is to be delivered, you are entering it, you're not telling anybody, you're not telling any other human being, you're telling a system where the food has to come, where the medicine has to come, what is your age. The 80 to 90% of the errors that are made are eliminated by the owner of the data entering the data into the system. Right? I'm not saying anything that is new, but I think the impact of these things are quite unknown and people are trying to change strategy and all of that. That is not, we don't have to go that far. You just have to completely understand why and how we can do these things completely differently, right? That's on a hospital. Let me give an example of a real estate. Today, around 30 to 35% of the parking spaces are empty, not used, and still you don't get a space to park. There are many buildings in Dubai that we have automated in which the parking is dynamically allocated. So the system can track your mobile phone. They will know, okay, Thomas is staying in building number A and he's staying in a particular floor. So he will try to find the slot which is closest to the lift, right? Number one. Or for example, if Thomas tells the system that I'm going to go India for a month, I'm not going to come into the lift every single day. They will not block a parking lot which is near the lift because Thomas is going to park the car once for a month and then he's going to go to India. While there are other people who are going in and out every day, who's going to the office every day. So the system dynamically understands what is the profile of the various people, and the people who are coming home every day, once or twice or daily, they will dynamically allocate the parking lot near the lift for such people. And people who are traveling and not staying in the house every day, they give a parking lot by which they have to walk, but they are going to walk for 5 minutes once in a month. You see, there are even situations in which it is possible more in the Middle East, or when you have malls and residential area which is very nearby. If you look at the malls and the residential areas, the occupancy is always very complementary because during the holiday season, people are moving from the house and they go and park inside the shopping mall. Otherwise, all the cars are parked inside the house. But today in Dubai, we have actually implemented the parking for shopping malls and residentials are complementary. So you can actually park in a shopping mall, which is very, very near to your residential area, right? Another thing, the system can sense that you're coming to your house. It can automatically open the door. It can lift the curtain. You can switch on the air conditioning. It can switch on the lights. It can even play the light music and all of that. Similarly, when you're leaving, it senses that there's nobody in the particular apartment by sensing that there's no mobile activity, and they switch off the whole thing automatically. There's approximately 35% energy cost saving, 35% parking space savings and things like that, right? One last example, then I will leave it again open for questions, right? There are telco operations today in the world that there is not a single human being that you can talk to. Because today in iPhone, there is something called digital SIM, eSIM. You don't have to put the physical SIM anymore. So if you just online, you can order a phone, iPhone or Samsung will be delivered to you. The telecom operator will enable it. They don't have to send you a SIM and the phone starts working. If you have any problem, you chat. You don't call anybody. You don't say, okay, dial 1, dial 2, dial 3, this is bullshit stuff, right? You have to keep dialing 1, 2, 3, you never get the operator, right? I am sure you have all faced the same issue. Today, there are many telco operators that you cannot talk to a human being. You cannot. It's everything is automated. And the fact they're trying to eliminate human beings and they're trying to give automated services, there is significant reduction in the cost, 10 times better customer service, 30 to 40% lower price, and customers are extremely happy. You see where I'm coming from, right? I can go on, but let me stop somewhere here and get into a Q&A, right? Another one last input I want to give is because people all, when we talk about companies like Amazon or big, large organizations like Reliance, Tata, Wipro, we always feel that small companies or individuals are getting marginalized because of e-commerce and digital business model. It is completely wrong. It is completely wrong. Let me again use the same example of Ola to prove it to you that a single small business also can benefit. Because before you had a digital business model, a driver had one taxi, is connected to one taxi, or a hotel is connected to a set of customers. Today, he is connected to the whole world. So you can have one single taxi and be connected to the Uber network or the Careem network. Or you can have your own kitchen making tea and connecting it to Zomato, and the whole world can buy your tea from your home. You see? So there is a misconception that when the whole world is getting digitalized, it is more suitable for larger and bigger players. It is actually the other way around. If you are a single player with one house, one restaurant, making only one tea or driving only one taxi, your overhead has come down significantly, and at the same time you have the benefit of the whole world to do your business, right? So it is actually not compromising on smaller businesses when you move into a completely digital business model, right? So let me stop there and then leave it to you to ask questions and we can continue the discussions. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for an interactive session. With your permission, we are opening the floor for a quick Q&A session.
Sure.
Guys, please raise your hand and ask the questions. Arjun, ask your question.
Sir, I take the liberty to ask the first question. So there is a famous debate going in the industry. We understand that automations are reducing the costs and they are transforming the businesses. But the other face of the coin, so many jobs are being lost. For example, the drivers in the Dubai example that what you have shared, and even the call center agents because of the chatbots coming into the picture. So how do you see this contrast? So what's your viewpoint on this debate?
See, the job loss is definitely a very temporary philosophy, right? It is never going to be the impact on economy and the income is actually the opposite of what we are thinking. And I'm sorry to say that the better way to protect people is not to stop digitalization, give them free money. I have done projects in Saudi Arabia. Let me tell you exactly what I do. We told the hospital to digitalize. It's a government hospital. I actually interacted with the minister. The ministers came and said, Thomas, how can we fire people? I said, what is your problem of firing people? He said, Thomas, they are jobless. I said, is the problem being jobless or the issue that you don't have money? I said, no money. I said, it is better to ask them to sit at home and watch movies and enjoy their life, and you give them the salary and they don't come to the hospital. It is still better for the economy. So To be very blunt, it is complete stupidity. It is complete stupidity to say that because of job loss, we are not automating. If you're worried about compensation, give them money. I agree. I'm not against. I don't want people to be hungry and sitting at home. That's very, very unfair. We people should never do that. We should give importance to that. But that should never be an explanation to say that let us ask people to continue doing job which is not required to be done by labor. That is complete. It is ridiculous, right? And now look at what will really happen. What will really happen is when you see, look at what we are saying. We are actually double-sided. We are really double-sided. There are people who are doing farming jobs or people who are doing construction, and we people wear this tie and coat and suit and say, you people still have to carry this bloody 100 kilograms of cement. You still have to cut the grass. You still have to sow paddy, and you sit in the air conditioning room and you eat, and they are slogging in the heat, in the sun. That is ridiculous. It can be automated, right? Why do you want in Dubai thousands of people from Bangladesh and Pakistan and Kerala in the sun for 56 degrees centigrade, standing there and burning their cells when it can be done by a machine? Give them money for free, right? Look at, I'm actually completely against this philosophy, right? We want these people to continue doing manual labor, and the people who are taking the decision are not doing any manual labor. They're sitting in their armchair and enjoying life and making people to do work. And as if you're giving them job, give them money. They don't not see, nobody wants a job. I'm not talking of people like us, the people that whom we think we are concerned about. They are not concerned about the job. They are only concerned about the income. So you should still automate and give them the income, and the overall impact is still going to be very positive. And over a period of time, the type of job these people who are doing the labor intensive job that they're doing, they will start doing a much better sophisticated job, right? Instead of driving one taxi, the same taxi driver will control 25 autonomous taxis through a computer, correct? He can sit inside an air conditioned room. Instead of sitting in the heat, he will control 25 taxis and he will get much more salary. We are doing injustice to them. We are actually cheating them because they are ignorant and they are not educated. That's my view about this thing.
Thank you
this
so
is
much.
all. See, all these things is just to get votes. It's complete bullshit. Seriously, don't get caught into this all these political statements. It is not out of love that they want the farmers to work and get income. No way. They just want to do some shit so that they will have the job and they will get voted and they will be in election and they can continue the crap they're doing.
Agree, sir. Thank you so much for the elaborate answer.
Aniruddha, please ask your question.
Hello, good afternoon, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Sir, I wanted to ask that you were just now telling about the automation and all these things that will reduce the labor and it will increase the smart work. But sir, don't you think that in a country like India, where the population is, the number is increasing day by day, so the automation will reduce jobs?
No, you will have more outcome. See, this is again, it's a completely wrong concept, right? See, today, let us take something like producing rice. Correct? Now, today you are producing 100 kilograms of rice. If you automate, you can produce 1,000 kilograms of rice and you can export. So it is not about automating and reducing the number of jobs. It is automating and increasing the outcome. It is again a completely wrong logic. You are saying that let us not automate agriculture so that 100 people, so we need 100 kilograms of rice. And let us not automate it so that 100 kilograms of rice is produced by 100 farmers. Automate it. I'm not asking 100 farmers to be reduced to 50 farmers to produce 100 kilograms. I'm saying the same 100 farmers, instead of producing 100 kilograms, should produce 200 kilograms of rice and export it to Pakistan. export it to US, export it to some other country where producing rice is costlier. There are many countries in the world who have automated and producing rice cheaper than India. It's bullshit.
No, sir, we can't stop automation. Like it will just stop the growth of the country, and we have to automate and we have to grow. But that there are a lot of pros for automation, and it will definitely increase the outcome. It will increase the export of the country also.
I understand the point you're saying. That the point you're saying is very, very valid. That jobs will reduce. I'm only that point that number of jobs will reduce is 100% valid statement. The only point I'm making is it is short term and it is better to pay them money than asking them to do something that is irrelevant. That's the point I'm trying to say. I'm not saying, I'm not saying that we should, okay, whenever we are talking about jobs, we are not talking about jobs, we are talking about salary. Let us be very clear on the fundamental of what we are talking about.
Job means
Correct?
salary.
We are when we are worried about a farmer or a laborer losing a job, we are not talking about losing the job. We are talking about he is losing his income. Even if you pay the income and automate it, it is far better. I have gone through every single sector. I've gone through telecoms, I've gone through agriculture, I've gone through manufacturing, I've gone through real estate, I've gone through hospitals, I've gone through everything. It is better to keep paying them and ask them to sit at home.
Yes, sir, that is a valid point, and we can do that, and it will not affect the growth also. So it is
Correct.
definitely a good point.
But it is very difficult to implement it. But if you keep saying things are difficult, then nothing will happen, right? And then another COVID will come and kill the whole population.
Currently, it is difficult to implement automation, but within 5 years or maybe 6 years, it will be a necessity.
See, let me give you, there are examples in front of us. I'm from Kerala, I'm from Trivandrum. Even today, look at the argument, look at the argument that we are having today. Today, when I go to Trivandrum, I try to take a Uber taxi. The other taxi drivers throw a stone on the Uber taxi and break the window so that the taxi driver keeps the job. Is that what we are saying? Now, let me explain to you the taxi driver, how stupid it is. The taxi driver in the Trivandrum airport, he makes 2 trips a day and he charges around 1,000 rupees and he gets 2,000 rupees for 2 trips. He's just working for 2 hours. The remaining 8 hours, he's sitting there and drinking tea. 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees he makes. An Uber taxi can make 3,000 to 4,000 rupees and he will make 8 to 10 trips. Instead of paying 1,000 rupees for a trip, I pay 300 rupees, so I save 700. The taxi driver who makes 2,000 makes 3,000, and let him go and do some other job. What we are arguing is equivalent to blocking Uber and Kareem to come to the airport and pick up a passenger, which is even today happening in Trivandrum airport, which I find it ridiculous.
No, so that is true. It happens in Delhi also.
Correct. Let me tell you what we did in Dubai, by the way. See, in Dubai, it was actually banned. The ruler of Dubai banned Kareem and Uber. And if Kareem and Uber was there was a 5,000 dirham fine. 5,000 dirham is 1 lakh rupees. Huh? The conversion is 1:20 for dirham. So the fine was 5,000 dirham, and they used to fine 1 lakh rupees, right? And the Dubai government still banned Uber and Kareem. And I had the privilege to actually make a presentation to the ruler of Dubai. And I had the privilege to explain to the ruler of Dubai that what you're doing doesn't make any sense. You're trying to keep the taxi income to the government, because the road transport authority, which is running the taxis, keeps the income and it goes to the government. I could very clearly calculate to the ruler of Dubai saying that you are trying to save money on the taxi, but look at the number of roads I can reduce for you. Instead of spending $10 billion or building highways, you can spend only $5 billion for the highway. And then he got convinced and he agreed to the logic, and Kareem and Uber was approved. It was based on our presentation to the ruler of Dubai to get Kareem and Uber approved. The point is that we are not making the right analysis. See, again, I'm sorry to take the same example. To keep a driver engaged, and you have to block the driver, you have to block the car, you have to block the parking space in the airport. Is it not better to ask the driver to sleep at his home? Correct. He's anyway sleeping in the taxi, right? He's out of 10 hours, he's driving for 2 hours, 8 hours, he's sleeping in the taxi. What I'm saying is, instead of having the taxi in the airport and sleeping there and wasting the parking lot, you go and sleep at home and we will pay you the money. That's what I'm saying.
No, sir, I completely understand. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for answering all the questions from a very curious audience. This brings us to end of this engaging and interactive session in our Avensis International CEO Conclave 2021, enabling change and facilitating growth. The key takeaways from this session were: digital transformation is not only about digitalizing the infrastructure, it's transforming the user and customer experience. Data is becoming more and more important for government and organizations for decision making. We are sure the batch would have gained lots of insights. Once again, on behalf of XLRA XPGDM, we would like to thank you, our speaker, Mr. Thomas Kurubulla, for sparing your valuable time today in gracing our conclave event. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed the discussion. Yeah, and feel free to connect me on LinkedIn. If you can just look for Thomas Kuruvilla, Arthur D. Little, I'm available on LinkedIn. I'm happy to get connected and continue the discussions. Yeah. And again, I just wanted to make one closing remark is whatever I said is my own opinion. I'm not expecting anybody to consider that as something right or wrong, because these things are still evolving, right? And what I may be saying may be wrong in another 2 to 3 years time. So these are just my own inputs and thoughts based on the experience we have so far, and all of you should have your own judgment, and that is the process of education, right? So this is just as an input versus as a recommendation, whatever we discussed during the class. Again, thank you very much for the questions. It was amazing to interact with you. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
So audience, we will be starting the next session in a couple of minutes. Just stay tuned.
High integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence. Excel gave me purpose. And Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm Bhavya. I would be the host for this session.
I'm Rahul. I will be the co-host today.
Pleased to meet you. If I can get some instructions of when you'd like me to begin.
We'll start in a moment, sir. I'll just introduce you and then we'll start.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just playing with my camera at the moment. Can't make the two of them work. Technology, eh?
It's absolutely perfect, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Should I start, sir, if you're all set?
Yeah, I'm fine to go when you're ready.
Welcome to another session of Avensis, International CEO Conclave by XLRI's Executive PGDM, class of 21-22. Presenting to you the keynote speaker, Mr. Joseph Anvil. Mr. Joseph Anvil is the CEO of Radical Sports Cars, based in United Kingdom. He was awarded as a CEO today in United Kingdom Awards 2021. He's a highly accomplished and experienced, multi-award winning distressed business turnaround CEO. He's manufacturing and engineering centric and has a demonstrable success track record spanning SMEs to multinational corporate. An entrepreneurial hands-on style with the confidence of having done most jobs at the operative level affords him a holistic view of complex multi-dimensions and multidisciplinary situations that often require unique and rapid remedy. He has significant international B2B and B2C experience with ultra-high net worth clients. He has completed business turnaround assignments on behalf of PE houses, banks, private investors, and business restructuring clients. We welcome you to address the batch, sir. The floor is all yours.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So what I've done today is I've prepared a presentation just to explain who and what Radical are, Radical Sports Cars. The question I think was asked of me is how do we turn people into racing drivers without breaking the bank? So if you'll allow me, I'll just share my screen for a moment and try and explain how we actually do that. Is that screen shared with you yet?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. Let me try again. Sorry about this. Let me just try it. So if I share my screen, share. Can you yet see that one?
We can see your camera screen, I think.
Really sorry about this. Stop sharing. I'll try again. Share screen. One last time. Hopefully I'll do it this time. Can you see it now?
Yes, sir, we see the presentation.
Okay. So let me take you through the presentation and without further ado. So can you see the pictures of the cars on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is Radical Sports Cars. This is the product that we make. So today, what I plan to do is take you through a brief introduction. I'm going to introduce myself first. I'm going to introduce Radical Sports Cars. I'll talk about the products. I want to talk about our dealer network, our racing, and a short summary at the end. Hopefully that will be sufficient to explain how we turn people into race drivers without breaking the bank. So who and what am I? So first off, as an introduction, I am the CEO of Radical Sports Cars. It's important to me to say that I came from very humble beginnings, really, which was I actually worked my way all the way up from the shop floor to become the CEO of several large businesses in the automotive, recreational vehicles, super yacht, buses and coaches. It's important to say that, really, because what I'm not a race car driver. I'm really a businessman. And if you ask me to define what that meant, I'd say I was a leader of businesses. So that leads on to the next comment. I've turned around several distressed businesses in my time, and Radical was one of those businesses. So Radical's been around for 2 decades. However, 5 years ago, the company was more or less bankrupt, and we had to turn it around. So as an individual, I'd describe myself as entrepreneurial, a driven individual, a competitive personality. And the greatest satisfaction I get in life these days is by succeeding. I think we all like to succeed. No one likes to fail. And at my age, the second thing that I really like to do is to mentor and develop young people for the next stage in their careers, which is always a great satisfaction. Hopefully this video will start.
Sorry to interrupt you here. If there's an audio, we can't hear it, sir.
So that really puts into pictures what we do, just in case some people watching this don't realize what Radical Sports Cars do. So by way of another introduction to Radical Sports Cars, we were founded in 1997 as a company based in Peterborough in the UK. We are a very vertically integrated company, and we develop, manufacture the cars. We then organize the racing, which I'll talk about in a moment. And we've sold about 2,800 cars globally over the past 2 decades. That number is quite important because in answering the question about how do we turn people into race drivers without breaking the bank, as niche manufacturers go, it's fair to say Radical Sports Cars are a volume manufacturer. I know that doesn't make sense compared to big OEMs like Ford or Volkswagen, Audi, etc. But what that means is that when we produce the cars, when we get through break even, then everything else is profit for us, which is an obvious statement perhaps, but it allows us to keep the entry level of the cars fairly low, which attracts so many people to our brand. We're located in 21 countries through 31 dealers. I describe our dealers as the jewels in the crown. They're the people with boots on the ground. They're the people that know how to sell the cars. And I'll talk a bit more in a moment about why a dealer would want to be a dealer for Radical as well. And this year we're entering our 25th year, and we've got some special things organized, not least of which will be a world championship. And to people, our customers, the people who drive the cars, by and large, are all entrepreneurs who are high net worth or ultra high net worth individuals. and really they're never going to be Formula One drivers. So they do this as a pastime, passionate pastime, a hobby, a sport. Just to give the overview of the cars that we do, you'll see it starts top left hand with the SR1, and it goes through a range of cars all the way up to what's called the Road Rapture, and they increase in value as we go through. I'll talk about the cost of the cars in a moment, and then I'll put that into context in terms of other racing that you see going around the world. The SR1, which you saw on the last slide, it's powered by a 1340 Suzuki Hayabusa engine, so it has a motorcycle engine inside, as do many of our cars. It has a performance which is blistering. If you are a normal car driver, this would not be something that you would enjoy. 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds, and our bigger cars do it in 2.4 seconds. The important thing in terms of presenting the question is that the price of the car is £44,995. So for that in the UK, if you are a complete amateur, or anywhere else in the world for that matter, I'm saying UK simply because of the pounds in front of the figure, you get to buy the car. We give you all of your racing suit, all of the things that you need to race the car. We give you free entry to a year's worth of track time with us, and we allocate you a professional driver to teach you to drive. And so what we do is basically we take away all the barriers to entry for anyone who has got a desire to become a racing car driver. Once you're finished with the SR1, you can frankly sell the car and nearly recover all the costs that you've paid to become a racing car driver. Or, as many of our customers do, they move on to the bigger cars. And you can see there the SR3, which is a much bigger, much more powerful car. And it goes all the way up in price. And you can see the price increasing there as the cars get larger, more powerful, and require, frankly, more skills to drive the car. The SR10, which was the video that you saw a moment ago, we launched that in the middle of the COVID epidemic in the UK in October 2010. And we've just sold our 70th car. And in the industry I'm in, that's quite a remarkable number. Some people would not sell 70 cars in the entire life of the car, let alone in 1 year. We do other cars, the RXC Spider, the RXC 600R. So it's just to give the group a flavor for the type of cars that we do and we make. And as I said a moment ago, Radical as a business was virtually bankrupt 5 years ago. So we've come through a hell of a journey, a turnaround journey. And if anyone wants to talk about that later, I'll be happy to do it. But in that turnaround, we took the business from crisis all the way up to where we are today. And in that turnaround, we actually consciously did the things that we knew would position ourselves to be a volume manufacturer and therefore be able to appeal to people who perhaps didn't have the budgets to go racing in much higher series than ours, or more expensive, I would say, rather than higher series. There's a quick map that I've put onto the presentation, and it just shows the places in the world where we have dealerships. You'll have noticed straight away there are none in India. That's for no reason other than we haven't been approached by anybody in India. And I'm aware of Force India, which is a remarkable team over there. We're talking to people there. I wouldn't say regularly at the moment because COVID's got in the way of everyone in the world right now, and it's damaging business right around the planet. Well, from those dealerships that you can see where the red spots are on the map, this year we'll sell 175 cars, and that adds to the 2,800 that we talked about before. So that's about the rate that we sell these cars at. And as I say, it's remarkable that such a small company based in Peterborough has now got such a global footprint after 5 years. I thought I'd put this on as well just to explain. So when someone wants to become a dealer of Radical, why would they want to become a dealer of Radical? The big danger with autosports, and I guess it happens in every sport, cricket, football, anything, is people are passionate about sports. I described myself before as a leader or a businessman. I have to keep an eye on business. And the one thing in business, which is a very obvious statement, is if you don't make money, you won't be in business very long, or you won't join the business. So what this is we call it our dealer ecosystem. And just to summarize it, basically, a dealer can come along, be a dealer, and make money from us by selling cars or doing utilization, experiencing, and racing. And frankly, from all the things that you see around that circle, a dealer makes a margin, makes money. And therefore, the more activity a dealer undertakes, the more money that they make. And what that means is the dealer is healthy in that regard, and they then provide a service in country, in a driver's own country, to a very high level for us. And again, it strengthens the brand image, and away we go again. And that's what actually promotes the brand and the product around the world, is the dealers. And that's why I described them before as the jewel in the radical crown. Super important people. One more video, if I may.
Sir, just to check, is there an audio also? We can't hear it.
Okay, so I hope that gives you a view of how the drivers see the cars, and in particular, the drivers weren't exactly very young individuals, shall we say. And therefore, you know, you can see that the driver age range, which I've described here, we do have some at 16. The oldest driver we've actually got is 72 years old. So it appeals to a very broad audience of people. I've described the cars that we offer, this broad offering from entry level SR1 to the high powered SR10. And again, coming back to the question that was asked, it's the SR1 level really where we turn raw amateurs into race drivers. And then should they desire, and you saw some of the drivers there talking about, they go up through the ranks, and I don't want to describe anything as a drug. Maybe it's better to describe it as a passion, but when people get the passion for this car, 70% of everyone who tries an SR1 goes through to the higher levels of car. So, and the 30% who don't go are generally because the SR1 is powerful enough for them and they don't really want to try anything more powerful. And that is the next comment really, that it's a stepping stone. And what we try and do always is keep the entry fees and running costs to a minimum. Although the people that we deal with are generally entrepreneurs, high net worth individuals, like everyone in the world, they want value for money. And but there are some people who will pay more for the racing. And that perhaps brings me to this fairly complicated picture. But I'll actually explain it for me. So if you see this picture as a pyramid, and right at the top of the pyramid there, you'll see Formula One. This is a couple of years old, this slide. So to be a Formula One driver now will cost you a minimum of £5 million a year. And what people don't always fully understand is that when you see a Formula One race, only maybe 2 or 3 of the top drivers are actually paid to race at Formula One. So it's absolutely astonishing. And right at the bottom of that pyramid, you'll see there's karting and there's other things which, you know, you're going to spend £25,000 a year. But to draw your attention onto the red boxes, that's where Radical feel, that's where we sit within that racing ladder. And so young people can use us as a stepping stone to Formula One, or not, as the case may be. But the reason for showing this picture is you can see to the left, it probably costs £100,000, £150,000 a year to be a serious Radical owner. You can go between £50,000 and £100,000 a year, which is relatively minor compared to other forms of racing. And yet our cars are faster, more fun, collegiate. We call it the Radical family, and that's what people value. So I think I've probably explained enough about that at the moment, other than to say we as a business are quite a complex business, and the way I describe it is like there's 3 parts to our business. There's the operations, there's outside of that there's technical servicing, and outside of that is racing. There's many stories, and most of them are true, that most race companies lose money. There's very few, if any, around the world that make money, and we make money. And the reason we make money is that those 3 entities that I've just described are quite symbiotic. So the racing, which loses money for us, generates the interest to buy the cars. We make the cars, and of course, in our manufacturing facility, once the cars are at a level where we go through the break even in the business, then we make money. So one services the other, if I'm explaining myself properly at the moment. Neither will survive without the other. And that is the unique selling point of Radical. And because we are a high volume manufacturer, we can actually keep costs low enough to carry on attracting people with budgets of the level that you can see where Radical sits. So I hope that explains adequately where we sit. And that was a very conscious thing 5 years ago. And while I'm CEO of Radical, we'll never go higher in that pyramid because, you need budgets like Ford have, or Volkswagen or Ferrari to go higher there. And any private company that went higher would lose significant amount of money, in my view, and do. So I want to talk about Race the World. This just gives you an idea of where Radical Race. So again, this is appealing to drivers around the world. Although we're a UK-based company, we have customers that span the globe. This is just some of them, to be quite honest. And the point of bringing this up is that two reasons, really. First off, we race at most iconic tracks around the world, and people of a certain age who want to race cars don't have much opportunity to race at very iconic tracks, and yet we organize it. There are 42 formal races that Radical organize. There are 42 weekends a year. There's a formal Radical race somewhere in the world going on one of the racetracks that's in one of these countries. And so there's an awful lot of activity that goes on, and there's an awful lot of opportunity for the drivers to use their cars, which again is what turns Radical drivers into more professional race car drivers, because they actually get the use in the cars. That really brings that presentation to an end. I hope I've adequately explained how Radical work, what Radical are, how we actually offer race car drivers the opportunity to become professional race car drivers. Reminded, I guess, in your country, it's probably late in the afternoon, and perhaps if I bring it to an end there and maybe open the floor to questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Joseph, for the presentation. Now I will open the forum for any question from the batch. So please raise your hand if you have a question. Yes, Nirdis, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation and telling us about Radical and what it is into and what is it that matters to the company. My question is actually related to the first slide, that is your introduction slide, and a point that immediately caught my attention was how you turned distressed businesses around. Given the pandemic situation and we, going to join the industry as managers in a very short amount of time, what are the tips that you would like to give to us, in order to, or rather the tips that we can implement to turn such distressed businesses around in such lean phase of this pandemic?
Okay, that's a really good question, and I'll start by saying I do a lot of work at Liverpool John Moores University at the Business Management School, and my specialist subject is distressed business turnaround. So it is a sweet spot for me. Is there a magic bullet for distressed turnaround? There isn't really. So what I would say is every business that I've ever dealt with, and I've dealt with a lot, is idiosyncratic. In other words, they're unique within themselves. And if there's any common factor that causes a business to go into distress, it's a lack of leadership. And I constantly have a debate with people. I see leadership as entirely separate from management, and people get the two confused. So in a distressed turnaround or a turnaround of a business, you absolutely need strong leadership. And the strong leadership needs to be very directive at the start. In other words, you need an experienced individual who can quickly analyze the situation. And what I've found in my career is that the situation is very multidimensional. It's never just finance. It is usually a whole raft of other things, but finance is the obvious thing that stands out, because if you run out of cash, your business ceases to exist. So you've got to look after cash. You've got to, profit's a different thing, but cash is king. And when you first take over a business, the first thing you want to do, or the first thing I look at, and I'll describe it as metaphorically as an abstract. This is a very odd way of explaining it, so please forgive me. If you imagine a medical doctor walking down the street and he sees a crowd of people stood around somebody on the floor, the doctor runs over and somebody in the crowd says, the patient on the floor has he's broken his toe. And the doctor starts to fix the broken toe. But in fact, the patient was having a heart attack and the patient dies. So the doctor wasn't a very good doctor. It's very the same for turnaround. When you go into a business, people point out all the trivial things to you that's really hurting them personally. But as a turnaround guy, you need to find the heart attack fairly quick. What's causing the real problems? And it's very like being a doctor in a theatre where a patient comes in. If the patient is on a gurney and is very ill, people don't stand around and talk. The man in the surgeon tells people, do this, do that, and turnaround is very like that. You need an experienced people to be able to lead that in the crisis. And then a business moves through different phases. It goes from crisis through to distress, through to underperformance, through to performing well. And there's an argument to say that one leader can't lead through all of those different paradigms within a business. So a leader who's good at crisis might not necessarily be good at transactional running a business when it's performing well, and so on and so forth. So you've asked a very, very good question, and honestly, I could talk for hours and hours and hours about it. With Radical was, if I just talk about Radical for a moment, it was run by very passionate people who weren't business people, and they had no clue at all how to run a business. And while they were kind-hearted and enjoyed themselves, it was only ever going to be sustained when somebody else was paying the bills. And that's why I made this comment a moment ago, that the thing that we did was make a symbiotic business. So one that was self-generating, it sort of feeds itself. And as long as the operations have enough turnover to get through our break-even point, then everything else works in the business. And today we're very profitable. I hope that answers the question, but honestly, I could talk to you for hours about distress turnaround. It's my sweet spot and something I really enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for those insights, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Nirud, you can ask the next question.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible now?
Good afternoon.
Sir, am I audible now?
Sorry, I can't see you if you're there.
Yes, Anirudh, you are audible. You can go ahead with the question.
Sir, now am I visible?
Hi, hello, see you.
Okay, so my question to you is that do you think that there will be electric powered engines in the sports car?
Well, I have to say the questions are brilliant today, so thank you for that. I'll give you a very short answer. No, I'm not a big fan. And then I'll elaborate on the question. The technology is super complicated, especially in terms of batteries. And the one thing you need to get out of a sports car is power to weight ratio.
Yes, sir. The power is very required. High power is required.
Yeah, and to carry a very heavy battery is in my view not the right thing to do. Also, the endurance of a battery is not good enough at the moment, and therefore when you have an endurance race of say 45 minutes, you can't, not without recharge. And that is a major technological barrier towards electric race cars. The passionate barrier towards race cars is that people like the noise of the race car. I'm sorry, I've just seen the emails, the comments. I don't think everyone got the noise of those cars before, so I do apologize. But the people who like the cars like the noise. And therefore, where my mind is at the moment, as an individual, I prefer hydrogen power. And my bet, my gamble going forward is my industry, or at least my company, while I run it, will probably invest in hydrogen power as opposed to electric power, simply because hydrogen power is much more convenient and we can use internal combustion engines and still go green. It simply produces water.
Yes, sir, that's a valid point.
Yeah. So did I answer your question okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Well,
sir.
thank you for the question. That was a good question.
Jugal, you can go ahead with the next question.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the presentation. It was, quite interesting. My question is regarding the future of the radical sports. If in future we know that autonomous vehicles are going to come. So at that point of time, where do you see radical sports?
I actually, when you talk about autonomous vehicles, yeah, I'm old enough to say these things at the moment. It's boring. I know that people want to go from A to B autonomously, but that's like saying robots will be able to play cricket better than cricketers. There's still passion. There's still passion in the industry, and what we've found at the moment is people are saying to us right now, going back to the electric car, we're looking for derogation from governments to allow people who are driving very clean, very sanitized electric cars or even autonomous vehicles to get out and then to enjoy speed, power, exhilaration on a race car track. And many people, I think, will still buy race cars for that very reason. Driving is, I don't know what driving is like in India, but it's awful in the UK. You're always in traffic jams somewhere and smoke and filth and grime. So people want to get out and race cars, and I honestly believe it will go on and on and on. The other part to your question, which you didn't ask, is what we found right now is people are going towards sim racing as well, simulators, just to carry on having a lot of fun in the race car. So that may be something that there's already tens of millions of people doing sim racing in the world, and especially on sports cars. That may be something that people use to counter the effect of, let's say, electric cars or autonomous vehicles.
Yes, sir, I completely agree with you. But the thing is, now you are assembling Suzuki engines, right? So in future, all these companies will be producing electrical engines and autonomous vehicle engines, right? So at that point of time, it will be difficult for you to assemble these engines. You won't get the spare parts and technicians as well, right? So it is difficult for the business to survive at that point, right?
Yeah, potentially, but right now, Suzuki, Ford, all of them are producing lots and lots and lots of internal combustion engines. So although the whale soundbites say that we're going towards a greener economy, from my end of the telescope, it doesn't entirely feel like that. The other thing to say, and you may be right, that there are very specialist manufacturers in the world that we deal with. So I'll give you one example, Cosworth. So Cosworth make all of our crankshafts. They make our pistons, our connecting rods. And therefore, they're making the internals of the engine. And we're only reliant on people like Suzuki for the castings. And we do all the other machining ourselves. So it's more correct to say that we make a radical engine that uses relatively few Suzuki parts than say that our car is a Suzuki engine. So in other words, we're very self-contained.
That answers my question.
Yeah, but your point is well made. In 10 years' time from now, we may be forced down a different way.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nilesh, please go ahead with the next question.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. My question is a kind of extensions to what Nirdesh had asked. So when you say that distressed business, and of course managing distressed business and to sustain it during the COVID time, it has not been it would have been a very difficult task. So my question is that as a leader on personal level, what are the key attributes that we need to manage such times?
As a leader, what are the key attributes? Again, that's a really, really intriguing question. First off, I would say leadership and leadership qualities are very rare, more rare than you would think. And I made the distinction before that people who are managers think they're leaders, and I would say the two are completely separate. A leader needs to lead first and foremost, and that takes, you've got to be brave sometimes, because leaders need to take very brave decisions, and the decisions a leader will take are not always the most comfortable or the most popular. And that is probably the most key attribute I would say a leader needs to do. Don't do it for popularity. You don't do it for any other reason other than it's the right thing. And sometimes the decisions you take are extremely painful for you, for people, but you can't waver, and you can't allow anybody in your business to see any weakness in a leader. And I would say that would be the second attribute. The third, I would say, is you have to, and this is the final one I would say, is you have to be very comfortable to work on your own. To be a proper leader is a very lonely place, and sometimes the only person you can share it with is your wife or your husband or your partner or who else. You can't share any of your concerns or your doubts, and we're all human, we all have concerns and doubts with anybody else. So you have to project an image of absolute confidence, even when you know more of the detail than anybody else and you know what the risks are. So I would describe those as the attributes of a leader, which is very different than a manager. But you have to be brave, and you have to do the right thing all the time, no matter how unpopular or how difficult that decision is. And that's what gets businesses into trouble, because some people, there's three styles of management which I'll draw to your attention. The first style is transformational, and I've described leaders in transformational. The second style is transactional, which I've described people who lead stable businesses, transactional managers or leaders. And the third style, which is a very bad style, is laissez-faire, which is management by exception. If you look towards a system called Mind Games and a questionnaire which is called MLQ-5X, that describes those three leadership qualities. And the worst, the most dangerous of all of those qualities is the laissez-faire, which means that the manager or the leader, so-called leader, doesn't do anything until the situation is so bad they have no alternative but to act, which is the polar opposite of a transformational leader. So again, I hope I'm describing your question. It's a very, very deep, intriguing question that you're asking. Again, like one of the previous questions, it's one that you could do a whole session on. Fascinating stuff. But I would describe myself very arrogantly as a leader, and that's because over the years I've had to lead businesses in distress. And why would I describe myself as a leader? Because I had good mentors in the past. I had very bad experiences. Have I always succeeded? Absolutely, I haven't. I've had my fingers burnt. So I've learned my skills, good and bad, throughout the years. It's not something that you can just wake up one morning and say, you know what, I'm going to do a leadership course, or I'm going to be this, or I'm going to be that. I would describe it as some training and a hell of a lot of maturity and life skills have to go into it, which makes the difference. Okay. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir. That answers my question. Thanks a lot.
Kaushik, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much, sir, for the session. So my question is regarding the customer experience. So you talked about providing rich customer experience, especially for high net worth individuals, by providing value for money. So how did you create touch points to enhance the shopping experience for your customers?
Just repeat that last bit. How did we provide that experience, did you say?
Yeah, how did you enhance the shopping experience for the customers specific?
Again, another very good question. So the first thing to say that high net worth individuals can spend their money on anything, super yachts, airplanes, anything. So you have to be different and you have to appeal to something. And we call it, we've made up a word in England in Radical called unobtainium. And that means we need to provide something to them that they can't go out and buy. And what we provide in Radical is a family experience. So when we go to the track, people leave their businesses back at the office. They engage with friends from all around the world. It doesn't matter what the backgrounds or countries are. They have the single passion of racing cars. We gather together in a track, and frankly, we feed them on lukewarm coffee and pizzas that are you could put on the soles of your shoe, but they love it. And these guys, left the super yacht somewhere in Monaco the week before maybe, but they can't buy the experience that we're giving them. And that family experience is now permeated out. Someone was talking about LinkedIn before. We've got people talking to each other all across the globe at the moment, people who not naturally come into contact with each other, but they've got the shared common passion of racing. And now it's actually permeated further than that. They're talking about the families, they're talking about what's going on in their particular country in terms of we took the family to the beach, etc. So it's created this family, and we actually use that word, the Radical family, and we promote it. And I can't give you any more reason than that, but that was another conscious thing that we created. And that was under the banner of Race the World. So while the world constantly fights with each other in political scenarios, people who race cars, and probably people who play cricket and people who play football, don't really care. They just want to go and do their thing as part of a family. And that works extraordinarily well for us. And that's what I mean by value for money. They come, they race the cars, we give them not cheap coffee, but we give them lukewarm coffee. Sometimes in England, like now, at -2 degrees on a cold, wet track, and they have enormous fun, and that's all they want. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Siva, please go ahead with your question.
Thanks, Rahul. Thanks for the session, sir. Sir, my question is regarding promotional strategies. You might have implemented many promotional strategies. So my question is there any one of those strategies that did not work for you or anything that backfired?
Ooh. By promotional strategies, in my head, I think you're talking about maybe marketing. Well, I have to put my hand up straight away and say I'm an engineer. Okay, so I have really good marketing people around me, and they have skills that I frankly don't have. So I don't feel qualified to answer the question, but I can give you an opinion based on early days. We still struggle with promotional strategies, and I'll explain why. So when the company was in deep crisis, I literally got on an aeroplane and I went round many of the dealers that you saw on that map before, and I introduced myself personally and I made the relationship personal, and that worked for us. But it gets to a certain size where you can't do that, and you need then marketing people to take the lead. And our business has moved, as it's moved through its different phases of turnaround, I've moved the business from an operational centric business, efficiency, produce cars on time, etc., to the right quality. I've moved it to a sales and marketing led business. So we do an awful lot of sales and marketing at the moment, and yet we still struggle to reach into other racing series and attract people into our series. So 70% of the people today or more that are Radical owners have owned Radicals before. It's very difficult to attract people and difficult to get your brand image in front of people that you'd like to get your brand image in front of. Now, I don't want to say that's a failure, but it certainly is a frustration because we spend a lot of money on marketing, and our marketing people, as I say, are pretty good from what I can see. But is that a failure? Not quite sure, because I wouldn't know how to describe a failure on promotional strategies. The other things that I would say, and again, it's an opinion, we've made mistakes along the way. I'm first to put my hand up. And one of the things we tried to do is make a road legal Radical, which was the Ratchet. And that was definitely a mistake, simply because once you make something road legal, people who drive normal cars think that they can get into a Radical and drive it. And our cars will do 180 miles an hour. And I missed the point that drivers who are not trained to drive cars at that speed really shouldn't be allowed on the road with them. And so sometimes you think you've got a good idea, and those ideas don't work. So what I tend to do these days, I've got the luxury of having good people around me at the moment because we've come through the transformation of the business. And it's a skill which I've had to develop over the years, which is listening. Sometimes I have to listen to people rather than be very directive. And people, it doesn't matter who they are, they've got lots of people have lots of good ideas. And if you can distill that down into a way forward, then you normally get a much better outcome than just one person with an opinion. So hands up, the road legal Rapture was my idea and my idea alone, and that failed. But as I say, now that we've come through the turnaround and we've got good people around us, they seem to be getting more success. I don't really truly know how to answer your question, other than today, 5 years on, we're a very profitable organization. We've moved from 4 dealers in the world to 31 or 32 dealers now. All of those dealers are absolute diamonds in our crown. So those strategies have really worked well. It's the secondary strategies that we have to have now to help them to promote their businesses, to move out further. And frankly, we're just taking that business model and we're expanding it. India is a place that we're not in, South Africa, South America. These are all very passionate about racing, and yet we haven't quite reached there yet. So again, I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but if I've answered it, then great. If not, ask me another one.
Sir, it answered my question, sir. Thanks for the detailed explanation.
Thank you.
Sir, we have one more question from Vineet Maheshwari. He has posted the question in the chat. I will read out the question for you, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so Vineet says he is a big fan of F1 and rooting for Hamilton tomorrow. His question is, what are the challenges that you faced when you started, and did you had an angel investor initially?
Just repeat that. Sorry, I missed the question.
I will repeat again. What are the challenges that you faced when you started, and did you had an angel investor?
What are the challenges that we faced when we were starting? I've taken that as starting the turnaround. That's the way I'm reading that.
No, at the start of your career, I think.
Oh, at the start of my career.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another massive big question. Well, I didn't know where I wanted to be at the start of my career, so I just sort of gravitated towards what I liked doing, which was I used to take cars and I used to take motorcycles to pieces. So I became an engineer, like many other people. And the challenge that I had was what challenges did I have? I didn't really have challenges because I had a lot of drive even as a young man. So I knew what I wanted. And I was really quite lucky because I had good people around me who mentored me and helped me and supported me. And as I came through, I grabbed quite a few qualifications as well from institutions. So today, I'm a fellow of several institutions, chartered engineer, etc. But I actually started on the shop floor as an apprentice in a boiler suit as a welder. And so I actually, when I talk about starting as humble beginnings, that's where I started. Why did I start in that position? Frankly, it's not about me, but my father died when I was 12 years old, and therefore I needed to go out and get a job. I got that job as an apprentice and then worked my way all the way up from there. So the question is really good. I had this drive, but the challenges was all in my head. I had to believe that I could do it, and I did it. And as long as you get the right mentoring and the right tutorage, then it's fine. If I've answered that question, I'm not sure.
Sir, he has one leading question: that did you had an angel investor?
Did I have what, sorry? Oh, angel investor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, is the answer to that. No, never. We have investors, but I wouldn't describe. I don't know whether I'm answering the question again. We have investors today, but they're not angel investors. These are people with. These are private family offices that invest in our organization. No, angel investors for me, I've never really been close to any angel investors. The investors I've had in the past have been private equity houses, banks sometimes, and as I say, private individuals' money.
Thank you, sir. That answers the question.
All right, thank you.
Now, to wrap up the session, I would like to give a vote of thanks to Mr. Joseph. So this session has been an absolute engaging and enlightenment one for us. I'm sure the batch has a lot to take from this session. On the behalf of XPGDM batch of 2021-22, we would like to thank you for your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you again.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And if you can say thank you to Payush, who's been a wonderful host and kept in contact all the way through. Thank you for doing that for me as well. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to close this now, yeah? I'm going to close. Thank you.
Yes, sir, we can close this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just for information, the next session will begin at 4:15 p.m. So we'll meet again at 4:15 p.m.
Gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experience. Move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kurvala. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all.
Very good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Hi.
So let's start. Good evening, everyone. I am Apurva Tripathi and my co-host is Kaushik Narayanan. Welcome to another interesting session for the International CEO Conclave with Mr. Arjun Mohan. Mr. Arjun Mohan is the CEO India at Upgrade's Asia's Higher EdTech Major. Arjun started his career with the Think and Learn Private Limited, commonly known as Byju's, as a teacher and moved up the ranks into the leadership role. He ran most of the sales and marketing in the company's early years and was until recently running its international business. He held several leadership positions throughout his tenure, including Vice President Marketing and most recently Chief Business Officer. Prior to Byju's, Arjun drove sales and operations at Titan Industries and did his stints with Tata Motors, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited, and Sir Dorabji Tata and Allied Trust. He started his career as a Tata Administrative Service Manager after passing out from IIM Kozhikode with a gold medal. Welcome, sir. Now the floor is open for the session.
Thank you. Yep, so 137 participants. Good evening, and I hope you are all having a good day today. So I've been asked, I think I have 45 minutes, right, Apurva?
Yes, sir. And the last 10 to 15 minutes will be for Q&A.
Yeah, right. So so I have a presentation. I'll probably do a monologue, but what I would prefer is we should flip the time. I don't want 30 minutes for the monologue. Maybe I'll do a 15 minutes monologue, and we should have a longer time for Q&A, because that's where at least the relevant questions get answered, right? Right. So we are all students of management. So, and we are all here to build businesses. So we should also always be caring for what the customer thinks, because you guys are the customer here. I will probably listen to what you guys want to say and then try to answer these questions through my experiences. Will that work?
Sure.
Right.
Sir.
Yeah, perfect. So I'm just going to share my screen. Is this visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
The deck is visible, right? Sure. All right. So I'll take some time to talk to you about Upgrade. I mean, the theme of the session is anyway about online education and future of learning and so on and so forth. So I'll take some time to explain what we have been doing and how this is helping us go to the next level in terms of education. Upgrade is the largest higher ed online company in Asia currently. And you take it from any perspective, any metric, number of students, revenue, any metric you take, we are there, number one. And soon we are looking at becoming the number one in the world. So that's our objective clearly. So how it started, Upgrade began as a concept to help the Indian students. So let me take you through a little bit of history here, right? So the company was started by founders who had pretty long experience in education. And when I say education, these were people who worked as consultants to some of the higher ed offline institutions to figure out how they can solve the problem of education in India. Through their journey, they found that the GER, or the gross enrollment ratio of a country like India, is in the range of 25 to 27%. Now, what is gross enrollment ratio? It's simply the percentage of people in the working population age, who finally ends up going to college. So which means that even today, only 27% of the people who are aged enough to go to colleges goes and becomes graduates and postgraduates. Now that number is an abysmal number when it comes to a country like India, which is a third world growing power, and we need more and more upskilled and extremely capable people to take us to the next level. But this number, which should have been in the range of 65 to 70%, has been stuck in the 20s for many, many years. So if you look at the reasons for this, you'll come out with the fact that most of the people don't go and pay so much of money and study in colleges because they don't think it's worth it. So three things comes out clearly. Access. Most of the places in India still don't have good colleges, good quality colleges sitting there. Affordability. Even if it is there, most people find it unaffordable. Not only paying the fees, but also the fact that you have to sacrifice your current earnings to take a break and go to these colleges because it's always full time, right? So the affordability is a problem. And finally, the quality. Even with opening up of our education sector to private players, we have not been able to solve the quality problem. Look at the number of engineering colleges and mass MBA colleges which shuts down every year. It's not that we don't have a population to educate them. It's just that the population don't think it's worth to go there. So these three were the problems which were preventing our country from getting upskilled. So the founders of this organization realized that the solution to this problem is not about building more universities. Rather, solution to this problem is online. Rather than building multiple universities, which requires thousands of crores, take the entire university education system online and let the students take formal degrees just by using their mobile phones. That's the solution we work towards. So suddenly there is a level playing ground with even a first world economy, because through online you can give access to the hinterlands of the population to the best quality teaching available across globally. So that is how this organization started, by understanding that we have to build a tech platform which will enable this vision of taking high quality education imparted by some of the best minds in the world to the last individual who wants to learn. Thus solving the problem of access, affordability, and quality. Yep, so now the question is, if you just go to the population saying that I'll solve it, that doesn't work in India. India is finally a country where people look at education as the best way to come to increase their economic status. People don't go to colleges here or universities here for knowledge. Always, education is a life transformational experience. That means that they want their lifestyle to change at the end of it. Be it be a better job, be it be a promotion, whatever it is. Hence, we have always seen our solution, our courses as something which will help the learner in their career. And hence our offering is end-to-end educational solutions which will help you really go up in their career. And that's the vision we started off trying to implement. Yep. So how do we implement it? And that is what we did with the platform. So we built a platform wherein every learner was given an opportunity to decide or tell us what is the outcome they are looking with from this particular course they're taking. Is the outcome transition, that is moving into a different domain, finding a new job? Is it career acceleration? That is it to get promoted in your current job? Or is it professional confidence? Capability to do your job better. So any learner who comes to us, our platform fundamentally asks these questions to them and does a diagnostic test to understand where they are. Then we do a skill map of this person, saying that this is the skills level you are at currently, and these are the skills you need to work with. So through the course, our mentors and our coaches work with the learner to ensure that their skill levels are reaching where they want to get to. And this is how we implement our mission into the mission of making every learner get the desirable career outcome and thus solving the problems of access, affordability, and quality. Yeah, I mean, numbers are a testimony for what you do, what you executed well. We have been growing at 100% plus year-on-year revenue rate. Currently, we are sitting on 2 million plus learners who have done one or the other courses with us. So if you calculate that, we have an alumni base of all the IITs and IIMs put together, more of all the IITs and IIMs put together. So we believe in helping every learner upskill rather than controlling the entry criteria and only letting the best of the brains to come in. We believe that for the best of the students, there are multiple options available, but there are very few options who believes in picking a student who has the right intent, may not have the right skill set currently, and then working with them to make them skilled. We do have some of the best investors in our cap table, 300 plus university partners. Currently, we have 100 plus programs on our platform, and that number is just increasing day in and day out. We have some of the best names with the talented acquisition. Even XLRI is on our platform today. Yeah, and we do courses spanning multiple different specialization with these partners. Yeah, and this is something which we have been working towards. So for Upgrad, our TG is the 100 million working professionals and students who are currently in various bachelor institutions. We don't have any courses for the K-12 students. Our courses are completely focused on this age group. And you can see that we follow a lifelong learning strategy, wherein we have courses, different types of courses for different age groups. While at a bachelor level, we have online degrees, which is an outcome of the new education policy, and study abroad programs, which we revolutionized by creating an option where you can go out and study for like 40% of the original cost. We have multiple certificates, diplomas, degree, master's program for working professional, and eventually a doctorate program for people who want to do who want to put a doctorate prefix before their name. And all this we do completely online. So that's how we are trying to make a change to this country's educational system. And what I have written here is what we believe in: learning experience, high quality, delivered at scale. We make all our content by partnering with the universities, of course. Although we are a product driven company, we do understand that education cannot be only about products, and hence there is a very strong service layer or a human layer there, predominantly to ensure that the learners are able to reach to their outcome and bring them back to the disciplined approach whenever we are seeing them going out. Our platform has 89% completion rate. Compare it to a typical MOOC like Coursera, where the completion rate is 2%. And we are able to provide 80% of our learners the desirable outcome they're looking at. So these are impressive data points, and it takes a lot of effort behind it to make this possible. And that's what we have been, that's been our belief, and that's what we have been trying to do. Since you guys are all MBA students, I thought it'll be good to tell you about the acquisitions also, which we have been doing. I showed you the kind of, the TG and how we are trying to target these guys. What are the different offering at different age groups? Now, what we have realized is that as we are in the higher ed space, and as we are working with people who need more and more specialized courses, the amount of courses we need to build and the customization we need to create is never ending. We realize that organically doing all these things is not a good idea to have. And hence, we have been using M&A strategy in a big way to ensure that we reach where we want to get to. So we found that in this TG of 100 million learners, there is a group of people who don't want private jobs. They're clear that they want to go into government jobs. And government jobs are all about cracking entrance examination. You have UPSC, Bank PO, SBI PO, RBI PO, so on and so forth. So that's where the company called Upgrad Jeet comes in, which has got content and delivery done for 11 different government examinations. We found that short courses as a segment or bite-sized content, what we call as a segment, is growing, is a growing trend within working professional. So rather than building it all under Upgrad, we acquired a company called Knowledge Hut, which is focused on short courses. Our partners, universities, are all trying to digitalize. And for digitalization, they need tools like Upgrad. So we created a SaaS business, which is under our subsidiary called as Upgrad Campus. And of course, because we believe in end-to-end experience of our user, and transitions or placements is an important part of it. And hence we have a recruitment company as our subsidiary, which takes care of this entire thing. So you can see that's how we have been trying to do it. I already told you what this is. We have been around since 2015. We've been getting into multiple courses. Yeah, so 2019, 2018, we had 10,000 learners. 2020, we had 1 million learners. And 2021, we had 2 million learners. I'm hoping that 2022 will have 5 million learners, because that's the speed at which the adoption of online learning is happening. So I have only this many slides. I just thought I will have a small presentation to you guys explaining what we do, and rather do the discussion in Q&A fashion. Hope this gives you guys an understanding of what we do. And I think I took how much time? Okay, 20 minutes. Good. So we have 25 minutes for Q&A. I will rather like to answer your questions and share whatever I know, rather than continuously giving a monologue of what I think is important.
Thank you, sir, for the session. So, and I know open the floor for the Q&A. So I request the participants to please raise their hands.
Sure.
Mona Lisa, please go ahead with your question.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes,
hi,
Mona Lisa.
Arjun. Yeah. Hi, Arjun. Thank you for the session. I just wanted to ask, do you think that COVID has a role in the increased adoption of online remote learning? And do you think the trend will continue, like you spoke about the number of learners increasing? So do you think the trend will continue post-COVID also?
Yeah, so you are absolutely right. The COVID had a place to play in the increased adoption of online learning. But this is not a COVID-induced phenomena alone. Online learning as a concept has been growing for quite some time. COVID really accelerated the entire thing out. So good part about, I don't want to say good part about COVID, but yeah, but what happened as a result of COVID is that a lot of people who were fence sitters, who would have never tried online learning otherwise, was forced to try it. And when they tried it, thanks to the investments, the crores and crores of investment which have gone into these platforms, they were visibly surprised, or hopefully surprised, at the effectiveness these could drive. As a result of which, I think quite a few more people who would not have paid for such services started paying for it. And slowly it has started becoming mainstream. Now, this is, in my view, this is an idea whose time has come in, right? Because think about it, right? Most you guys will start going to the working professional, the job kind of environment soon. And once you start earning, it's very difficult to take a break and go back to studies again. But in the world we are living today, it is essential that you need to go back to education and learn new things. Otherwise, you will be outdated in no time. Either you can rely on your companies, whatever the trainings they do, or you can take it in your hands and ensure that you are getting upskilled. Now, what is the solution then? The only solution is you have to learn while you are earning. And that's only possible if there is an online solution to it. So I think now we have established that there is an ROI to it, there is a effectiveness to it, and hence the pace should only build on. There's a lot of responsibility also on companies like us to ensure that the quality is maintained, because if it is not, all this growth which happened will fizzle out.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I request Niharika to go ahead with the question.
Hello, Arjun. Thank you for the
Hi.
session.
Thanks, Niharika.
So my question would be that with online learning being such a norm these days, so what are the hurdles that the teaching staff face while tutoring in an online platform, and how do they overcome these hurdles to make a smooth learning experience?
Yeah. So Niharika, good question. This is so when we started doing this whole online thing, right, and started collaborating with the university profs who are used to taking classes in 60s and 70s. The first thing they said is that even if it is online, I can only take 50 students. Right? The moment you get into things like that, then you defeat the purpose of it. Because the whole idea of online is to make it accessible to many, many more people. I mean, our top universities have got some of the best faculty in the world. In my view, taking their knowledge and their capability to the world and opening it up to the last student in this country is the biggest, value add we are giving to this nation, right? So everything is finally dependent on platform. So what we did is we developed a lot of tools which helped the profs and the subject matter experts and the faculty go beyond this fear. Right. First of all, if you look at the way we do curriculum, it is not segregated as asynchronous or synchronous. There is a recorded part to it and there is a live part to it. Mostly the recorded part are the fixed part in the system. That is the concepts which are not going to change anymore. These concepts which can be made better explained with the help of 3D animation and so on and so forth, or visualization in other way. While the live sessions are all about the value add a professor or a SEM adds with their experience in it. So that is how we have bifurcated. And then you are already talking live to a group of people who have already gone through the basics. Then suddenly the number of people you can handle becomes much more bigger. Then you have tools where multiple TAs can support you at the same time, hence ensuring that larger part of the audience listen to it. Then there are tools which forces discipline to it, right? You when your camera is on, the lecturer will be able to track who is listening and who is not, who is sleeping and who is not. All these things are possible. So for someone who is who likes to use all these tools, this suddenly opens up a way to go and teach 1,000, 2,000 people also. This, without even being charming, right? So this, I think, is the leveler. The real thing, see, a lot of people think that online education is just taking a class in front of Zoom. No, then you are basically saying that I am taking an offline classroom in the video mode. That's not how it works. The whole idea is allowing a really good teacher now to impart knowledge to much bigger population. And that's why these solutions are unique. These tool sets are essential, right? So one part is the person doing it. Second is TA, the teaching assistants and the teaching staff. Their work becomes much more easier because the digitalization tools are readily available today. You don't really need to take, look at everyone, mark attendance, things like that. All those things are taken care. The doubts can be highlighted during the session. Answers can be given on chat, so on and so forth. So the whole idea has been, how do you build tools to ensure that the experience and what they do can be done much easier.
Thank you.
I request Shubhanshi to please go ahead with the question.
Sure, thank you. So my question was, I really liked your marketing campaign, that cat is so yesterday. But how do you ensure that the cat, the upgrad doesn't replace the cat in the phrase? I mean, how do you deal with, because, there's this kind of stigma, or the distant MBA is viewed differently than the practical MBA. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, so the stigma part is for this whole thing called as distance education, and the stigma part has come in as a result of the way distance education has been dealt with. There's a history to it. Let's not delve deep into it. But if you are talking about the campaign, it is an on-the-face campaign. See, that campaign was never really targeted at the people who can crack CAT. Every year, if you look at it, the number of people who start preparing for CAT, the number of people who actually write CAT, and the number of people who actually get into the top B schools like IIMs and XLRA are a small minority. Majority of these people who start with this desire end up finally going to some neighborhood MBA college and ending up getting a certificate without doing much on it. The idea of this campaign was to reach out to those people and tell them that this is not the end of it. There are many more options available today where you can also get to high quality options. So yes, so the whole aspect of being edgy with your campaign is that there will be trolls, there will be issues, but then the positives are also similarly high. So that's the whole idea of it. So when we did that campaign, as you rightly said, right, there has been, so what we do when we do any campaign like this is we very closely watch the social conversations. Social conversations are, so these days, earlier people will see it and the conversations are only in their mind. These days, the conversations are on social media. So you also get an opportunity to control it. You also get an opportunity to control the narrative largely. So what we had done is that we have been tracking these things very, very closely. And we have been ensuring that whenever there are negative directions in which the narrative goes, we go back and respond to them that this is not true. So for instance, there have been questions asked that you're talking about this, but what's the kind of placements you're doing? I expected that question. So the social media team went and responded to such comments with our placement history, saying that our first batch is out now, and this is the number of people who got the job. This is the percentage hike. So today, in this current world, all these are things which you can control. It is expensive to do a campaign, and it is expensive to control the narrative. But good part is you can control it. And hence, you can ensure that you get the best quality out of it. Hope that answers.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Vipul to please go ahead with the question.
Sir, my question is that how you motivate especially the professionals to complete their courses? Like Udemy have 2% of completion rate and yours is somewhere around 80%. How this difference is?
Yeah, so it is 89% people. As you know, right? Yeah, as you know, it is pretty tough to motivate people to complete. So, and that is the reason why I don't think it can be done with a product. There has to be a human interaction involved on it. So how we do it is that whenever a student or a learner comes on our platform, we have a buddy tag to that person. A buddy tracks that person's the responses or the way he is progressing through the course very, very closely. So if the person suddenly is dropping in grades on a particular examination, we follow a continuous evaluation process also. So if there is a drop in grades, if there is a flip in the assignment date submission, if they are seeing the attendance getting reduced, the buddy immediately reaches out to this person and ask him what happened. Do you need any help? you started off by saying that you want to achieve this target. This is the outcome you want. You have been making good progress, but seems like you're flipping. What is that I can help you with? So the buddy literally acts or creates that peer setup a student typically gets in an offline environment. Why do we all go to the class? Because we like to be with our friends, attend the class, right? Of course, the aspect of teachers, all these things is there, but a strong social peer groups influence is important. So the buddy system replicates that influence online. Slowly, we also bring in students together to create cohorts where they start the peer pressure builds and so on and so forth. So this is how we ensure it. It is also, unlike a Udemy or a Coursera or any of those MOOCs, right? We don't give any, what should I say? We are very strict with timelines. It's literally the same university setup. So if we are doing a course with IIITV and IIITV has 80% attendance compulsory, we will have 80% attendance compulsory. And without 80% attendance, you will not be able to take the test, take the examination. And unlike offline, where nobody asks you if your attendance is flipping, we ask the question through the buddies. So this is how we manage this entire process. Cool? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Piyush to please go ahead with the question.
Hi, sir. Thank you for throwing light on how CRAD works. You've been doing some fantastic work, and congratulations on the latest acquisition as well.
Thanks. Thank you.
So my question is slightly related to what people had asked, and I think you had answered it a little bit. But I was wondering about how you reproduce some of the social learning that comes from being on a campus in a physical setup, right? And one aspect of what you said is the accountability, right? That gets created. But then when you're in a campus and you're there over a year, over 2 years, you build these bonds which last a lifetime. And there's also this whole alumni base which kind of gets built, and there's this continuation. Yeah. So how do you see UpGrad growing? Because you're new right now, right? You've been in the market for 6 years. So how do you see yourself growing in this regard and amplifying the effect, growing into some sort of a physical space as well? Even though you may not exist, the learning may not happen directly from the teacher to the student in a physical space. Yeah. But going, enabling student to student learning in a physical space, these kind of,
Yeah. No, Piyush, you're absolutely right. A lot of aspects of university learning is the social learning you get on campus. What we have tried to do is, as much as possible, replicate it online. So when we started creating the learning experience for our MBA, right, we did extensive research in trying to understand, when a student is doing a 2-year MBA on campus, how is the student learning? How is he going from the beginning till the end? And how is that improving his or her skill sets and the knowledge? And we picked up those points, like the case study approach, learning from the best of the faculty, learning live with the faculty, revision of the notes which happens for examinations, the assessment mechanism, the group projects, where you work with a small cohort, the assignments you submit, group assignments, individual assignment, the networking we do. So we had figured out 10 to 12 things. Then on our platform, we created an online version of each of this. So there is even a networking process we do on our platform for our MBA students, wherein I think it's bi-weekly or monthly. I don't remember exactly what it is, where we give them an opportunity to interact with one of our alumni or somebody from the industry of the same domain which this person want to get into. So if you are doing an MBA specializing in supply chain, we'll get somebody from Tata Steel to come and interact with you. And then we created a breakout room-like concept where a larger group is split out into smaller groups. So MBA group becomes MBA finance, supply chain, etc., and you interact with that particular person. So we have tried to do many things like this, but as you said, there are social aspects of the physical environment. There are bonds which can't be built like this. So for that, what I have tried doing, and which now will scale up, especially with world opening out, is we have something called as base camps, which we have established in all the key cities where we have our students coming from. See, because working professionals are finally concentrated in a few cities where there are knowledge worker opportunities. We are talking about 5 or 6 cities, right? So we have base camps where we invite our batches for a high tea. It could be an activity, it could be a way to interact with their lecturers, it could be a small session, so on and so forth. So we try to build that bond by asking them to come over weekend and so on and so forth. Right. So this is how we are trying to tackle things. For international program, we have immersions, which is basically a paid trip to the campus, one for a week in a year. So our course with LBS comes with an immersion where the batch, obviously in small groups where the batches are big, travels to London and have a tour of the campus, do some sessions in campus, and of course do some tourist tour stuff and then come back, right? So this is how we are trying to do it. It obviously will not be as good as staying with the same batch for 2 years on campus, but I think we'll get there quite close.
I think you're well on the path. It sounds really amazing. Those are some brilliant ideas. Thank you for taking my question, sir.
Thanks.
I request Nikita to please go ahead with your question.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Arjun. It has been an interesting session so far. So I just wanted to understand what were some of your challenges in the initial stage when you decided to start UpGrad, or like once you started UpGrad, what were some of the hurdles you faced?
So I will tell you what happened after I joined UpGrad, because I am just 2 years old in this organization. Before that I was working somewhere else. So I joined UpGrad during the scale-up phase, or the scale-up stage started after I started looking at the business. This was the time when the world has gone into lockdown. So I joined the company on April 1st. March 20th is when India went into a lockdown. So the biggest challenge was running an organization where not even one person knows me. You are all day sitting in front of a Zoom meeting and talking to people who you need to influence and make them work. Now forced to work from home, which is a new environment for them. So that was a very challenging time. It helped a lot that most of our systems were cloud driven, and hence we could go online and literally become an online company in no time. But the whole SOPization of every work function and then making them all follow that line was pretty challenging. So I would say running organizations during COVID times and getting the productivity out was a challenging thing. Everyone has their problems, and then you are telling them that you work hard. I mean, like a lot of the people live in 1 BHK houses, and I mean it was not easy at all. So I would say that was a major hurdle. Thanks to all the employees who came together and worked together, we passed that. And and we had a good growth during the COVID times also, because we were able to sell the proposition to our customers, saying that you don't know what the world will be like post COVID, so better be upskilled and ready for the next round of growth.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thanks.
I request Anil to please go ahead with the question.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible now?
Yep.
Sir, I wanted to ask you that today there are some parents who prefer to send their children to classroom teaching rather than online. So do you think that there will be a time when parents will start sending their kids to the online teaching classes rather than the classroom teaching? Because nowadays it's getting better than classroom teaching. We can interact with the teachers, and it is a lot better because while sitting in India, we can study a course in Germany. So, do you think that there will be a time in India specifically when the parents will start sending their children to online teaching rather than the classroom?
Yeah, so Anirudh, let's divide the problem into two parts. The first part is the K-12, which is students from first standard to 12th standard. So there, I don't really think online as a solution will become a mainstream solution. The reason why I'm saying is that there is see that if you look at the way students learn or kids learn, right? We generally say that in classes it is a 50-50 activity. Learning is 50% teaching and 50% learning. The student has to be as involved as the teacher to learn. Moment it comes to online learning, it becomes 70% learning and 30% teaching, because there's no way to control the student. The student has to be self-motivated, and that's the problem with online education in K-12. What I observed after many years in K-12 education is it's very, very difficult to drive the outcomes because the student just doesn't care. If the student was that self-motivated, he doesn't need any help. He'll do it himself.
Yes, sir, you are.
So this is becoming an issue, and hence I don't really think that the future of K-12 education will be purely online. I think it will be a hybrid solution where you need the offline part of it, where a teacher will also do the checks and balances and audits of how the student is learning. That is essential. So there are couple of startups and companies who are creating tools for schools to help them digitalize. I don't really think a completely online school is something which anyone will prefer, because the kind of social learning, the kind of the social aspects of learning a kid gets from school, I don't really think you can have that kind of a thing done online. And second is, most of the parents, especially small kids, right? I mean, they send the kids to school because they want to do their work. If the schools are said, the kids are all sitting at home, how is it possible? So I don't really think in K-12 that exists, but in higher ed, because the value proposition is clearly that you continue your job, you keep earning, and then you do learning also. And hence it becomes a possibility. This is what I think. Only time will tell us what will work.
Sir, one more question of mine is, actually, I'm really sorry for the disturbance in my voice. Actually, there's some construction going on near, so that is why there was some break in my voice. Hello?
Yeah, please, Andrew.
Sir, I wanted to ask you that what were the challenges you faced while promoting the online education through Upgrad?
So, see, it is a new concept. It takes time for people to get convinced. But that's what it is, right? Every new concept will take time. Then it is about creating that desire, allowing trial, and then converting it out. Any concept is like, I won't call it as challenges. It is more like establishing a new idea. You will have to convince the people through different means. And that's a slow process.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. I request Nishan to please go ahead with the question.
Thank you, Kaushik. Hello, Arjun. Thank you for the session. My question is, you started your career as an engineer and worked across different industries before you joined Byju's. What motivated you to join education sector?
Okay, so see, I've been always someone who was passionate about teaching. I've been doing this as a part-time stuff for like really long time now. It helped me make some pocket money even when I was in college. I find the whole idea of teaching exhilarating, and I've always used this tool as a way to learn more. I've realized very early in my life that if I teach, I keep learning more and more. Right, so it's more like a passion and a interest which became a career. Byju's happened because I met Byju Ravindran when I was doing my CAT coaching, And then thereon, he asked me whether I want to try it out. And he said, you take some classes. Because it was my passion, I got into it. And because the environment was all about scaling and then doing it online, it moved. It just happened, and I just went with the flow. So I would say one reason is I just love to teach, and hence I got in there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun, for taking my question.
Thanks.
I request Prateek to please go ahead with the question.
Hi, Arjun. First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful session. So my question is to you is like, unlike other edtech services providing companies like White Hat Junior, so are you also planning to expand in the school-going students customer segment as well, like for the students who are aged between 6 to 16 years of age?
Yeah, so Prateek, K-12, as I told you in the beginning also, right? That's a segment which I worked extensively in. I don't really think in the current state of things, it's a good place to enter. One is because everyone was doing online teaching, even the smallest of the small school, rather than increasing the credibility of it, for K-12 especially, it has pretty much like destroyed the credibility, saying that online learning is time pass and nothing is happening. This guy is not really learning anything. So I don't really think the time is ripe for it. I don't think we have any plans currently. There is a very, very large market in working professional, 100 million people in India. And if I take across the world, the number becomes 500 times, 5x of it. So I would rather be focused on this and crack this big rather than getting myself distracted with K-12 education.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So Ms. Shubhanshi has a question. So I am asking on behalf. So how do you distinguish yourself from brands like Coursera and Udemy?
Yeah, I think I've answered this question. It is all about the outcomes and the learning experience. I don't think Coursera and Udemy has an extensive solution in creating outcomes like we do. And hence, that's the reason why if you look at all our ads, we only talk about outcomes.
Yes, sir. So next, I'd like to ask Sharmishta to please go ahead.
Thank you, Kaushik. Hi, Arjun. So my question is, how has your past experiences, especially from Byju's, that helped you in shaping Upgrad what it is today?
Yeah, so experiences always help. Some are good, some are bad. Good helps you scale faster, and bad helps you not to repeat the same mistakes again. So yeah, so number one is if you have noticed what I said earlier, one thing which I was clear is that online education as a solution in K-12 was becoming a problem because outcomes were an issue, and that is where I thought it's a higher ed will be a much better place to do that, because here the student comes to us after being very clear that I need an upskilling option, otherwise I'm stuck in my career. So there's a lot of motivation from the student side, which helps us drive out the outcomes. So this understanding, which I learned through my years in Byju's, really helped. Then of course, Byju's was all about scale. I mean, at that age, nobody would have given me that kind of exposure other than a startup, both in terms of building huge sales engines or hundreds and hundreds of crores of marketing budget every year to create a brand that early on. So yeah, so all those experiences help you. You make a lot of mistakes, and if you are sensible enough to remember and learn from them, you will not make that mistake again. So yeah, so that helped overall.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So I request Shashank to please go ahead with the next question.
Thanks, Kaushik. Thank you, Arjun, for such a wonderful session. My question would be, what was your success mantra to scale Upgrad to such heights? And also, I would like you to give a suggestion to all the management students here and the new entrepreneurs who are interested into get into edtech startups.
Okay. So yeah, so see again, in case of higher ed, when we started off 2 years ago, we did not have a prominent brand. It was not a sector anyone was interested in, because fundamentally people thought that K-12 is a segment with 250 million students. And here we are talking about hardly hardly 32 million taxpayers in this country, of which majority are or 50% are government officials. So we are talking about probably 10 million space here. What have that space got, right? So that's been always the thought process. But then we knew that as a culture, investing in oneself was becoming a trend in India. Well, there's no choice. If you want to, it's not like the earlier times, right? Where you join a company, you remain in that company till the end of your career. These days, on an average, a person changes organization every 2 years or changes the roles every 2 years. Hence, you need to be upskilled. You need to learn new things. It's not a culture in India to invest in ourselves. We all believe in investing on our kids, right? Once you are done with the college, there's no more investment in learning. It is all for the next generation. But as a culture, this is building today. As a culture, more and more people believe that they need to learn more skills. This trend is what we gave us the confidence that we will be able to do it. And we started off. Scaling in India finally is about 2-3 things. Number one is you have to build a brand. Without building a brand, if you scale, you will basically end up in a linearly loss-making business. That means that for every new customer you are trying to acquire good performance marketing, you'll have to spend more and more money on the Googles and the Facebooks of the world. So without brand, you can't do. So that's why the investment was all about brand. And I've seen it multiple times in my career that this is how we do it. Second is, especially at the price point we are operating, India still is a very touch and feel market, right? You need somebody to speak to. You need somebody to convince them, then only they will buy. So these are the two aspects we worked on. Once we start the scale building up, we added a lot more product interventions. And then we probably are moving in the right direction. Yeah, so there was another question. Sorry, did I answer both?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. And for the final question of the session, I request Praveen to please go.
Hello, Arjun.
Hi, Praveen.
Would you like to add some success stories of individuals who have gained from this, from your programs, whom you have monitored, mentored?
So, Praveen, there are a lot of them. Okay, there are success stories which comes out literally every day. But then I would say that these success stories are finally a testimony to the people. I don't want to take any credit saying that we found him that job. He found that job. He cracked the interview. We have been just supporting him and figuring out where he can help out. So we do that, but we don't want to oversell it also. So the typical way we do it is that we talk about numbers. We make claims about numbers, but we don't really go and say that we got this guy a job or that guy a job. That's something which we keep with us in the form of placement reports, so on and so forth. And as I told you earlier also, right, when people say that how can you give 400% hike to anyone, then we give that information out. This is the LinkedIn profile. You guys can go and check it out, right? So that's how we operate, because I don't want to be seen as someone snobbish and throwing around with 1 or 2 testimonials. I think the world, especially the working professional world which we are living in, don't see that kind of information as very positive. They feel that this is all fraud. So I don't want to take that approach, but we track full information about it. We release our placement reports literally every quarter, and that is the backup information we provide if there are questions asked.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So before we officially conclude the section, I'd like to provide a vote of thanks for you. So, and this concludes another session of Avensis CEO Conclave, with the focus of the session being EdTech that empowers people, optimizing the online learning experience. I, on behalf of XLRA's Expeditum batch of 2022, would like to sincerely thank you for covering a wide range of topics, including a background and progress of online higher education in India, upgrade's journey, and various offerings which are bringing a revolution in the Indian education system. Also, we are really grateful for you to patiently answer our questions with great detail. Thank you, and we wish you a great evening.
Thank you so much. Wish you all the best. Bye.
Thank you. So the session will resume at 5:30.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence. Excel gave me purpose. And Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening to India.
Good evening and good afternoon, sir.
Good evening. Can you see and hear me properly? Is that okay?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Fascinating technology.
In that case, we'll get started, sir.
Ready when you are.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
We welcome you all to another exciting session of International CEO Conclave. I am Suvasmita, and along with me, Vivek, will be your host for this session. Today, we have with us Mr. Premal Desai speaking on Revolution of Strategy Development. Let me give a quick introduction to Mr. Desai. Mr. Premal Desai is the Deputy CEO and member of the Evolutionizer Executive Board. He has been able to gain accomplished expertise in corporate leadership, strategy development, and business steering. He combines consulting expertise with long-standing experience as a top manager within a global industrial group. After completing his master's in business administration and economic theory, Mr. Premal started his career in the 1990s at Boston Consulting Group. There he was responsible for global projects focusing on corporate development, strategic transformation, corporate finance, and merger and acquisitions. In 2006, he joined ThyssenKrupp and took on various management and leadership positions until 2020, most notably as Group Head of Strategy and CFO and the Chairman CEO of ThyssenKrupp Steel. We welcome you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the warm welcome and the introduction. And it is truly a pleasure and a privilege to be invited to speak today to such an interested and distinguished audience. And I think, I'm also a little bit excited because this is the first time I've been doing this across time zones and into India, actually. So this is a very, very exciting also for me. And let's hope that we can get into a good discussion and try to give you some impulses of how we see the strategy work coming along as the world changes in a more rapid fashion than ever before. Perhaps on a personal note, I am, you will know the surname Desai, so I am very aware that I'm talking to an Indian audience. We are Pardeshi Gujus. My grandparents left for East Africa like roughly 100 years ago. And so I was born and raised in Tanzania and Kenya, but eventually we ended up in Germany after a long story. So this is where I've been basically in Germany and Europe, where I've had the last 30 years of professional experience so far. But in my heart, I still remain pretty Guju. We come from a small village, we have relatives, so I try to be in India as often as possible to the minimum for private reasons. And it's fascinating to see over the last 30 years what tremendous and rapid development India is taking. It really fills my heart with joy to see all the opportunity space there. In fact, I also was in Jamshedpur, and actually not too long ago, that was 3 years ago. I'm just trying to click this. Cheers. Just waiting for the next slide, just bear with me. So we're talking about the revolution of strategy development. And what's this next? Yeah. And 3 years ago, I was in Jamshedpur because we were invited as ThyssenKrupp Steel to the Founders Day of Tata Steel. And it was really very interesting for me to see Jamshedpur and the whole development and the whole ceremony. So I roughly know, physically at least, where XLRI is located. And I have a strong connection, of course, obviously, coming from the steel industry of sorts, also to Jamshedpur as in its history of its town. To shed a little bit of light, to give you a little bit of context, what am I doing? Why do you go from steel to software? Is perhaps to explain a little bit what we're doing now. We are Evolutionizer. We are a fast-growing software and solutions company out of Europe. So we're not West Coast US. We are also not Shenzhen, but we are in the middle of it from Germany and Switzerland. And the most interesting thing, I think, is we're doubling at the moment year over year, but you still call us a startup. And typically I do not run around like this, so I don't have a tie and I don't have a lot of other things. But I think for the rather formal occasion today, it seemed suitable to dress up a little bit. I think what is important for us is two things, which also might interest you, is we employ a remote working model, and not only since COVID, because simply because talent is not concentrated in one spot. So what we do is we have basically, I think, I don't know, 10 or 15 nationalities working for us, and not only on the technical side, also marketing, sales, customer success, and other things. But we do this remotely, and we fully believe in a perhaps 95% remote working model as operations for us. And I think that is nothing new to India, but there's a big discussion in Europe and also in the US going on as to what trust you give your employees versus control. And that has something, of course, to do with the COVID situations and other things. Now, what we all are we are passionate, prudent, and I do think very proficient about strategy in different variations. And we try to combine, university teachings with corporate experiences, with consulting, leading consulting companies, of course, like my former one, but also other ones, and especially software development. And bringing all these domains together creates kind of a unique opportunity to advance the frontier. And I'll come to that a little bit later, because I do think that the evolution of strategy development has a lot to do with the uprise of new tech, and that a lot of, say, more classical and conventional methods will be disrupted in the next 5 to 10 years on a broader basis. We are a Microsoft partner, and we have a couple of customers already for our software solutions, which you can see down there, but it's mainly European mid to large cap companies. If I take us a little bit back and we try to funnel our way through what has happened over, say, and this might astonish you, over the last, say, thousands of years, it is actually rather really amazing what mankind has been able to do. And I'm a tremendous optimist and with a very positive outlook on the future. And I think any kind of future has always been better as long as we keep our wit and our grit together as humankind. But if you want to have a more illustrative thing, I think, if you picture our forefathers in evolution, together with modern technology we think is modern today, and let's not even try to anticipate what's going to be modern in 30 years down the road, which is when most of you will be about my age. So that is the question, is what will be then technology? The amount of development is truly tremendous. And it is actually, while we always think about this being tremendous, it really trickles down faster and faster into daily life, and especially also into strategic advantages. Why? Because the question is, how can you really make sure that your company, your enterprise, your entrepreneurial startup, whatever you do, even your NGO, your political institutions, free will, other things, how can that evolve? And I think, and there is also a big discussion, just to share with you some also of the discussion intensities in and around Europe at the moment. There's just a new German government which has taken office yesterday. So there's a lot of discussion about future responsibility, development, and other things going on. And one of the key questions is, actually, is the future more disruptive? Are we currently in more turbulent times than before? Or has it always been like that? And it's just our perception of the specificity of our lifespan at this moment that we think that we are in most intensive times, whereas there's been a lot of turbulences, revolutions, and evolutions all across human history. And I tend to think, and we tend to think, that actually it is still a unique frontier. We may think that our children and offspring and the next generation are digital natives, but I think even in the digital space, nativity becomes obsolete very quickly, because new tech, new possibilities come up every 10 years or so. Computing power, according to Moore's law, doubles every 1 to 1.5 years. And we have storage space and new developments on all kinds of things. We have convergence of business models. So I think there is a lot of things going on. And actually, for a country like India and for the young aspiring leaders of India I think this is a huge opportunity. And we'll come to that in a minute. But if I can just shed some light of how we see industrial development, and what has happened is what we call Kondratiev cycles. Kondratiev was a Russian economist who said every kind of, every so and so many years or decades, there's a big technological disruption, simply to the fact that there is a base innovation which really changes economics and value chains fundamentally. And as you can see, I think the impact of the Kondratiev cycles in our eyes is getting bigger and bigger, broader and broader. And at the same time, the intervals of new disruptions is shrinking. And we are probably at the verge of a new Kondratiev, and even things like digital and dataism are already in the last Kondratiev. We're now approaching things probably like a lot of things around health, med, things like tissue, things like 3D printing of organs, a whole revolution in medical health, fitness, to the very core of our human being. And this is something which is, I think, really, again, for some it is exciting and inspiring. For others, it is frightening and creates anxiety. So no wonder that, even in the last 20, 30 years, when the fifth wave was already ongoing, with the whole digital thing, also with biotechnology for sure, if you have a look at COVID vaccines and other things. And I think one of the speakers today was to mention also pharma markets and generica markets somewhere else evolving, and India playing a big role in that. So I think what is happening is that the new Kondratiev is already starting, and this puts a lot of people in insecurity. And there is, of course, everything has its abbreviation. In this term, it's a 4-letter abbreviation, it's VUCA, and you probably have heard this before about things becoming more volatile, going up and down much sooner. As even if you see things like COVID reactions, we don't really know what's good and what's bad. So there's a lot of uncertainty which comes with it. The complexity of affairs, what works, what doesn't, what is allowed, what is not, is increasing by the day almost. Orientation is getting more short-termed, which is a lot of ambiguity. You don't know left or right. It's difficult to take a decision, which seems rather good. And taking decisions under uncertainty was always one of the key things of the strategy domain, to shed light and to reduce uncertainty as much as possible, to cut through complexity, to alleviate volatility, and to then get into a decision scope where at some point leadership, and I agree to also one of the definitions I think we heard in the talks previously, is leaders take their decisions and take especially responsibility. Managers manage operations. And there's a big distinction between a leader and a manager in my eyes. And if that is one thing I've learned over the last 30 years, is that the leading takes rather a different attitude and a different kind of mental approach than actually only managing. So all this world around us at the moment is, and again, speaking especially for the US and Europe, where we have much more, I think there's a more inspired and more ambitious spirit in India. Every time I'm there, I witness a lot more of bullishness towards the future. It is not everywhere the same. And if we have a certain look at how people see outlook on the future, then you would experience that in aging societies, typically the view of the future is less bullish than perhaps the romanticism of the past. And that again leads to things like complacency in affluent societies, to confusion, and also to conflicts of certain sorts, because if you don't have a lot of growth where everybody can participate in, then you automatically end up in quarrel and fight for the turf of your neighbor, for conflicts within Europe and other places. And it takes a lot of courage and confidence, and a very cooperative and collaborative style, which is what the whole new societies are going through. And one of the key topics in Europe especially, and in the wake of recent events, is the whole question about sustainability, more precisely decarbonization. And going a little bit into the past, because this is Rio de Janeiro, And in 1992, the UN hosted a United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, which was already very alarming on global warmth, on energy consumption, on the big economies of India and China bourgeoising their way up into modern affluent societies, especially also the US not being very cooperative. And as I was a student then, I had the opportunity to be there as a student representative for a big student organization called ISEC, where I was a vice president in Germany. And then from then onwards, I think I witnessed a lot of efforts being done, but actually there was little action because it was too strategic. And too strategic means it was not tangible. The effects were not there. We as people are typically archaically, and I come back to the picture with the monkey, we're not programmed actually to take a long-term decision which may have negative impact in the current happenings. We don't do that. We don't like doing it because we shy away. We are insecure. We don't know exactly how to cope with that future. And if it then turns up at our doorstep, then we start to struggle and scramble on what do we do now. 20 years later, in 2012, there was the same conference again in Rio. And this time I was again there, this time because ThyssenKrupp had built a steel plant close to Rio. So I just happened to be there. And again, I witnessed the same kind of anxiety and uncertainty in a lot of things. And every time you'll hear the same thing after conferences. Yeah, it was not as much progress as we thought, but we have made significant progress. Now, significant progress in a strategy term, if a CEO on a capital markets day would say, well, we're not happy, but we have made significant progress. Now, guess what the share price would do with it? Yeah, so that is actually what is happening broadband. And we have a lot of some more drivers which create disruption. And the convergence of these drivers is truly unique. And on the lower right, you see, 3 years after that Rio conference, it was Paris 2015, a breakthrough, as it's called, for global sustainability. However, it took another 6 years till Glasgow, just recently in the last couple of weeks, to reach an even more formidable conclusion. And there were a lot of climate action summits at the UN in New York. I happened to be at one or two because the steel domain is obviously very challenged by decarbonization. But let's leave decarbonization a little bit. If we move up along the right, I call it dataism. And this is a term I stole from Harari, who is the famous Israeli author on the history of mankind and Homo Deus. And that's also inspiring in terms of what we are. But dataism is more than digital. Digital is just a tech kind of thing. The question is, what kind of data abundance, data navigation, data convergence are we looking into in the future? And how soon will data and thereupon built artificial intelligence lead to singularity? And while it may seem strategically far away, I don't think it is far away in some things. It is very close in other things. Mercedes-Benz just announced that autonomous driving stage 3 would come into the European S-Class version of the Mercedes, which means up to 60 kilometers per hour, the driver can just do emails, watch movies, whatever, as long as it's just in that space. So I think there's a lot of things going on. Diversity, for sure, is another thing. And I don't mean diversity by simply gender diversity or ethnic diversity. It's also diversity of mindsets, diversity of people courageous and people more anxious. For me, what is relevant is not what diversity as such is. You put together a diverse team, you don't lead the team, it will not go anywhere. Yeah, so it is always about leading and managing that diversity and trying to get it into a constructive and future mode. And I think that a lot of you are going to embark on that journey, experiencing all these things, how to lead a diverse team. And I hope, I wish you all the success for that. It's not always easy, but it's really worth the effort. But the main thing also, I think, if I see the main difference between India and the rest of the, say, rather economically upcoming or already established industries, economies, is demography. And India clearly is heading for a demographic dividend. While India's population is rather young and in big numbers, and also academic institutions, but not only those, also the craft industries, the pharma, the tech, everything. So everything is growing, and this is a truly exciting sphere to be in. The rest of the world isn't. And the rest of the world, now come back to my, anxiety versus courage picture. The rest of the world, if it's aging, is automatically becomes more anxious. And what you witness in the US politics over the last couple of years, also in German or in Russian or in other politics, is that elderly people are starting to talk about hopefully the future will be just as good as it is today. 50 years ago, we used to think the future will be much better than today, and our kids should have it much better. And I think this kind of more second and third order effects on outlook of life, outlook of planet, on positivism is going to do something also with strategies, especially in the B2C arena and other markets which have a lot of money, but have a different outlook perhaps than the Indian outlook by and large may be. And by all problems we have in general and also in India, I think there is a fantastic perspective also in competitive advantage for all of you in there. And which turns me to the next thing, dependencies. I call it dependencies because the world is truly connected. And while we again see a new frontier of geopolitical, say, ice aging a little bit, I don't think that this is going to be sustainable. I think that there is no choice for humanity except to cooperate. And the question is, how and where will we get it done properly? Now, these may seem very high-level aspects of a strategic development, and you may say, what has that to do with it? And I think it has a lot to do with it, because typically, over the last 30 years, also what I experience is that strategy development is, in most parts, not disruptive. It's incremental. And you plan, you take your Excel sheet and you plan ahead, and you take your market forecast and your competitive forecast. And probably this is more true for larger corporations and all the young industries in India and the startups in Asia at large. But this is what happens in traditional strategy work in mid to large caps. And then they just elongate what has been the past. And now at this crossroads, a lot of industrial business models or consumer business models come to see that, oops, this is going to be a difficult thing. Take the German car industry, which is like the lighthouse industry of Germany. And they have to ramp up battery electric vehicles and at the same time ramp down diesel and petrol engines. And simply how to do that in the millions of pieces, ranging from production to supply chain to the general concept of batteries, charging power, this, that, is completely overwhelming to simply, in the early 2000s, Volkswagen was very active and keen and aggressive to go into China. They have a tremendous market share in China, which stabilizes their portfolio income. But again, how to get this whole switch done over the next 10, 15 years is truly, truly a new, completely new paradigm. And this new paradigm, instead of just growing, but technologically knowing exactly what you can do and incrementally innovating, is something I think that creates and necessitates a revolution. As we are called evolutionizer, we tend to call it an evolution. I'll come to that in a minute why. But that is actually that what changes everything. So if you end up in larger corporations and if you end up with global markets and global perspectives, this is something you have to always take care of about long-term investment plans and other things. So we are turbulent times. And the question about turbulent times is, and there's always, the belief about strategy. What is strategy? Yeah. The one say it's an art. It's creative, it's intuitive, it has to come from your inner self. It's a purpose-driven thing. If your purpose is right, your strategy will fall into place. It's a bold bet. Other people say it's science. There's a lot of academic research. People will say, everything is measurable. We can deduct some patterns and this and that. And however, even there, science has a new frontier too. At least science and business and strategy, and also economics. I used to study economics 30 years ago. And back then, the key hypothesis was economics is differentiated from business because in economics, there's no experimenting. Now, guess what? Economics over the last 30 years has learned that there's a lot of experimenting because that has something to do with human behavior, with patterns, with a lot of interdependencies and complexities in the whole ecosystem. And I still do think that our general economic awareness, education, ability to understand fiscal markets, global interdependencies in goods flows and money flows and other things are, for a large part, even of the corporate population, not so easy to comprehend because it's a complex thing. But I think we should take that into mind more. And other people will say it's a craft. The consultant of your choice will come in, he'll take all the information you have, take the market information, he'll craft it into an Excel plan, and then you'll have your strategy somehow defined in a going concern manner. Well, I tend to think it's all of this and none of this. It's much more actually. And every time we encounter, and obviously we're talking to a lot of strategy departments all across the board, from small to large corporations, even NGOs, political parties and others, because strategy is like everywhere. It's like, where do you want to go, how you want to get there, and what is the best way of getting that done. And very often what we find, more often though, it's that any kind of strategy exercise is very often, there's some erratic activism. We have to do something about this. Yeah, it's outsourced to consultants, whereas the competence should always be. I'm not getting me wrong. I love consulting. And I love the consulting industry, and it has to be there. But some companies outsource the entire thing to consultants. I think that you have to have the core competency of your own strategy should always be in your belly. Some will say no system or method, just let's try to figure out something. Sometimes it's blind data crunching. Just go do this data analysis. Sometimes it's chaotic confusion about terms and terminologies. Political games will always be there because politics is nothing else than different interests of different people coming together. You'll have some random influences into it. I remember 2 strategy development exercises I was accompanying, and then COVID hit, and then everything else was separate, and obviously rightly so. But there is random influences sometimes of this sort, or shortages in chips, shortages in raw materials and other things. So, and mostly it's Excel and PowerPoint, which is the digital arena of strategy development. The lack of execution, belief of people, change agendas, and so on and so forth. So that is the practical side of it. But there's also a theoretical side to it. And Henry Mintzberg, a professor from Montreal in Canada, once wrote a fantastic book, which is in the second thing. It's called Strategy Safari, and it just collects all the strategy pictures and perspectives and schools which have been developing over the last 30, 40, 50 years, especially in business. And I think even all of these need a redoing of sorts. And that's why I think we have to get into a revolution or an evolution. And how we see things as that while we can build on all of this, we have to take the next step and be much more speedier, much more adaptive, and much more inclusive in strategy development. This is a little bit of our philosophy. It's still in the making, so bear with us. We're still, we start up a couple of years old only, so we're just trying to get all our thoughts sorted in the line too. But basically, again, we are building on evolution. And as Charles Darwin said, it's not the strongest or the most powerful. We've had so many big companies who fail over time, but it is those who most adapt or create even change itself. And this is how we have done our discussions within, and how we are trying to establish support for our corporate customers. We call it adapt, align, and anchor in adaptive strategy development. And adaptive means it has to be much faster. It has to be inclusive, means align, and it has also got to have a basis and a foundation in the entity of what the strategy is for. And I'm happy to get into any kind of follow-on session and to explain what we understand for it. I'll just take the overall perspective, what we think is the key ingredients. And let me walk you through very fast, and then just jump to the last page, and everything else you may also be able to read in the handout. I think strategy has to come from a temporary exercise to a continuous activity. It has to be much simpler. It is always about simple analysis. Complex methods do tend to not be so inclusive. You have to understand your ecosystem and not only your relevant competitor. All value chains are converging, they're differing. You have to get it on a broader footing in terms of all kinds of data and knowledge and things you have. Number 5 is organize horizontal and vertical insight flows. Take all the information from the front ends and the points in your organization which have direct customer contact rarely happens so in strategy. Yeah, we assume some abstract numbers, but actually all our salespeople typically know what the customers want. We just don't know exactly how to harvest that properly. Machine learning and artificial intelligence, for sure. For that, you need a single source of truth, a single data pool, which we very often do not have in strategy work. You have to balance objectives and the resources, and you have to build an integrated execution and culture base. And let me stick around a little bit for culture. Typically, even the most brilliant strategy fails if you don't get the culture change in place. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. And while VUCA may eat it for lunch, strategy is long killed before that at breakfast. And I think that this is one of the most underestimated, and for us also in the next 2 or 3 years, one of the most interesting research fields we're going to tackle at Evolutionizer. Then the most important thing, I think, financial results have to be part of strategy. It cannot be detached. Very often we see that somebody does a budget, but strategy is somewhere else, and decisions are taken and results are not included. And also to establish a strong impact and assumptions monitoring. Always question whether the assumption of yesterday was still correct, because there's so many things happening that you will have difficulties in keeping things stable. And how to do that in a fast forward and rapid fashion by printing a lot of graphs as we had in the other picture, by discussing all of it on a random basis, we think that's rather a very difficult thing. And I'll just jump over these slides in order to also have some room for questions and discussions should you have any. So we think that developing and aligning strategy has to be collaborative, has to be more inclusive and challenging, has to be in a different way also of mindset and thinking with instruments and analytics different to today. So what we're trying to do at Evolutionizer is then to build a platform which does strategy. So you may know Salesforce and you may know SAP and you may know other ERP and CRM and supply chain systems. We haven't seen anything really comprehensive in the strategy arena yet, because it's a very complex, it's a very variable subject, which is also why we have assembled a very experienced team. We have a lot of gray hair and rather slightly overweight people in our team, but it helps to understand where there is. For us, the most important thing, however, is no matter how experienced we are, that we always stay young at heart and in the mind, because you have to keep an open mindset to what is modern technology, modern opportunities, and how to help, anything, whether it's it's a vaccination campaign, whether it's going green, whether it's new product development, whether it's new market, whatever it is. And so it is our endeavor to do this. And we are, of course, we try to do this on a solid footing. We are part of the Microsoft Azure technology base, and we try to be very, very adaptive to what our customer needs are. So we are highly configurable. We grow with the customers as they go, what their demand and requests may be. We are very quick to deploy, actually, because it's cloud. It's born in the cloud. It's ubiquitous. Anybody can use it from anywhere. That's why our people also work decentrally. In fact, as we speak, 2 of our people are working from South Asia for us and implement things at the customers here. Thank God the time difference to India, between India and Europe, is not so good, not so big. But even then, there's a lot of things. We are based on Microsoft technology. We are fully integrated into anything and fully integratable into anything you have in ERP systems and interfaces. And we employ the highest data security as obliged by the European Union. So this is what we're trying to do, but I think I'll be happy to take any questions regarding either what is going on globally or in Europe, what is my perspective on strategy and the challenges of how strategy development should be different in at least mid to large caps, but also in some parts of the world. I'd be happy to hear whether the Indian perspective is differing from it, because it has a growth mindset and a tremendous dynamic into it. But still, even then, you'll need methods to outperform your competitors. And I'll also be happy to take any questions regarding Evolutionizer, if that is that. We try to help with sophisticated intelligence, and not because we provide it, but because most of our customers have it already in them, to make substantive decisions, which are really founded and earthed into facts and reason, and you can really back them up, and it's just not, kind of a gut feeling thing, which will then hopefully, and together with the change aspect of culture, lead to superior results. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to be followed up on. My email address is on there. Please feel free to reach out anytime. And I'd happy to take any questions or discussions or whatever. And I hope I've kept halfway in my time frame. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, Jagan, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. Thanks for the wonderful session. Sir, how Evolutionizer is differentiating itself from its competitor?
Well, that's a fantastic question. And we ask ourselves the question, obviously, every time, because we can't be telling our customers about strategy and competitive advantage, not having a look ourselves. Now, what we're seeing is that there is a number of competitors in especially execution support, but in the general strategy development as such, and we're talking to all the big consulting companies and all the big corporates here, we don't see that much except for excellent PowerPoint, which is there. So frankly speaking, I'd be happy to have a competitor to orient myself on, because I truly believe there's an old BCG strategy conviction that there's a market of 1 and 2, that a market is being made by several suppliers. So I'd be happy to have a competitor. If any one of you feels free, I encourage. But you can also join us first, and things like that. But that's second to that. We don't really see anything. It is not a very easy to standardize and normatize field of activity. And I think that people shy away from the complexity of taking such an endeavor, and to get that finance is also not easy. I can tell you that from experience.
It was really a standardized presentation, sir. I'm sure that we will prefer you over your competitors for joining.
Well, we'll see. To keep on fighting, that's Darwin.
Thank you, Jagan. Kejal, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. Hello from India
Hello.
to Germany as well. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, it was quite great to know about the revolution of strategy development with you. So my question is related with technology. Digital technology is driving developments in different fields like education, sports, retail. So do you think there are downsides of huge and rapid adoption of tech in personal space?
Can you just repeat that second part? It was acoustically very difficult. Can you just
Sure,
turn
sir.
up the volume?
So,
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you think there are any downsides of rapid adoption of tech in personal space, as in the impact it has on the privacy and security issues? The adoption of tech in personal space.
Whether that has any risks or downsides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any privacy issues for the users in general?
Well, if it's in the personal space, I think there are some questions individuals have to pose themselves. And there's a big discussion obviously going on, whether it's data security, personal data, and there are very different strategies we witness from Facebook, or now Meta as it's called, to Apple. And Apple is actually going much more protective, and it has to do something with markets. The European market tends to be much more data sensitive, and the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, is much more intense. So if you want to serve that market, you don't have a choice but to protect your data. And that is a more caring approach, because Europe's history traditionally has been a slightly more caretaking approach towards the citizen. Whereas America obviously tends to be much more free of will and entrepreneurial. India is, I think, a mix of everything. So I won't, I won't smart ass myself around India. But I think there are some regulations which have to come. And typically it always happens like that, right? Like when the first cars were developed in Europe, it took 10 to 20 years to get the basic rules for trafficking into place. And people were killed just like, and there was a kind of a too free power play. So nobody would question that, certain road regulations are necessary because everybody is in the same space. However, in data, we sometimes tend to be rather pretty dogmatic and say, no, this has something to do with free will and it is all totally free and let it go. Data in a way is same like traffic. Data traffic has a lot, it interferes with personal spheres with the interests of others. And where individual spheres collide, something has to be regulated, because otherwise you just rely on the bilateral agreement, and this doesn't always work. And this is not the role of the regulator. Now, overdoing it, underdoing it, that's a big discussion, I think, going on everywhere. I'm not aware of what the status there is in India, but I know that in Europe, it's a very, very intense debate.
Sure, sir. Nice to know. Yeah, government regulations are quite important in regulating these privacy issues. Thank you, sir.
I don't think so.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kejal. Archita, please go ahead.
So thank you for the session. So I wanted to know a little bit more about the adaptive strategy development that you were discussing. On that particularly, you mentioned about leveraging power of ML and AI. So in that context, we are seeing a lot of digital transformation going around nowadays. So how is it actually impacting the business, or how is it actually impacting your strategy implementation? Because somewhere, if you just mentioned that ERP and Salesforce, all these implementations are somewhere lagging behind with data. So how is it actually influencing the COVID era, particularly?
Well, let me take this twofold. Thank you for the question. I think it is one of the most fascinating frontiers we have in our research discussions here too, is how actually there's two different things, right? Artificial intelligence being something else and simply machine learning algorithms. But how will that impact? Let me just guide you through. The one thing, what typically happens in strategies, you don't have a single source of source data. So as it is somewhere, it's distributed in some Excel sheets, some PowerPoints, this, that, and it's distributed over some individuals, some market research department, etc. Again, I'm talking typically a sweet sort of mid to large caps. Yeah. So the complexity, that inner complexity of that organization is not able to actually harvest for everything which is known in all kinds of spaces. And it's decentrally technically. So while Excel is a fantastic tool, and it was one of the most ingenious inventions ever, and it was probably also Lotus 123 and other things, it has its shortcomings in the collaboration space, and Microsoft is working intensively on that. But that is actually where you need, for ML and AI, you need a single big data pool, and then you take the patterns out of it. What we see in our approach with strategy, that decentral, say hundreds of decentral inputs are taken into the system, and then we apply text and number algorithms to it. So we can condense, say, if you have a 5 forces model of Porter, everybody inputs that, and then you can condense the whole knowledge into it by text mining, text interpretation, text recognition, which we're already employing actively in our software as today. So then you see that the main things, and if you say there's 100 things which are going on from digital to this, to customers, to segmentation, you can, and you can point it, and you can then layer it down and say, where is which topic seems to be the most important? And do I get a pattern on corporate level or on a business level? Same goes for numbers. If you have market research data from different sectors, but it may be the same kind of industry, say it's shampoos, yeah, which is a rather universal product. But you can see the dynamics differently, and then you start to see some patterns in country markets which you may think are connected, but they are. So you can get some data because dynamics are very different also within Europe, within Asia. Customer patterns, customer preferences tend to be different. Also depending on art of society, on the importance, believe it or not, but on the importance of hair as such, on the showability. So a lot of things come into play. And I think that kind of knowledge as today, and I'm not talking about Salesforce SAP. Both are working heavily on that side because they have central data systems within the organizations. Strategy typically hasn't. And if you have a BCG or McKinsey team, then they even, they have the data on their computers. Now, why this is great for the consultants and all of us who learn there, it is not good for the corporation, which needs the data and the competence in-house. And then you can derive, I think, superior insights. I'm not sure. I think we're just at the forefront of it, and any kind of speculation I would do now would be premature, but it is the next frontier of gaining superior insight and data-driven decision-making, as opposed to, people like I with a lot of experience showing in their bellies, just saying, from my experience, this will work better. We're in an age where experience is, the gray-haired guys don't like to hear this, but experience in leadership is great, but experience in the subject matter in a market or product is actually deteriorating by the minute. It's disrupting as we speak because the markets are changing, which is a big chance for young people because, at least at that frontier, you can say, well, this is not always about experience, it's also about the novel frontier.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Archita. Ashish, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. Thank you for the presentation. So I wanted to know your take on the future of consulting services as an industry. So how do you see the rise in demand for these services by various large and small scale industries in the coming future?
Fantastic question. Now, one of the things we're discussing intensively with a number of consulting companies is how the hell are they going to cope with the growth they need on the people side. It's not on the market side, because all these disruption things will need to more consulting. If you see all the consulting companies on a global scale, and being the top guys like McKinsey, BCG, Bain, Booz, Roland Berger, but also the big four in accounting, but also the tech giants like, and you have a number of them in India like TCS and Wipro and Infosys. Everybody is basically hitting a ceiling on the recruiting side. And retention is a key issue. And that has something to do with that the world as such is in the demand driven by the disruption factors that they need this kind of services. Now, this is good. The key question is how to maintain quality and sustain a certain brand also promise while being in these sectors. And that's I think, the key challenge for the industry as such. Now, I know that on the back of their leading thinkers, they are also thinking about how to employ digital technology into consulting. And obviously, we are a prime choice of discussion partner because we tend to be ex-consultants, we have all the contacts there and also to the highest rank. So we try to help a little bit. But it is not yet there. The consulting model as such relies on the fact that the personal competence of the consultant and his analytical abilities are converged into that person. And now what we actually aim to do is to depersonalize competence and insight for better decisions. And that is a stretch of sorts. So it is a disruptive element of sorts. Consulting has its limitations on the one hand. On the other hand, it also has its disrupting forces, and how they will go along with this is going to be a very interesting arena to watch over the next 5 to 10 years. But fact is, at the current growth rates, McKinsey and BCG would need to at least double, if not triple, over the next 10 years. Now, be my guest, but I think it's not that easy at that point in brand position and that point in exercise to do that. I think they are very optimistic, but I think that elements like an evolutionizer or other digital instruments will help consultants become more productive and probably also entertain a broader client base of sorts. But the other thing also, I think, which is why I'm aiming at that too, is that companies have to have control of their own strategy for themselves. Now, this may not be a very favorable thing for the consultants to hear, but they have enough growth. So I think there's enough space for everybody. This is not a negative sum game. It's a positive sum game. So there's, I think, a lot of things which are going to happen there. And just in case any of you should want to explore a career in consulting, I still encourage you to do so, because the amount of personal learning still in the coming years will be immense.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ashish. Ayush, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you for a wonderful session, sir. My question is around the geographical aspect, where we know certain geographies are somewhat more advanced than others. So from this perspective, according to you, what are some of the key factors that interest MNCs to set up in countries like, say, Africa, compared to setting up their operations in Asia?
Well, I can tell you what it used to be, and I think this is a very interesting question. And typically, I can tell you what comes to my mind, but I need to think a little bit more on it. So if you want to contact me later on, just feel free to do so, because there is a very interesting dynamic which is not at the forefront of perception, neither in the US nor in Europe, is actually the very rapid development in Africa. And now, while India has been on the awareness spectrum for a little bit more than, say, 10 or 20 years, it was all a lot about China, 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 from a European perspective and from an American perspective. And I was obviously, by heritage, always encouraging everywhere I was to think about India. And, because of a number of reasons: democratic structures, more stable institutions, broader entrepreneurial freedom, of course, with the usual stuff of taxation, boundaries, regulations, and political. I understand that. But to that contrast, I think in the long term, also because of demographics, India will play out better over the next 30, 40 years. And it has something to do with demography, which is why China has much more emphasis on technology. And they're trying to, cope for productivity losses they might encounter. With Africa, I do not know enough. I just know that the demographic dividend of Africa is also very promising. And that technology at the moment is leapfrogging any kind of classical infrastructure development. And just the other day, I met somebody who was doing, typically in large parts of Africa, everybody has a diesel generator next to their house because you don't have any central power supply. So what they're doing is they're replenishing, they're installing photovoltaic solar, financing it for the guy just to rent it, and giving them the electricity they need from the solar. And obviously Africa and India are regions where the solar revolution has just only begun, including the whole hydrogen industry, which is coming back around it. So I don't know whether there is a valid question between whether it's going to be either India or Africa. I would assume that within the next 5 to 10 years, and we're seeing the first things already in the energy and utility space coming out of Europe and the US, and the big oil companies who are going into at least northern parts of Africa for energy. And I think that the energy equation by solar is going to be a big game changer in the relevance and importance of Africa as well as India, for that matter. But I don't think it's going to be an either or. It's going to be an as well as. And actually, the strong ties traditionally between India and Africa may just help to make that a new kind of development axis. This may sound very, very pathetic, but it is, I think, 30, 40 years down the road, the scenery will be different. But I need to think, I'll take that along. I need to think on that. Good question.
Sure, good to know, sir, your side of point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayush. Anand, you can go next.
Hello, sir. Thanks for the detailed explanation on the strategic development. I have one question. How evolution is different from the strategic development in business?
Well, I don't think, it's a good question. We don't want to differentiate ourselves from strategy development in business. We just want to help it and enhance it. So I think, and we are not a consulting company. We do software, and we help customers to implement their own systems and processes and harness their own. We are not a big outfit, right? We are plus minus 100 people. And so we are more, and basically everybody at Evolutionizer is academic. So we are a different sort of thing. We are more of a mixture of a think tank, software provider, and solution provider. We don't see ourselves as competitors. We don't differentiate. We just try to help our customers in what they're doing to do that in a different way and much more advanced. And a number of companies are coming forward who want to digitize all that. And the key thing is already what I really mentioned is I think they want to harvest what they had know within the company and at the same time create a central source of truth for data and more potential going forward. And this is where we're trying to help them. And hopefully our value proposition, our software is good enough that people will value the effect out of it.
Yeah. Thank you, Anand.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I'll now request Vivek to present the vote of thanks.
Hello, sir. Thanks a lot for the session. We got a rather vivid perspective of strategy and description from your side. You've given us quite a lot to think over, and we're sure that was helpful for all the attendees. Thank you again for your valuable presence and conversation. On behalf of the cohort of XLRI XPGTM, we extend our deep thanks and look forward to interacting with you in the future. Wishing you a great evening ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Vivek, and thank you everybody at XLRI. And it was great to be accompanied so well. 30 years ago, a session like this would have been not even imaginable. So I think also that is an indicator for what progress we are making globally. And it's always a privilege and a pleasure to speak to upcoming Indian next gen leaders. So I wish you all the best personally and professionally. All the best. I think it's challenging times with COVID, and but I'm sure we'll come through that. And it's going to be a very exciting and promising future. So thank you very much. And yeah, let's keep in touch. Would be great. Thank you so much.
Definitely, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
All right, for the remaining attendees, so we'll be starting our next session sharp at 7 p.m. So please stay tuned. Thank you.
For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the Institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence. Excel gave me purpose. And Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, the consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and help give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
A festival?
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization, and I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, the consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and help give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
A festival?
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
A festival?
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another session at Avensis, the International CEO Conclave. I'm Piyush, and I will be hosting this next session along with Archita Samantha. In what promises to be a motivational session, we have Ms. Shinjini Das, a motivational speaker and an entrepreneur, speaking on the importance of content with meaning. Ms. Das is the CEO and founder of the Das Media Group, an empowering media production agency. Her agency has built innovative digital and interactive branded experiences, driving millions of digital impressions and brand awareness for clients. Ms. Das speaks on scaling digital businesses, creating media monetization models, empowering men, women, children to be go-getters, and diversifying representation in Hollywood and Silicon Valley. She is a TV personality fluent in Spanish and has been named as a top 10 motivational speaker to watch in 2021 by Yahoo Finance. We're looking forward to learning from you, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We're able to hear you.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me, first of all. And I'm just so honored and excited to be here with you today. So as a recap, I am in Atlanta, Georgia, which is in the United States. And I went to Georgia Tech. So I think most of you know what Georgia Tech is. I majored in industrial engineering at Georgia Tech and graduated in 2014. So just about 7 years ago. So I'm 29 now and graduated at 22. So it's been quite a journey. And I know a lot of you are either engineers yourselves or engineering students. So, I think my story will really relate to you in the sense that I was not happy just taking a normal job in engineering, right? Whether that was supply chain, optimization models. I know I searched some jobs on linear programming. And I think just the thought of doing that every single day for a long, long time was not particularly exciting to me, And so I decided very early on in my career that I did not want to do that as my job, right? Out of college. So as a result, I was left with some choices that what do I do, right? As a sort of Georgia Tech graduate in industrial engineering. And what I came to was that I want to do consulting. Specifically, I want to do technology consulting, right? And so with technology consulting, I had a couple of options and I chose to start my career actually at Deloitte, which I know you all know. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Maybe even you have worked there or someone you know has worked there. So that was kind of my first job, right? Deloitte Consulting, technology consulting, business technology analyst. And I think that gave me a lot of good experience with just figuring out kind of technology, business, a little bit of media, and it definitely started my wheels turning on what I want to do, in the future, which was sort of at this intersection of business, technology, media, entrepreneurship, potentially at some point. And so I lasted there about 1.5 years, I would say about 1.5 years, and then pivoted to digital marketing, right? Then pivoted to digital marketing at 24, lasted at that job for about 6 months. And I think very quickly, similar to you all, I learned that, I have to start a business because I think corporate America wasn't really giving me what I wanted, I would say. And then a combination, I was just so frustrated with the media. I was just so frustrated with the lack of female representation, the lack of, female role models. Content was not created by women. I think that was the crux of my problem. And then needless to say, television, all of these other platforms, none of the content was built by women of color, Indian women in America, who are engineers, so I think all of that was in my head. And so I decided to start a media company at 24, 5 years ago. about October 2016, and called it the Das Media Group. It is today, I would say, a couple of things. I think we've evolved over the last 5 years, but the way I like to say it is a media platform. It is a media company, multimedia company. There's a part of it which now we're focusing on kind of clients and helping companies build content to identify their target audience and monetize their target audience. So if you're a software company, how do you storytell your successes with your clients' software subscriptions, and how do you engage people online? Right now I would say our focus is digital, but down the line I want to produce and create for television, Hollywood, Bollywood as well. I'm a huge Bollywood fan, and born in Calcutta, born in Kolkata, very, very Indian as well. And I think there's a lot of market to motivate each of you to sort of be that go-getter, right? What does that mean? It means making that first move to go get your goals versus just sitting there waiting. You're not really moving forward in your life. And I get messages every day, right, from all of you, right? You don't have a job. One person said he has not been able to get a job for 3 years, right? And he's in his 20s. And so the first advice I gave him is, if you want to be a go-getter, I think you have to start a business now. How long are you going to wait to get a job? And in India, obviously, more than anyone, that there's a lot of people, and when there's a lot of people, there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of people who want the same job, right? So those are the kinds of pieces of advice that I want to give you. How do you be a go-getter? How do you have positive energy? How do you get aligned with your purpose? How do you go get your goals? And so I think that's the kind of content that you're going to see from me as a personality and as a motivational speaker, and then sort of under my company name, the Das Media Group, as we're now growing, building out our team next year again, and really having sort of a consistent team down the line. So that's kind of a backstory. I wanted to start with that. But again, today is about converting followers to dollars, right? And so I actually wanted to kind of share 3 things that I did over the past 5 years that have worked in order to convert followers to dollars, and 3 things which haven't worked, because I think it's important for you to understand my failures, and it's important for you to understand the pitfalls that I walked into, because I don't have any role models, in this space, right? I mean, I'm not really looking up to, YouTubers or something, because I'm coming from a very different world. I'm actually coming from your world, education, engineering, school. So I don't have, any role models in the media, I would say, who have followed that path. Most of them are sort of college dropouts, right? Or they didn't even study, and it's just hard for me to relate. So I will share with you kind of, again, 3 things that I did correctly to convert followers to dollars, and 3 things that were not correct. And so the 3 things that were correct, I would say, if you are kind of taking notes, these are the notes, is your target audience online, whether as a personality or as a business, have to be aligned with who you are, right? And so you'll notice if you are a female personality on social media, whether you are a sales coach, whether you are a content creator, coach, or whatever on LinkedIn, you'll notice that a lot of people following her are women, because they relate to her. Right. And I think that relatability and that connection is something that I would say I severely underestimated in the beginning of my career. Right. So I was saying things like, I'm selling motivation, I'm motivating my audience. Everybody needs motivation. And so I am going to target followers from everywhere, all over the world. Everyone needs me. And I don't think that really worked. Right? Because there are some people who relate, in my case, to my story as an immigrant, as a female, as an engineer, as now an entrepreneur, more than other people do. And I think I had to learn that the hard way. So if you are taking notes, I would say the first step to convert followers to dollars, or followers to rupees, in your case, or crores. I mean, if I'm being very honest with you, that's what I want to help you do, is you have to find the right audience, right? And that audience has to understand you. They have to know you. They have to relate to you. Because the mistake that I was doing on the other side, if you're also taking notes, let's go simultaneously. What I did correct And what was my mistake? My mistake was targeting everyone, right? My mistake was everyone needs motivation. On my social media platform, Speaker Shinjini, I will have everybody follow me from all over the world, boys, girls, just everybody. Now, that's not particularly productive, right? Because again, some people relate to my story far more than others do. And I was noticing a drop off in traction, in conversion. Even if I'm like selling my book, I sell consultations, 1 hour go-getter consultation. So like, you want to write a book, you want to start a business, I'm going to help you do that as a go-getter. What are your steps? A lot of people didn't care, right? And when I analyzed why they didn't care, it was because, they were very privileged. I'm in America, so a lot of them were white, right? Very privileged, very rich, following me. But that drive was sort of missing because they've already made it, right? They're lawyers. Mom is a surgeon. Dad is a doctor. And at some point I had to ask myself, are these the people who should be following me? I mean, do they need me the most? And inevitably, I think the answer was no. And I had to pivot my audience structure online, because these are my media consumers. You all will watch my future TV shows, you all will watch my movies, you all will watch my content, my videos, all of the things that we do to motivate you to be a go-getter. And I had to get very clear that if somebody is very comfortable with their life, probably they do not want to be a go-getter anymore because they're tired, right? They're already comfortable, they've made it, they're done. But then when I look at India, none of you are tired, right? All of you want to grow all the time. You want to grow, you want to make money. You don't want to be in poverty anymore. You want to not be oppressed. You don't want to be abused. You don't want to be raped, right? And when I think about all of you, I see myself. And so I had to pivot my audience structure online from maybe a majority America audience to a majority international audience. And so today, I'm very proud to share that both me as a motivational speaker and my media company are focusing exclusively on developing countries. And so Asia, Latin America, and Africa are my target areas of focus. Now, does that mean that I do not motivate Americans? No, of course I do. I'm very happy to. But I would say that my focus is Asia, Africa, and Latin America, because these kids, especially youth, are the ones who need motivation, who need role models, who need good content to consume, because a lot of the content that you're consuming now is very negative, very depressing, and very I don't know how it's helping you move forward in your life, right? And so I think that was a very, very big transformation for my business. And that was the first thing that I did right, which is change my audience structure online. And the mistake that I made was I was targeting the wrong people, right? And as a result, my social media numbers were not that great. And I think the impact was not that great, right? Why does anybody produce content for social media? To make a difference, right? To make a change. And so in my case, I'm like working so hard to just, share my videos, share my content, share my story of starting a business, finding companies, finding clients, helping them monetize their messages. A lot of people didn't care, and then I realized that they didn't care because they don't really relate to me, and then when I look at, Archana and Rajiv and Kishan, you all love me because you see yourself in me. And so then I decided that I should just pivot my whole company and platform to focus on the people who relate to me, right? And that's where we are today, right? Asia, Latin America, Africa. I work very heavily with the US Department of State, motivating Latinos to be go-getters in Latin America. So I have a huge presence in South America, and now via digitally, I have a huge presence in Africa. So that's the first step. The second part or step that I would say that I did correctly in terms of converting followers to dollars, I would say is I have really, truly built connections with my audiences, and I'm very proud of that, because I look at my counterparts, I look at other personalities, and to be honest, I'm not sure if everybody cares about each of you, right? Whereas your DMs to me, right, your direct messages to me are like, Shinjini, I just got a job, I've been unemployed for 3 months, I'm a go-getter now. I think for me that's huge, right? Because I cannot just look at that and say, okay, whatever, good job. But I'm honestly like, oh my God, Archana, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. I know that you're the first in your family to graduate college. I know that you're the first in your family to get a job, right? And so I think my connections with my audience is very, very personal. Now, you're asking about monetization, I'm sure, for all of you. I think at this point, digital product like my book has sold very well. Most of our money is coming from companies, to be honest. And so I don't need money from each of you, I would say. So for you, I'm like, I just want to make you feel happy. I just want to encourage you. I want to motivate you. I want to make you feel happy. I don't want you to be sad, and when you interact with me via a DM, I do want you to feel good about your life. And so I think that's something that I've done tremendously well. And even to this day, I'm in multiple platforms. I get messages from kids, from adults, from this all over the world, right? That I've been sick. I wanted to quit. I wanted to give up on my life. But after consuming your content, I'm a go-getter now, right? I am working hard. I am now on crutches. I am moving forward. And that is the energy that I want my content to give you. So I think that's something that I've done tremendously well to convert followers to dollars. And for me, dollars is also views, right? So if you view my content, if you watch my shows in the future, that is $1. Now, are you going to pay for that? Probably not. But even a view and watching it is sort of money, right? For me. So I think that is awesome. Probably what I didn't do, the opposite, was I wasn't building connections with people, right? And so I think I was just trying to get followers like everybody else, like all of you, actually. And inevitably, it wasn't very successful because I wasn't connecting with you personally. I wasn't understanding your life. The fact that you are the first in your family to go to college or high school or XLRI, or you come from poverty. Obviously, that makes your rise to being a go-getter very, very difficult, right? And so I think also that personalization in the content was missing as a result. And I realized that the easiest way for me to make it is to connect with you, and that's what I do now. So if you DM me, I think a lot of people are surprised that, first of all, it's me replying to you, because it is. Second of all, that I'm really asking about your life. I'm asking about your future. I'm asking about what you're doing, right? And all of this is, again, under my sort of social media platform, Speaker Shinjini. The company is more scaled efforts at building content. And so there's sort of two edges to my brand. One is like me as a motivational speaker, which is like you're interacting with me. And then the other one is sort of a scaled effort to just build content for our clients, so we're building out the teams to do that. And so those are sort of two separate efforts. And then of course, like my motivational speaking, it's just becoming really, really big. And so I think my team in the future will manage, that, but I will always be sort of responding to you and, making sure that you're not falling off the deep end, really. So I think that is something that I did wrong, which is I did not connect with you. And what I'm doing right is that I am connecting with you now. So I think that's awesome, because if you think about it, everybody is not achieving their goals because of very specific reasons. And I think what I've tried to do lately is I'm really trying to understand what your barriers are, right? And so if your barrier is money, right, meaning it's poverty or just low income, my advice to you is going to be very different, right? To be a go-getter, right? But if your struggle is I am not passionate about what I'm doing, then my advice to you is going to be very different for you. So I think now I'm really targeting that. So in all my DMs, I get a bunch of problems from all of you, because you all have a lot of problems. It's a lot of problems. So I'm sort of giving you personalized solutions in DMs and even in the content, right, to make you a go-getter. So I think that's something I did correct. And then the opposite is what I did wrong. And then the third, I would say, converting followers to dollars. From a pure company perspective, revenue perspective, sales perspective, I was selling at too low of prices to scale, right? Meaning that if you want to build a whatever media company, jewelry company, tech company, whatever, any company, any business, you want to build that to 3 crores, 4 crores, 5 crores, 10 crores, right? You have to sell at high levels, right? And I think for me, I was stuck at, and I'm very honest about this, the last 4 years, I have been stuck at such low income, low revenue for 4 years that it has been really, really difficult to scale. And when I analyzed why I was having so much trouble breaking the 6-figure mark in America, that's $100,000. For you, convert that. I believe in you. That was what I found out, that my price points for companies, right? My price points for even digital products, so in my case, initially, it was just my book, $12.99, $12 in America. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to scale, right? Because for me to make the kind of money that I wanted, I mean, how many books do I have to sell to do that? I mean, that's probably not even feasible the first few years, right? And then as likewise, company pricing, enterprise pricing, right? Working with companies to build them content. Okay, what do you need? Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? What channels do you need content for? What are our goals? Who are we trying to reach? Who are we trying to sort of motivate? All of that combined, I think it was just, the prices were too low. Okay, the prices were too low. And so when the prices are too low, your revenue cannot be 6 figures. Because when you're a small company, you're a new company, I don't have so many customers, okay? I don't have unlimited clients. So if I'm selling at, whatever, a few lakhs, per project, how will I get 2 crores? I mean, does that make sense? I mean, it's just like physically not possible. And so for me, I think I had to completely change my business model, I would say this year, to selling at scale, right? And that's not just monthly recurring income, because you can have monthly recurring income that is also low, right? So you can be making monthly income, but it's still not enough, right? To get to the level that you want to get to, right? In my case, I want to hire people. I want to do large scale advertising. I've already had offers for billboards. And what would I put on the billboard? I would put you on the billboard to say, look at this guy. He was struggling. He hated his life. He wanted to, die, really. And now he's a go-getter. He has goals. He has purpose. He cares about his life. That's my contribution to your life. Helping dreamers become go-getters, right? With sort of the right content, the right monetization, the right models, the right all of it, right? So I think for me, the biggest issue was my prices were not high enough, right? And so what I did well was I pivoted to having high prices. What I did wrong was I was stuck at low prices for 4 years. And I think for me, I didn't realize how hard it would be to sort of get clients when you're new. That's one of my top DMs from you is like, you've started a business, but it's so hard to get the first client, right? It's so hard to get the second client and the 10th client and the 12th client and the 50th client. And so I think for me, this year was a great year to say, you know what, we got to sell at scale. And so the software companies that we're working with now, storytelling, helping them build messaging, targeting their audience, monetizing their audience. Finally, I'm selling at average 5 figures. 5 figures a proposal, right? And so now I'm like, oh my God, I can actually see the door of 6 figures in America, right? For you, convert $100,000. I don't know what it is for you, but convert that. Now I can see scale. Right. Because before I'm like, what on earth? And I'm doing a lot. I mean, my team is working hard. I'm working hard. It's not that we're not working hard, but if the prices do not align, you will not reach your goal. You will not, whether that's as a business or as a professional. So one of the other issues that I get all the time is I don't make enough money. You say that to me, I don't make enough money. So when you peel that back, I'm going to ask you, what is your monthly income? And if it is very low, guess what? You will never make enough money, right? And so the challenge to you is not just to increase monthly income, but to create opportunities for scale, right? Whether that's investments, right? Whether that's starting a side hustle, whether that's scaling a consulting business or whatever it may be, right? And so I really want you to get a grip on finances, and I think for me, that has been 2021. I have had to sell massively at scale because I inevitably, I had things to pay off. I had costs, I had advertising costs. I mean, my bills were just, I mean, through the roof, you know, and I'm selling at an average price point of what, $1,000 for small businesses to work with me, $2,000. That's not enough. That's not enough. Okay, so now this year we are touching six figures. We haven't crossed six figures in 2021, touching six figures. Next year we are looking at very, very healthy six figures. So now I feel very, very strong, you know, coming from $30,000. So 30 to 100. Okay, that's like, you do the math. That's quite a bit of growth, right? And so I think now I'm at that spot of like, okay, in order for me to continue converting followers to dollars, right, I have to sell at scale. My price points have to be very high. They have to be very consistent, right? And then what I did wrong was that they were too low, okay? And I wasn't even reaching the door of scale, you know, and that's why most businesses fail. That is why most businesses fail. It's not that they don't start, it's that they don't scale. Right. And then not to mention female-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. I mean, the statistics are absolutely terrible, you know, from just starting businesses to growing businesses. I mean, there's a small fraction of people in America who even have six-figure businesses as a female founder. So, I mean, it's pathetic. It's really, really hard, right? So I think for me, I knew that I was not going to be a part of that statistic, right? So in order to do that, I have to do things very differently, right? And I have to target tech companies. I have to target software companies. The other mistake I think I was making is I was targeting companies who did not have strong cash flow, right? Who did not have strong finances, right? Because if I'm charging $10,000 a month to do, you know, whatever, content, messaging, creation, you have to be able to pay that, right? Which means that you have to be a $3 million a year business. You have to be a something stable. Otherwise, how will you pay us, right? I mean, you don't have enough cash flow, right? So I think that was a huge wake-up call for me, and something that I'm sort of continuing to refine now. So if you are taking notes, I want to highlight, because I do want to leave a lot of time for questions, because really that is my story. I mean, I was very, very poor for 4 years, and now I am finally sort of seeing the door to wealth, and that is my dream for you, right? My dream for you is not just to become a go-getter, but it is to build wealth, right? It is to monetize yourself, whether that's through a job, whether that's through a side business, whether that's through you know, your jewelry company or whatever, right? But my goal is to help you make money. I do want to be clear, you know, because that is the number one request of my demographic is I don't have a purpose. I don't know what I'm passionate about, and I'm poor. Like, I would say my demographic sits at the intersection of those 3 points. And so if I can help you find purpose, right, find a passion, find a career, and make money, I mean, I'm ecstatic at this point, because to me now you're a true go-getter in the highest sense of the word. So I think that's my story. So if you are taking notes, I would say, again, top 3 things that I did correctly to convert followers to dollars. I would say, again, sort of finding the right target audience, I would say, is the first one. Building connections with said target audience, number 2. Number 3, finding scaled opportunities to monetize, not individual less worth opportunities to monetize. What I did wrong was I was targeting the wrong audience. Okay. I was not building connections with said audience, and my price points were too low. So I would say that is the essence of my 5-year journey. And then as a recap, I had a team in 2018. I have since sort of paused that team because, again, I couldn't afford to keep paying them when I'm stuck at $30,000. And so I needed some time to pivot my business model, to sort of figure out how I was going to get to 6 figures. And then I told them that, you know, once I do, I'm happy to have you all back. And so I think that hopefully will be next year. And then from next year, I want to build a consistent small team that I'm growing with, that I'm working with, that I'm paying sort of regularly. And I think that will be a great next step, for me to sort of build maybe a team of 5, team of 6, and we're strong, we're mighty, we're, remote, we're all remote. I don't have an office. I don't want an office. I don't want an office. And just grow that team to contractors. There's a lot of opportunity now. But I don't want that many employees. And I think that I'm not trying to have so many employees, but I think there's a lot of opportunities for contractors. There's a lot of opportunities for Indian contractors in content, because I see a lot of great people reaching out to me in content in India. So a huge opportunity, I think, to join me if you believe in my mission, if you believe in what I'm doing. I'm grateful, but I think next year let's start with sort of a team of maybe 5. Pay them regularly. They are my team, freelancers, and then just work our way up from there. So I'm not trying to go that fast, because I feel like I've struggled so much to even get here that I'm just taking it step by step from now. So hopefully this makes sense. And we're working on our website and just kind of formalizing all of our structures, because I have a lot of case studies, I have a lot of testimonials, but since so far they've been private. They've been between me and the client. So I think now is a good opportunity that I have so many followers now and so many people who have since discovered me, to share those case studies in public and put them on our website, and ROI growth and lead conversion and all of the stuff that we've done to really present that, because I think that's where we're not there yet. None of it is public. So let me give me some time to kind of put it all out there so you can see it and feel good about how many businesses that we've grown and how many businesses that I've helped start as a result of my consultations and things like that. So it's a dreamer to go-getter. And my company tagline is content with motivation, because in my opinion, I don't think most of the content you consume has any motivation. So that's my spiel. I think we have some time, hopefully, correct me if I'm wrong, but for questions. So I'm happy to answer your questions, and probably your questions are about funding and money and stuff. So whatever you have.
Thank you, Sinchini. It was a very insightful session. So before we move on, we have a couple of people who have already having enthusiasm to ask a question. So we'll start with Niharika. Please go ahead.
Hello, ma'am. Good evening. Thank you so much for this intriguing talk and inspiring us. My question would be, what are the challenges that you have faced as a female entrepreneur and a CEO, working in the US? So that would be my question. If you can highlight on that.
Multiple. I think the biggest misconception, Harika, is that America is not racist. But if you have followed the news of Black Lives Matter, and I mean, it's still very, very bad. It's still very, very bad. And so, and look at the news, right? All of these Indian guys becoming CEOs of tech companies. How many Indian women do you know who have made it like that here, right? So it's not that easy, right? It's not that easy. So I think there have been multiple challenges. I would say the top challenges, honestly, without a doubt, Niharika, is network. Right. And I know that you all are smart enough that you've heard the quote before, that your network is your net worth, right? Your network is your net worth. In the beginning, who do I know? I know auntie and uncle, our family friends who I'm not convinced that auntie has a job, because when we talk, it's all about, marriage and, partying and, taking care of the family. Right. So, but I don't know if she has a job. If she has a job, I don't know what she does. Right. And so the culture that we come from, Niharika, is women are not CEOs. I don't know how else to say this. I don't know Indian women CEOs. I mean, I'm sure they exist. I'm sure there may be one, but I don't know her. So I think the network was a huge challenge. That how do I find even small businesses to sell to who can pay me $3,000 a month, who can pay me $5,000 a month to create content for them that they can use to sell. I don't even know small business owners who make $3 million or $4 million. Like, that was so hard for me in 2018. And I just was banging on the door, and I'm like, I have no concept of like where these people go. And so essentially, in a nutshell, it would be access to wealth, creating opportunities, right? And so in order to find clients who can pay that kind of money, I have to know people who are not poor, basically, right? And as an Indian woman here, I don't know who those people are, right? If they have a job, I'm sure they have a great job, but they're not an entrepreneur, right? And so like there's a huge divide in this country, and frankly, in every country, between women sort of who have wealth and women who do not, right? And so I think the number one challenge, the only challenge I would say in this scale has been network. And how have I solved that? Through social media, Niharika, right? Through social media, connecting with people on LinkedIn, joining Rotary in the US, which I know you have there as well, finding access to people who have wealth, who can pay me what I need. And as a result, so I can talk to Niharika, so I can talk to Archana, so I can talk to Tanya, so I can talk to Swan and say, hey, you know what? This is possible. Let's go, right? And that is sorely missing, not just in America, but in India as well. I mean, you look at how many Indian women in India have made it, but how many of them are helping you, Niharika? I mean, it's absurd. I mean, I don't have that many Indian women mentors, if any, which is sad. I'm not proud of that, so I think that has been the issue. Access to wealth, creating opportunities, not just access to wealth, access to someone who can pay me what I need, right, in order for me to not be poor, right? I mean, it's absurd. And the way that I've solved that is through social media. I am 100% product of social media. I have nothing else. I mean, only social media. So all I do is network. All I do is reach out to people. All I do is use my leverage now of followers and this and that to have conversations. And now I am in such a better place as a result, so I think the biggest advice to all of you, if you are struggling with sort of finding the right opportunities, is build that brand on social media, get those followers, right? I mean, in India, like Ranveer, like, the beer biceps guy, he's like your age, he's like my age. Look at him now, just from social media, right? And if he can do that, I can do that. If I can do that, Niharika can do that, and that should be our goal, because otherwise we are like drowning in either spiritual poverty, or here, people, even Indians, like 6 figures, 7 figures, hi, I don't have any money, I'm so poor. Like, we have a mindset problem, no? We have a cultural, mindset problem. We always think that we're failing, so how do you sort of get out of that and be happy and build wealth? And so all I've done is network, you guys. I mean, all I've done is network, and that's why I'm here. I don't have anything else, I mean, I'm not trained in the media. I don't have any degree in the media. I don't have any television connections. I have nothing. All I have is the ability to network, and the ability to, of course, do good work. And that's why I'm here, which is why I value social media so much, because if I can show it up into a room with 5 million followers, I know that everybody in that room will listen to me, and that's something that I've never had. When you're always sort of ignored or, not taken seriously, for women, that becomes a big deal. So social media is my weapon, is my personal weapon for kindness and happiness. So, does that make sense, Niharika?
Yes, totally. That
Okay.
was really enriching.
Do you relate though? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just here, even if like Indian women are successful, all I hear about is like marriage, and like, we're not having those conversations. Like, if she's an investment banker, I want to hear about her career, not about her marriage. But when we're meeting, mostly we're talking about her marriage. So I think that's like where I'm having some issues, like making the right connections. But that's where social media has been very, very helpful, that I'm able to drive the conversations that I want to drive about revenue, about this, about how much is your business doing? Are you a good client? Okay, great. Let's work together. Like, so I think, using social media to drive your agenda, so yeah. So
Srijini, just to add there, I mean, we all relate to that to some extent that, women have been, getting a lot of talk about when they're getting married, getting settled and all these things. But I think our generation, as far as I know, us young women who all aspire to be entrepreneurs, down the line, maybe 40 plus and all, and times are changing, of course. So we do get questions. I mean, I can speak for myself. I do get questions like, oh, so what is your goal, what is your career path, and things like that. So definitely times are also changing in India.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that, because if any of you say that your goal is a man, I have failed. So I want your goal to be money and a man. Not just a man. Yeah, no, but that's good. That's good. And I see that. I see that online, but I think we have a long way to go also. So yeah. Anything else, Niharika?
No, that was all. That was all. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Now we'll take up Mohit. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks, Shanjini, for this wonderful session. Your journey has been quite inspiring, and we can certainly learn a lot from it. You moved from technology consulting to setting up a media company of your own. So what drove you towards this career shift?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Mohit, I think that like if you think about media, like what is media? Media is technology, media is conversation, media is branding. And I think I'm someone who thrives in an intersection of things, versus like doing linear programming every day for the rest of my life. That's not attractive to me. So I think I was trying to build a career that used all the skills that I have, right? Whether that's communication, branding, technology, venture capital, understanding entrepreneurship, monetizing. I'm a huge salesperson. I love sales. I love selling. I love money. So how do you sort of put all of that together? And to be honest, Mohit, there was no career that did that, right? I mean, even technology consulting, I wasn't the primary salesperson because, I think they were partners, they were men, they were older men. So where do I belong? Like, I have this great vision, but like nothing is like working, so I think I did not have an option other than to set up my own business, because I know where I belong, right? I know that I'm a great speaker, that I'm a great media personality, that I can connect with people, that I can sell to them, that I want to motivate them, that I want to build a platform that motivates you to be a go-getter. And none of that like existed in one business or in one location. And so I don't think I had any choice other than to set up my own venture. And something that I'm very passionate about is building my own wealth, and being comfortable, and again, most women are underpaid, most women don't have access to that kind of wealth, and so I don't like, what is my option? What else would I have been doing? I would have been unhappy. I would have been stuck. I would have been at some variation of struggling financially. So I didn't want any of that. And so I think for me, starting a business was the only option, right? And I get this question a lot, like funding and how did you do it? I mean, I had two good jobs, right? I had two really, really good jobs. Deloitte was significant income for my age at 22. And the digital marketing job was also technology, digital marketing. So it was considerable income for my age. And so I had a good amount of like savings that I used. I know that not everybody has that. But I can only speak from my, example that's what I used to kind of start everything. And here we are. But I think that the crux of the reason, Mohit, is it did not exist. And I know where I belong. And the world doesn't do a good job of helping women achieve their potential, right? So I think there was a lot of conversation of like, you're a good speaker. Why don't you record this podcast for a show? And I'm like, no. I want to like have a global brand on my voice. So like, to be honest, Mohit, most people don't think so much of women. So like even the opportunities that I was getting, they're like, you can do this MC thing here. And I'm like, this is very small. Like, I'm not trying to like do this. Like, I want to be really big. So who will help me get there? No one. Like, I have to do that myself, you know? So which is why, like, when I talk to women now, I'm very like, what do you want to do? Let's go, let's be a go-getter. Let's be millionaires. Let's be billionaires. But nobody did that to me. You know, it was all like, you can just like do this and like, yeah, get married and whatever. And I'm like, that's not like, I want to be like really big. Like where do I belong? You know? So I think starting my own venture was my only option. Hopefully that helps. Yeah. So yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's quite interesting and inspiring. Thanks for answering my question. Thanks.
Of course. And you all have to follow me. All of you have to follow me on Speaker Shinjini, LinkedIn, Instagram, whatever, Twitter.
Definitely.
We will definitely stay connected. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Next, hey Renu, can you please go ahead with your question?
Good evening.
Turn it on again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a great session with you. I just wanted to ask, like, as a girl, we don't get so many opportunities, and in India, we really don't get. And so I just wanted to ask, like, how do we start or scale a business? If we have an idea also, we can't target our audience, or we don't have like content so much to target that audience. So how do we do that?
Yeah. So one thing, Renu, I will say this. Oh, so you're Renu. I'm so happy to see you. We've been talking for a long time on LinkedIn. I'm so happy to see you here. So one thing I'll say, Renu, is you would be surprised by how limited I feel every day. And I just want to say that, again, by no means am I comparing myself to if I was a woman in India, but I also feel pretty limited every day as well. The one thing that I will say is in digital media, there are no limits, right? And so if you are feeling limited, you're feeling like everything sucks, that India is not made for me, I would just go online, right? I would go online. I would build my own connections. And like you've done with me. I mean, you have messaged me multiple times. I have responded to you. I've spoken to you. Now we are talking. Now we are here. Use digital media to start and scale your venture. I mean, that is the biggest advice, because again, the world, like I said, is not made for us. And so, yes, you're going to face a lot of limits. Nobody's going to believe in you. Nobody's going to understand you. They're going to say, go back to the kitchen or whatever, you know, people say. I've had all of that said to my friends. You know, I think digital media, though, is something that, you know, you can start a website, you can create a website, you can create 3 tweets. Like, I'm not asking you to, you know, just like dedicate your whole job to content creation, but it is very possible, right? It is very possible. And Renu, look for people who believe in you, who are willing to pay you, not those who have rejected you. One thing that I notice in my young Indian demographic is a lot of you are absolutely obsessed with rejection, right? And so all the messages I get are, they rejected me, she rejected me in this, he rejected me in my business, she rejected me in love. I'm sitting here going, how many people does India have? Will all of them statistically, is it possible that they all hate you? Is it possible that they all will not believe in you? The answer is no. The answer is no, right? And so instead of looking at the 45 people who said no to you, Renu, because you're emailing them or whatever, I want you to find 3 people who will say yes. And guess what? I am your first yes. I believe in you. Right now, if you're asking me to like fund you and pay you, that's a separate conversation. I'm still figuring out how I want to do that, whether that's my foundation or whatever. But I believe in you, right? And I'm your mentor, and I will like help you figure out what you want to do and your business idea or whatever. But figure out 3 or 4 people who will say yes to you, who will be your first client, right? For whatever you want to do. And that's like market research, right? If you want to set up an agency, you have to ask yourself that, is this something that people need? You know, what am I doing that's different? How will I serve them? Those are all questions that actually you can answer yourself. You don't need like everybody else to answer that for you. But in terms of your question, which is support, mentorship, and money, basically, use digital media, right? And you're going to get the people who are going to say you suck, whatever, you're, useless, whatever variation of those things. But again, I am not focusing on that. I am focusing on the 3 people who are going to say, yes, Renu, you're fantastic. I want to work with you. Let's start a contract at, 45 lakhs a month. I don't know, whatever, 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 10 lakhs. And now you're in business, right? That's the kind of model that I want you to have. And as Indian women, one thing that we're very, very good at is we all are pretty no BS people, because we've been handed so much BS our whole life, right? Just bullshit, right? We are very good at like seeing through things that don't look good, right? And so if people are not supporting us, I would say move on to someone who supports you, right? And that is how you build a business. And I think what you'll find, Renu, is like in my case, I was everything that you feel, underestimated, overlooked, whatever. Now, like, it's hard for people to underestimate me because the results are there. Like, I'm growing, I'm big. Like, how are you going to say that, like, I don't believe in you now? Like, I'm already showing you that I'm like successful, right? So I think that's what I want you to do is like, once you get your first 4 or 5 clients, how can somebody say that you're a failure? You've already like demonstrated success, right? So that's the model that I want you to create. And the answer for India, for young India, is digital media, is social media. So less selfies, more selfie-made millionaires. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. So, and you can message me privately if you have detailed questions, but that's sort of my advice to you is look online for those people who will support you, who will mentor you, who will pay you. They'll pay for business. Again, I get crazy requests all the time. Oh, I'll pay you. I'll take you out for drinks. I'm like, I'm not in that business. I'm not available to just be bought for drinks. That's not the business that I'm in, right? So either you work with me on my terms, which is my business, or we're not going to work together. So I don't want any of you to be taken advantage of, right? Because so does that make sense? So so let me know if that makes sense, and if not, you can message me privately as well. So
thank you so much, ma'am. It cleared me a lot. Means like it's all like digital only nowadays.
It's digital, 100%. Because here's the thing, Renu, until the world is ready for us, we have to function online. Until the world is ready to accept Renu as an entrepreneur and not a housewife, we have to be online, right? And digital world builds a new physical world. The more you and I are conversing online, now we are setting a new standard for what Indian women can be. And that will be reflected in India in real life, right? But right now, we're not there. And so my primary focus is online. My focus is not in person. In person, my world is changing because of what I've done online. So now, like, rich white people take me seriously because they're like, oh shit, she has more followers than me. She has more thing than I have to listen to her. Do you think they listened to me by themselves 5 years ago? No, the answer is no. The answer is no. So because of digital media, I have changed my physical interactions. And that's what I'm asking you to do, right? Because online, these are real people. And if I go anywhere now and I'm saying I have 200,000 followers, nobody I know in real life has 200,000 followers. So all of a sudden they're like, oh, it's like, shit, like, she's not a joke. Like, I have to like listen to her. I'm like, yeah, you have to listen to me, right? So that's how we change physical world. But for you right now, the game is digital and then physical, because India, as well as America, is not ready for us right now, right? We have to create a new country together. So does that make sense? That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And your posts are really so inspiring for me.
Thank you. Message me again. Message me on LinkedIn.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can you please go ahead with your question?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, first of all, thank you so much for the enlightening session. And ma'am, my question to you is that as a young female entrepreneur, ma'am, what is that one tip you can say you would like to give us, which no one has ever gave you, but somehow, you came to know through your own experience?
Yeah. Are you Bengali?
Yes, ma'am.
You speak Bengali?
Yes.
You want me to give you the tip in Bengali?
Sure.
Okay, I'll give it in Bengali and then I'll translate it in English. Okay, you understand fully, right? You speak?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. ইশিতা আমাকে কেউ বলেনি যে আমি যেহেতু আমি মহিলা, যেহেতু আমি মেয়ে, যে আমার একটা অ্যাবিলিটি আছে যে আমি কানেক্ট করতে পারি লোকেদের সঙ্গে, রাইট? আমি কথা বলতে পারি লোকেদের সঙ্গে, আমি রিলেশনশিপ বিল্ড করতে পারি লোকেদের সঙ্গে। কেউ আমাকে বলেনি যে এই একটা যে আমার স্কিল আছে, যে এটা এত পাওয়ারফুল স্কিল আমাদের ওয়ার্ল্ডে, বিকজ ইফ ইউ থিঙ্ক অ্যাবাউট ইট, ছেলেরা অত কানেক্ট করে না, রাইট? ছেলেরা অত কথা বলে না, ছেলেরা অত এনার্জি ওই ক্রিয়েট করতে পারে না বিজনেসে, রাইট? ছেলেরা মোস্টলি বিজনেসে ওরা ফোকাস হয় টাকা 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 টাকা। আমার ফোকাস হচ্ছে রিলেশনশিপ 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 কানেকশন, রাইট? একটা যে ওই এনার্জিটা আছে, ওটা একটা অনেক মহিলাদের এনার্জি, ওটাকে বলে ইংলিশে বলে ফেমিনিন এনার্জি, রাইট? ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট ওই এনার্জিটা। In order to convert that to business, right? আমার জন্য ভীষণ ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট ওই এনার্জিটা। আর প্রথমে আমি একদম ছেলের মতন বিজনেস চালাচ্ছিলাম, যে আমার টাকা চাই, আমার টাকা চাই, আমার টাকা চাই, আমার সেলস চাই, আমার সেলস চাই। আর আমি ভীষণ আনসাকসেসফুল ছিলাম ওই মডেলটা নিয়ে। তারপর আমি মডেলটা আমি চেঞ্জ করেছি, আর এখন আমি বলছি না, আমি তোমার মেন্টর হতে চাই, আমি তোমার বোন হতে চাই, আমি তোমার এন্টারপ্রেনিউরশিপ মেন্টর হতে চাই, ইন্ডিয়াতে, আমেরিকাতে, আফ্রিকাতে, যেখানে। আর আর আমি 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 তোমার টাকা চাই, অফকোর্স আমি তোমার টাকা চাই, কিন্তু আমার গোল তোমার জন্য হচ্ছে আমাদের রিলেশনশিপ, আমাদের মেন্টরশিপ, আমার অ্যাডভাইস তোমার জন্য। আমি তোমাকে গো গেটার বানাতে চাই, রাইট? তুমি এখন ড্রিমার, তোমার শুধু গোলস আছে কিন্তু তুমি এখনো ওটা অ্যাকমপ্লিশ করোনি, রাইট? তো আমার জন্য ওই কানেকশন ব্যাপারটা কেউ আমাকে বলেনি, যে আমি যেহেতু মহিলা, আমার যে ফেমিনিন এনার্জি আছে, আমার যে একটা হার্ট আছে, ওটা যে এত পাওয়ারফুল, আমাকে কেউ বলেনি। ইনফ্যাক্ট আমাকে অপোজিট বলা গেছে যে হার্ট ইউজ করবে না, হার্ট ইউজ করবে না, এটা বিজনেস, টাকা টাকা টাকা, সেলস সেলস সেলস, কেউ হার্টের ব্যাপারে কেউ কেয়ার করে না, ডু নট ইউজ ইউর হার্ট। দ্যাট ওয়াজ মাই অ্যাডভাইস। বাট আমার অ্যাডভাইস টু ইউ ইজ, তোমার যে হার্ট আছে, তোমার যে দ্যাট ফেমিনিন এনার্জি আছে, ওটাই তোমাকে একটা মিলিয়নার বানাবে, তো ওটাই তোমাকে একটা ক্রোড়পতি বানাবে। আর ওই অ্যাডভাইসটা আমার পুরো লাইফই চেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছে। আর আমাকে নিজে নিজে ওই অ্যাডভাইসটা নিতে হয়েছিল, আমাকে কেউ বলেনি, আমি টেস্ট করে 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 আমি শিখেছি ওটা। তো I hope that helps. Did you understand everything? Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank
So
you
in
so
English, of course. No, in English, basically, I told her that, feminine energy is the energy that you need as a woman to succeed in business. What does that mean? It basically means prioritizing relationships and connections over money. So I think Ishita wants to build a business. Obviously, she wants to have wealth. But the first priority is building a connection and a relationship with your target audience and then selling to them. Whereas I think most men sort of target the sales and money first. And sometimes it's not a strong result because there's no connection, right? And so if you look at all of my posts now, everything is so emotional, everything is so like connection heavy, that people just like really love me now. And now they're like, I will buy anything from you. What do you have? You have a book, you have a course, okay, you have like, I will buy anything from you. And that is the kind of brand loyalty that we need, Ishita, right? Because if I keep talking about money, nobody likes that, right? So I think for me, it's more about how can I help Ishita believe in herself. Honestly, how can I help Ishita become a go-getter? How can I help Ishita set goals? And guess what? When Ishita has money, I'm sure Ishita will pay me whatever she has, because I have built that connection for so many years now, right? So I think that's the biggest advice that I never got. That, by the way, I still don't get, because even now people are like, feminine energy is dumb, it's stupid, being a girl is weaker, right? All the things that you hear is what I hear as well. But I disagree, and I've had tremendous success being like feminine and, just like really girly, very girly, but also like making a lot of money now. So from men who like respond to feminine energy, because basically what was happening is I'm like talking with a male client, right? And I'm like this, I'm like trying to sell, and then he's trying to sell. So we are like this. The entire conversation is this, right? In the entire time, I'm like fighting with him, he's fighting with me, and I'm like, this is not successful. He wasn't buying anything, and it was just weird. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. How do I do it better? And I've now since approached it from a feminine perspective, right? From a female energy connecting perspective. And I mean, these guys are all at my door now, just like, we want to do business with you, let's work together. I have this huge budget. And I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Like, wow, this is, I'm really, I've turned a new leaf, because men in business don't want to fight with other men in business. And I'm not a man. So I think for me, I had to really switch up my energy to say, okay, I'm a female, I'm a woman, I'm going to do business my way. And men, especially, they gravitate to opposite forces, right? Not the same force. So I'm a lot more successful now. And frankly, I'm happier now, right? Like, I'm able to be my own self. I'm able to be a female. I'm able to be a woman. I'm able to dress up. I'm able to wear jewelry and sign big deals now. Like, that's awesome, and that's the inspiration I want to give you. Like, you don't have to be a man. That's not my message, right? So does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
How is my Bengali, Ishita? Is it good?
Oh, it's amazing.
Good. Thank you. Fantastic. Message me later. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else?
For such an energetic session, like I could truly relate. I myself is a Bengali, so I can obviously understand the entire conversation.
Fantastic.
And,
No,
in
and
the
you
house we
are
have
each, you each are my why. People ask me every day, why do you care? Why do you bother? Why does it even matter? Why do you even do this? Who cares about Archana? Who cares about Niharika? How does it matter? But I look at you, I look at your face today, and like, for me, the answer is so clear. You matter. I mean, your life matters, especially women in India. Your life matters, your goals matter, and I want to give voice to those goals. I want to help you accomplish those goals. And I want to help you be strong, independent, powerful women, and men. I have a lot of men following me as well. And I want you all to be go-getters. So for me, the why is you. Look into the mirror. That's why I do what I do. Because I see each of you in me. And I hope you feel the same way. That even though I'm in America or whatever, I'm literally dealing with the same, same shit that you are, just a different day, just a different country, but it's literally the same stuff, and it's, yeah, I'm proud to stand for you, truly.
Thank you, Chinjani. Really thanks for this session. Hope most of us have got the motivation to understand the difference between a real connection and followers that we have. Hope we'll be able to create some content like you shared to really motivate people. And hope we'll be staying in touch and really getting a good connect with you. Thank you so much.
And all of you, please add me on LinkedIn. Shinjini Das, speaker Shinjini is my handle across all platforms. Message me, DM me. Like I said, you all have a lot of problems, so you need solutions, you need motivation. So please feel free to, DM me, just like with what you're doing. You're not getting a job or whatever. I'm happy to give you that sort of advice, and trust me as a mentor, as a partner on your journey to being a go-getter. So and I really want you to see yourself in me, which is why I'm so proud to now sort of pivot to motivating Indians and to really, establishing a connection with you, because I think for me, it was hard to see other speakers or whatever. And I'm like, you're not Indian, you don't understand the challenges that I've been through. So I really want you to look at me and say, okay, you know what? This is like possible. I can do it. I can make it. I can be the first in my family. I can start a business. And that for me would be a great use of my life. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. We'll be having the next session at 8:30. So we'll meet there.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
A festival?
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, that consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and help give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
At XLRI, we focus on a management education framework that is integrative and offers students an opportunity to develop and pursue new ideas at the same time. We constantly evolve our curriculum in line with changing economic and social landscapes. Besides the flagship programs, XLRI has added many new executive and certificate programs over the years to meet the growing demand of various industry sectors. Our virtual interactive learning program and entrepreneurship programs are our two key offerings.
Learning at XLRI is different from the way learning happens elsewhere. One reason is because of the use of cases. We use cases to relate academic concepts with industry application.
Two dimensions that I would talk about: sustainability of our leadership, our journey in our leadership, sustainability of our careers is dependent on ethics and how we live a high ethics, high integrity life. Back in the days, before any of the other institutes started doing it, we had business ethics as a compulsory course. For me, the consonance of my own ethical framework with the institute, and now my own ethical framework with my company, that served me immensely. So today when I stand and talk about ethics, it comes from this core of me. And Excel helped frame this and helped give it shape even before I knew what this was all about. And now it's who I am. It's the core of who I am.
Gave me confidence, Excel gave me purpose, and Excel gave me a lot of confidence to try different things. That's a huge set of experiences I had. And that stood me in good stead because I went to become a management trainee in Hindustan Lever, where I could never have been without the Excel ticket, and without having excelled in Excel, I wouldn't have made it to HUL. And I've been with Unilever all 25 years of my career, so clearly the move from Excel to HUL was great for me. I really think that Excel has grown from strength to strength. It's maintained its reputation. There are a number of students who continue to excel year after year and have created a community of very successful professionals in India.
I've gone on to sell disposable diapers to Indians who don't even throw away the wrappers, forget about throwing expensive diapers, selling pizzas to Italians, and now, of course, selling shoes back in India. Excel is what's taught me the marketing, the consumer insight, all of that. Completely, the credit goes to Excel.
Associated with it from 1983 to 85, and it has helped me think about the society a lot more every day of my work and every day of my life.
Excel gave me the experience for 2 years in a community living, and I benefited a lot. I made some of my best friends there. Secondly, it instilled in me the values that XLRI stands for, but above all, integrity. And finally, it gave me the aspiration and ambition, together with the determination that has probably helped me get where I am today. Besides, I have to say that the 2 years in Excel were great fun. All the time we were in Excel, we wanted to graduate and get away. And ever since, we've wanted to reminiscence about the 2 years there. It is a great experience. Fly Excel, fly high.
Hello, my name is Thomas Kuruvilla. I'm responsible for Arthur D. Little Middle East operations. I'm also a member of the global board of Arthur D. Little. I'm very excited to be one of the keynote speakers for the International CEO Conclave arranged by XLRI. During the keynote session, I plan to share some of our recent experience and insights on business transformation, especially the learnings from COVID-19. It is very clear to me that all organizations will have to adapt their business model to be more digital, or we call it digitalization. That is to eliminate human intervention as much as practically possible. Based on our experience so far, I'm 100% sure that all businesses will create an additional value of 30 to 40% by digitalization. And I plan to cover these ideas in the keynote. I look forward to the interactions with you all. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Am I audible now? Good evening. A very good morning and good evening to the audience.
Yes, Nupur, you are.
Okay. So, shall we begin or shall we wait?
It's up to you.
Okay. Then let's begin. I am Nupur, your host for the evening, and this is Shivam, your co-host for the evening. So let me formally introduce you to the audience, and then we can begin our session. So a very good evening to all of you, and a very good morning to Naman sir. Yet again, we are here with another Avensis session, our CEO Conclave. This keynote session focuses on your skills instantaneously have a global market, Gen Zs. In other words, skill is the new currency. Let me introduce you to our speaker, Mr. Naman Srivastav. Mr. Srivastav is on a mission to create a world that is better led, better served, and better governed via the Global Governance Initiative. He is presently the CEO and co-founder at the GGI and a co-investor in leading early stage ventures in agri-tech and education. He has worked as a strategic advisor in the office of the Union Ministry for Petroleum and Natural Gas. He also has the experience of working with the United Nations and New Markets Lab at Harvard University part-time in varied capacity. With this, we give you, sir, the stage. Let's begin, sir.
All right. So first and foremost, thank you so much for the introduction. It's truly embarrassing to hear your introduction. So that was an embarrassing moment for me. Before I delve deeper, I need to get clarity in terms of the time limit. Nupur, so how much time do we have for this session?
So we have exactly 60 minutes for our session.
60 minutes?
Yes.
All right. So I'll be brutally honest here. It's next to impossible for me to lead a discussion on this issue for next 60 minutes. But let's try our best.
So let's begin. Let's how things pan out.
So before we begin, I would love to get the sense of the room. How many of you have worked in management consulting before, or have interned in consulting, or would be joining consulting firms after your incredible tenure at Acceleri? You can raise your virtual hands, and I would love to interact here. Or you can speak out loud, because I don't think I'll be able to moderate the session.
Guys, you can raise your hands and I'll unmute you.
More the time you take, better for me, because it aligns well with the 60 minutes timeline. All right, Tejeshwar, thanks for volunteering. Yeah, what's your story?
I have not interned at a management consulting firm, but I am